Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1 minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air.
And he's got all kinds of running room. See you later. Touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Authentic Brand. Shop premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Also brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Now live, Hawkeye football is on the air. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show.
Yes, the Authentic Brand Game Day Show, and it doesn't get any more authentically Big Ten football than this. Iowa and Wisconsin, 23 degrees, winds from the north-northwest at about 15 miles an hour. November at Kinnick Stadium, the two teams on the field run the ball first. We talk a lot about fullbacks. It's traditional Big Ten football at Kinnick Stadium.
November is just Iowa football. I mean, this one, like the toughest teams prevail, and I feel like we've got a tough team each and every year. That's what Coach Ferentz hammers us about every single week, being the toughest team to step on the field every single Saturday and the most physical team, and we just got to continue to do that each week, and I think we'll see success.
Nico Reganey there. Of course, the Hawks have won 12 of the last 13 in November. The only loss to Wisconsin. Look to avenge that today. Turnovers have played a big role. Of course they do in traditional Big Ten football right here in this series, as the Hawks have committed 19 in the past 3 years, lost 16 of them. Hawks haven't committed a turnover this season in the last 2 games. Hope to continue that as well, as the Hawks and the Badgers tee it up in just a couple of hours inside of Kinnick Stadium. Good afternoon. Welcome to Iowa City and the Iowa Corn Growers stage in the Krause Family Plaza. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand Game Day Show, as the Iowa Hawkeye team bus turns the corner from Hawkins to Melrose Avenue, powered by the Iowa Soybean Association and fueled by biodiesel. It will be, of course, bringing the Hawks here to Kinnick Stadium. Proudly fueling the team bus, Iowa leads the nation in biodiesel production. Using biodiesel provides cleaner and healthier air, homegrown jobs, and value to every bushel of soybeans grown by Iowa farmers. Cleaner, better, now. That's biodiesel. You can find out more at iasoybeans.com. Big shout out to our law enforcement friends leading that team bus in here, and we welcome one of them in right now. One of our favorite troopers is Taylor Grimm with our Hawkeye Game Day traffic report to get us into Kinnick Stadium and the Hawks and Badgers match up here safely. Trooper, what are you seeing on the roadways?
Hey, really not a whole lot going on out here, which is great. There is still some flurries, some snow. That winter weather that we've kind of had overnight into the morning is still lingering around, and that's maybe some slick spots out there, here and there, but we haven't had any issues this morning on major roadways. Some crashes in town on the city streets, but the major roadways are great right now, so you should be able to get to your tailgate spot safely.
That is fantastic news, again, in a large part due to your outstanding work. Trooper Taylor Grimm with our Hawkeye Game Day traffic report here on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Coming up, we'll talk with Honorary Captain David Brown. Rob Brooks will be along, of course, with the Hawkeye Roundtable, and Gary Dolphin chats with Kinnick documentary director Scott Sipker. 96th meeting between Iowa and Wisconsin. Hawks have lost 4 of the last 5, in fact, here at Kinnick Stadium, with the lone win being in 2020. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, loved for the quality, comfort, and superior styles. Authentic Brand should be your first choice for game day and everyday gear. In fact, I'm staying warm with my wonderful Authentic Brand comforter coat here on the stage today. Authentic Brand. Find your premium Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com or at fine retailers near you. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost, when you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features, because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day with premium Hawkeye apparel from Authentic Brand. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
And those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Well, it's Iowa and Wisconsin today at Kinnick Stadium. Doesn't get any more traditional, authentic Big Ten matchups than this. Right on the Authentic Brand pregame show. Andy Peterson, the Iowa Corn Growers stage here inside the Krause Family Plaza. In fact, Anita just handed me some very cool Authentic Brand Veterans Day caps that we'll be throwing out as well as we salute our veterans, of course, and thank them for their sacrifices that allow us to enjoy some traditional Big Ten football here in Iowa City. It's nice to see a resurgence of the Hawkeye offense, the Hawkeye running game as well. 293 yards for Caleb Johnson the past couple of weeks, including that big 75-yard run there in the third quarter. Quarterback Spencer Petras as well has been performing well, leading Iowa at an average of 28.5 points and 387 yards of total offense during these two wins. And we'll hear from our Hawkeye quarterback on what works against this tough, stout, and unique Badger defense.
Just looking back at 2020, our most successful offensive year against them, or game against them in the recent memory. Just thought we ran the ball effectively, and we were able to hit some big plays, which is important against this defense because they're very stout. They're very hard to run against. They're very, I'd say, similar to our defense in the sense of that you have to earn it all the way up and down the field. They're not going to beat themselves. They're not going to blow coverage. They're not going to leave anyone wide open. You got to execute on them. You got to execute every play down the field if you expect to score points. So that's a challenge, but that's what a great challenge. You can't ask for much more. Playing a really good defense, going to be in front of a great crowd. At home, it'll be fun. Yeah,
and a blackout here at Kinnick Stadium, of course, which always is fun as well in front of that great crowd. Of course, lower scoring game is expected. Jack Campbell, your Big Ten leader in tackles, says kind of the same thing that Spencer was talking about. The intensity level is just a whole heck of a lot of fun. Great atmosphere to play in, but also it's fun in practice during the week as well.
I feel like it's just more fun just knowing that we're going to get their best, and it's just going to be fun to just go out there and compete at a high level, and they're going to compete at a high level. I just feel like it's everything a Big Ten game should be. So hopefully we can go out there, execute, and they can execute at a high level to make it a great game.
Big Ten football at its finest. Of course, Campbell tied for 25th in program history with 266 total tackles, and as I mentioned, first in the Big Ten, averaging just under 10 per game. Of course, defense, no doubt, will be a big focus and topic today, and Wisconsin still uses, in a lot of cases, a nose guard. We're going to talk to one of Iowa's finest, the honorary captain, Dave Brown, of course, part of that changing of expectations, if you will, for Hawkeye football back in the early 80s when the Authentic Brand pregame show continues. Hawkeye football brought to you by the Iowa Egg Council. Dietary guidelines recommend eggs as an important first food for infants and toddlers as well as for pregnant and lactating women. Eggs are one of the best sources of choline, a nutrient critical for fetal brain development. How do you like your eggs? Scrambled with cheese and maybe a little bit of bacon each and every morning is my answer to that. When you're inside Kinnick Stadium, you'll find the Hawkeye hydration stations brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio with locations throughout the concourse. In fact, I saw our friends from Iowa Corn at the high school state championships handing out those water bottles as well. We encourage you to bring reusable water bottles and fill up with fresh water all season long. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share. David Brown joins us next. More of the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day show in just a moment. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Mershman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Mershman, introducing Starting Line, Mershman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment, now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Premium Hawkeye gear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
criminal charge, or complicated family law situation, Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa.
Get low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full-Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full-Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full-Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full-Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full-Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Well, Hawks and Badgers at Kinnick Stadium. The weather just exactly like you'd expect it to be in November. Hawks have won 12 of the last 13 in the month of November. The one loss being to the Wisconsin Badgers. So what a better day to get revenge than today here as we renew this border battle for the 96th time. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand pregame show on the Iowa Corn Grower stage here in the Krause Family Plaza. And, of course, we salute our veterans as well. We've got Veterans Day caps from our friends at Authentic Brand to toss out if you come by. We welcome Honorary Captain David Brown with us here today, lettering for the Hawkeyes in 81 and 82 after coming from Iowa Central Community College. In fact, he was part of the Hawkeye football teams that went 8-4 back-to-back, winning the Big Ten in 1981 and earning a spot in the 1982 Rose Bowl. Part of that group that turned around the fortunes, if you will, of Hawkeye football from several 19, in fact, losing seasons in a row. Welcome back to Iowa City. First of all, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Always good to be back, I'm sure.
Absolutely. It's been about 41 years, but I generally try to get back a couple times a year for a home game, get together with some former teammates, and just come and support the team and a coach that equally is very important to me, Kirk Ferentz.
You played a position that not many teams utilize anymore, but Wisconsin still does in nose tackle. What was that like?
Well, to be honest with you, about a month and a half ago, I just had my second shoulder replacement.
Did you?
So both of my shoulders are replaced. I've had a couple knee surgeries. It's a brutal position. I mean, you got to understand going in that you are going to be double teamed, you're going to be cut, you're going to be triple teamed, and you just got to have the mindset that when the play's over, you got to get right back up and get in position to try to make a play.
What did you enjoy about playing defense, especially now? A lot of people talk about the skill positions and wide receivers and running backs and that sort of thing, but you guys are the ones there in the trenches that really make everything work.
So what I always enjoyed about playing defense is, everybody likes to ski touchdowns and things like that, but there's also a special piece to the team by having a good defense that stops the opposing team from advancing the football, from scoring, and basically keeping them out of the end zone. and I was really blessed my time here at Iowa that I was on some pretty good defensive teams.
Do you remember any of the matchups with Wisconsin? Do you have any favorite memories from playing the Badgers?
Well, when I was our Rose Bowl year, we actually played Wisconsin in Madison, and I was actually going to ask Coach when I visited with him earlier, but didn't get to it. They at the opponent's locker room, they had fans like on both sides. It was like an open, like little section up above.
Oh, really?
They poured beer on us when we were walking out for our pregame. that when I think back on some of the weird things that happened when I played college football, that's the only team that they ever poured beer on us and of course that was pregame, so you got a guy like Pat Dean and Mark and Andre Tippett, when you pour beer on them, that just heightened them. So, but my senior year, and when I talked to the kids last night, I told them that my last game in Kinnick Stadium, we played Wisconsin and we won, and I know those are my two lasting memories for me that I've always cherished.
It was quite a time when you played football here at Iowa, coming off the 19 losing seasons, Hayden Fry, of course, being hired. What was it like to change the trajectory or culture, if you will, of the Hawkeye football program?
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, I was recruited out of a junior college. I mean, it's probably similar to the transfer portal now, but Coach Fry came to Iowa Central and they recruited me. And when I came to a game prior to being offered a scholarship, one of the things that I really noticed was how passionate the fans here at Iowa were, and we weren't even we weren't even that good, but the fans were so loyal, and to be able to play fast forward the next year in that type of environment is some of the special moments I'll always cherish.
Where do you live now?
Cleveland, Ohio is where I call home. Recently retired. Got 3 grandkids. I got a big boy, 12-year-old that comes to camps during the summer when we have the camp. So that's kind of where my time goes now.
Well, it's great to see you back in Iowa City. Appreciate you being honorary captain and coming up and spending a few minutes here with us on the Authentic Brand Pregame Show.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
You bet. David Brown, legendary nose guard for the Iowa Hawkeyes in the early 80s, is our honorary captain here today on the Authentic Brand Pregame Show. We're proud to announce today's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital kid captain is 8-year-old Tate Manal from Cedar Falls. 3-year-old Tate had just come home with his mom and was excited to see his dad out mowing the lawn without either of his parents seeing him. He ran to his dad standing directly behind the lawnmower just as it was being put into reverse. Tate required extensive organ and leg-saving surgeries at UI Stead Family Children's Hospital, but now is able to walk on his own. We had the pleasure of that family showing a steer at the Governor's Charity Steer Show a few years ago for Ronald McDonald House Charities. Fantastic story, and congratulations to Tate and crew on being this week's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital kid captain. Green State Credit Union proud to support Kirk's Kids for the 2022 season. Participants in Big Brothers Big Sisters program throughout the state of Iowa attend a Hawkeye home football game, tour Kinnick Stadium, and receive team gear. This week from Eastern Iowa, we welcome Big Sister Rachel and Little Sister Lehana, and Big Brother Ben and Little Brother Kason. Contributions totaling more than $3.7 million in staff volunteering over 3,100 hours to support local events and programs. This year, Kirk's Kids is yet another way Green State Credit Union is involved in your community. As the official outfitter of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Authentic Brand provides game day approved styles for every fan. Shop the premium selection of hoodies, caps, bags, and more at authentic-brand.com and in retailers near you. Big Ten score is coming up. In fact, you want to hear the Illinois score, I'm sure. We'll have that for you in just a moment. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, offering unique Hawkeye apparel and premium branded merch. Shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Well, the O-line has really improved the past couple of weeks. It's been good to see Jack Plum have some success as well as Mason Richmond.
I think the biggest challenge is just that we're all on the same page. I think that's the biggest thing we've just been stressing. They can bring boundary stuff, field stuff, all sorts of linebackers. I know they line up in different things, and based on personnel, they run a couple different things, but we've been scouting that stuff. Our GAs are doing a good job, and we've seen a lot of it in practice. And, and the re-reps are the ones you got to really learn from. When you mess it up once, you got to really start to figure out, okay, that's what I saw, that's what they were doing. And some things based on alignment have really been able to help us out.
It's going to be a big deal to get things right for that offensive line today as the Badgers are in town. The Authentic Brand pregame show continues. Andy Peterson on the Iowa Corn Grower stage. Let's take a look around the Big Ten. Right now, Ohio State leads Indiana 28-7. That game's at halftime. Purdue and Illinois tied at 14 at halftime. Rutgers and Michigan State 14-7 Spartans. That game is also at halftime. Entertain your clients, employees, or friends at each home game in the Hawkeye Village, powered by Kubota. Hawkeye Village, located inside Dwayne Banks Field, and tailgate packages include game tickets along with catered food and beverage prior to kickoff. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more information. More of the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day show continues with Rob Brooks and the Media Roundtable in just a moment. Insist on the Authentic Brand label for your company's merchandise. Known for premium Hawkeye apparel, the Authentic Brand label also outfits many prominent national brands, The Big Show being one of them, of course, with the day job. Authentic-brand.com is where you get started. Ask for Authentic Brand for your next merch project. Rob Brooks is with us when we return to the Authentic Brand Game Day show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done.
Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. For unique Hawkeye apparel and premium accessories, shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome back to the pregame show as we count down to kickoff Iowa and Wisconsin. Tom Caker, the Hawkeye Report, will join me to break down this game. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Well, Tom, this has been a roller coaster ride for a lot of Iowa football fans, but it certainly had to feel good about the performance at Purdue last week. It was just a complete game in all 3 phases. The offense really did its job. Defensively, just a terrific performance. You knew that the defense would play well, but to limit Purdue to 3 points and not look good doing it on the Purdue side of things. And Purdue already has, 14 on Illinois today. And then special teams kicked in as well. And that's great momentum, I think, heading into what we've got in front of us here the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and especially with what Purdue had done to Iowa offensively against Iowa's defense in the past, it was just, one of Phil Parker's masterpieces that he put together. And the offense is coming together. The last 2 games, they've, scored some points. And now this team has some momentum going into the last 3 weeks of the season.
Have you seen the growth up front with the offensive line?
You know, what I think it is, it's like that lock that you have, the combination lock, and they finally found the right combination to unlock things. Now, they're going to get really tested today by a really good Wisconsin team that runs that 3-4. It's a different look than they have seen, and it's given them trouble. I mean, last year, 30 carries, 24 yards for Iowa rushing the ball. So really only, the COVID year was the only time where Iowa's really run the ball well against this Wisconsin team. But I don't know that this is a vintage Wisconsin defense. I think they're solid, but I don't think they're as good as they've been in the past.
They had Caleb Johnson, obviously a Big Ten freshman and offensive player of the week. He's going to be a marked man today.
He is, and they're going to be ready for him, and I think he's going to be ready for them too. He just doesn't seem fazed by a whole lot. Just love watching him run. He's so smooth. He's a tough runner. The thing that you're impressed with by him is the yards after contact, because he doesn't go down when he gets hit. I mean, it's 2 or 3 more yards on that, and that makes a difference when you're, instead of 2nd and 8, you're 2nd and 5. That's a huge deal for Iowa football.
Well, I think that's a great point, because I think that's the one thing that I've noticed over the years with this Iowa-Wisconsin series. When Wisconsin has won games, it's always been 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, 4th and a half a yard on the opposition's 40-yard line, and you just can't get off the field, and they just put these drives together. If you can get Wisconsin off schedule today, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, where the pass might have to come into play, you've got a real advantage.
Yeah, and you want to they want to make Graham Mertz try and beat Iowa, because Graham Mertz is struggled, much like Spencer Petras has struggled, and I think that's what Wisconsin's going to want to do. Now, having said that, I think Spencer's playing pretty good football right now. The last 2 games, they've given him more time, and I think that's the most important thing here, is that the offensive line has given him time to make throws, and he's executed on those throws.
Well, Tom, big picture, this is a big game in the West. Purdue and Illinois playing right now, and that's a tie ball game at 14, and the winner today still in the hunt.
Yeah, because you look at that schedule. If Illinois loses today, they're going to Michigan
next week.
They're going to Michigan next week, and they're not going to win there. So that brings everybody back in: Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Everybody's back in that race, and guess who's playing each other in kind of a round robin in the next couple of weeks? It's Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Tom, great to see you.
You too.
Appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
And you can catch all of Tom's work on HawkeyeReport.com, one of the best to do it. Hawk fans, cheer on those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during today's game. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Agriculture is Iowa's economic MVP, scoring $121.1 billion a year for our economy and creating 1 out of every 5 jobs. Support America's farmers. Learn more at americaneedsfarmers.org. Insist on apparel and accessories with the Authentic brand label for your company's next merchandise project. Ask for it by name or visit authentic-brand.com to get connected to an authorized partner near you. Rob Brooks, I will talk to you from the Iowa sideline a little bit later on in the pregame show. As the pregame show continues, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? Ah, that's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, and there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day in Authentic Brand apparel. Shop premium branded merch and Hawkeye gear. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hog fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
85 years in business now as Green State Credit Union, grown to over $11 billion in assets and serves roughly 400,000 members with 30 branch locations in Iowa and Illinois. And with that, we welcome in CEO of Green State Credit Union, Jeff Disterhoff. That's tremendous growth, Jeff, and particularly in these trying times for the financial services industries. I mean, there's been a lot of headwinds this year, those ugly words of inflation and rapidly rising rates. Tough year for most financial institutions, but Green State, you seem to be battling the choppy waters okay, huh?
Yeah, just fine, Gary, and thanks for having us on here again. And a quick shout out to all the veterans who are listening here today. You know, Gary, it was almost kind of like 2 different years. You know, you had the low interest rates or the lower interest rates in the first part of the year. We had just a lot of loan growth, the mortgage, commercial, just everybody could see kind of the rates coming up, and so everybody kind of locked in. And then in the second half of the year, after rates took off, you know, some of the lending slowed down, and so it really was 2 different types of the years, and that's okay. Still in a great place, you know, financially, but really a unique time, certainly in the financial institution industry.
Jeff, what's the focus here in the last quarter of the year for Green State as we hit the holidays?
Yeah, not surprising with all that loan growth in the first half of the year. Our primary focus is really on gathering deposits, and that's been going fantastic for us. And so, you know, we just encourage people to go out there and take a look at our rates. They are clearly the most competitive in the markets these days, and so encourage folks to check us out.
Yeah, on the deposit side, what products are most popular with the membership? I know in this environment, you know, if rates drop on Wall Street, they usually go up at your local financial institution, right? CDs, money markets, IRAs, right?
You name it, Gary. CDs, money markets, interest-bearing checking accounts. You know, depositors, you know, quite frankly, have been waiting a long time for attractive rates, and they are definitely getting them right now. So I think we've opened more accounts over the past few months than we did all of last year. So definitely a great time to be a depositor.
You talked a minute ago about home loans and borrowing factors. I remember visiting with you about a year ago. You said then it was Green State's initiative to do $1 billion in mortgage loans for people of color by the end of this decade, or 2030. How's that going?
Yeah, it's going great so far. So if you do $1 billion over, you know, basically 10 years at that point, that's the target is roughly $100 million a year. And so it's going fantastic. We are ahead of schedule. We've served over 2,000 people with $275 million in loans. So we're at 27-28% of the way there, just a couple years into it. And so at the same time, we've been reaching out to other credit unions across the state to ask them to make a similar commitment in this arena. And we got a number of them signed up as well. And so we're anxious to make an announcement related to that before the end of the year.
I mentioned at the top of my comments that you've got 30 branch locations in the Hawkeye State and Illinois. You've really spread your wings here the last few years. I see a lot of beautiful new Green State buildings going up and some that are just recently opened.
Yeah, you know, we've had a fair amount of growth, and with that growth, I think sometimes, you know, you can lose focus on what's our keys to success and what's made us successful. And whenever I think of that, I think of two things. One, you know, we want to make sure that we run as efficiently as possible so that we can give those savings back to our, 400,000 member owners in the form of attractive rates and loans and deposits. And so, we want to make sure we stick to that model. And then the second thing that'll always be part of what we do, a huge part of what we do, is just taking great care of our stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, I mean our employees, our members, and our communities.
Yeah, that's a focus every year, no question about it. And Green State is all that and then some. We started our conversation saluting our veterans, and I know you love to see veterans walk through your doors too, don't you, at Green State?
No doubt about it. And it's unfortunate, quite frankly, that we just dedicate one day a year to it, because the sacrifices that they've made over many, many years, quite frankly, should be recognized on a more regular basis than just once a year.
Jeff Disterhoff, CEO, Green State Credit Union. Happy holidays, Jeff. Thanks so much for Green State's support of the Hawkeye Radio Network and the Hawks in general.
Thank you, Gary. Be well.
And we're back with more here on our pregame coverage. Iowa, Wisconsin, right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Since its release earlier this year, the long-anticipated documentary on Iowa football's most famous and significant player, Niall Kinnick, has been performing to near-capacity audiences in theaters and to tens of thousands streaming on social media. The film's creator and executive producer, Scott Sipker, just returned from Japan and Niall Kinnick High School, where students, faculty, and community residents learned about the building's namesake. The people of Japan are emotional about their heritage, from ancient times to present day, and certainly World War II. Scott Sipker, executive producer of Kinnick, the documentary, was somewhat taken aback when he walked into Niall Kinnick High School on the East Asia island to show his film before a full house and learned many, perhaps most of the audience, didn't know who Kinnick was.
In 1959, I believe, is when the Navy picked Niall to be the namesake of the high school there. And so they knew very little. Some knew none at all. And so it was really wonderful to get to share his story and hold people's attention for 90 minutes, which, is hard nowadays, no matter what country you're in. And there were some tears shed at the end, and even by some young kids who came up to me afterwards and told me how touched they were by the film. And it was one of the greatest moments of my life. Not to overstate it, but in my wildest dreams, I never thought I'd have a film that would have its international premiere on a naval base in Japan. And we sold out. We had over 600 people. Incredible. That's the power of Niall.
Indeed. Niall Kinnick High School. It sits on the Yokosuka Naval Base in converted Marine barracks and has since 1971. Now, that's about an hour train ride south of Tokyo. So here you have Niall Kinnick, the war hero, who was killed on a training mission in the Caribbean off the USS Lexington as he was preparing to head to the South Pacific for combat duty, no doubt against the Japanese. The nation's greatest football player in 1939. And, he detested the thought of war, yet he loved his country. He was compelled to serve, but his compassion for the innocent civilians of Europe and Japan was quite clear. And his training and his death was shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor. What's the irony here, Scott, that 80 years later, Ensign Kinnick is revered in Japan?
Well, I think it's just the power. I mean, even for somebody who didn't actually reach the battlefield, so in a technical sense, what he stood for resonates throughout the decades. And I hope that our film shows that clearly. One of the best questions, I've done so many premieres and Q&As, and I'll tell you, Gary, every Q&A that I've done so far, dozens, all of them had to been cut off. Like people, the moderator was like, okay, we have to let people go because the questions just keep coming. And still, though, now the best question I had was from a student now at Kinnick High School who stood up and asked the question, said, I was wondering if you think that this high school should change its motto to Excelsior, because that's Niall, the Kinnick family. And in the film, Excelsior is our theme. We have a poem from Niall's grandfather that he gave him upon graduation, Excelsior. And he rewrites it a little bit here and there. But the fact that a young high school student was able to pick up on that and be inspired and think, I think our high school should have the motto of Excelsior because of Niall. That, to me, is just a wonderful moment.
Scott Sipker is planning similar documentaries on other trailblazers, including another Hawkeye great, Duke Slater, and Iowa State legend Jack Trice. Armistice Day was originally declared by President Woodrow Wilson on November 11th, 1919, to honor those who served during World War I, including Iowa football All-American Fred Becker, a Marine, who grew up in Waterloo, just a couple blocks from World War II heroes, the five Sullivan brothers. Becker was killed in 1918, taking out a German machine gun nest, saving the lives of many of his comrades. In 1926, President Calvin Coolidge, at the urging of Congress, declared Armistice Day a national legal holiday. At the end of World War II, Armistice Day would honor all who have served. In 1954, Armistice Day was renamed Veterans Day. Thank a veteran for our freedoms. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
At the Machine Shed, it's all about making things from scratch. From our fresh baked breads to serving real mashed potatoes. We source a variety of products from our community like locally grown sweet corn and garden fresh vegetables. A true dedication to the American farmer. We bake our own pies and our world-famous cinnamon rolls every morning. And you have to try our signature dessert, the apple dumpling. The Machine Shed doesn't do things the easy way, only the right way.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes, thank you.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud and Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
Good afternoon, everybody. Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak, and we're joined by Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta as we welcome you to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Gary, I'm glad Gary's on his feet and his jaw is moving good. He had a lengthy dentist appointment yesterday, and everything come out all right?
Well, I think a lot of people were pleased that I couldn't talk yesterday, but I'm back in action and ready to go.
The stigma of going to the dentist isn't quite what it used to be. I know it's much more modern technology and a lot easier, and you don't hear those drills nearly as loud. But I bring that up because we got one of the great dental schools in America right here on campus.
We're so fortunate. I think all Hawkeye fans know between dentist and medical, and I'm preaching to the choir. It's a great place to live.
You certainly are. Veterans Day. The big picture is it's Military Veterans Weekend. We're going to have a beautiful flyover today against this gray November sky. Your favorite memories of our men and women of the military?
Well, my dad was in the military, and so as most people from his era, he doesn't speak much about it, but I've been able to learn a little bit about his his time. And, I love when Henry Tippie was still alive, and I toured a couple of museums with Henry, and Henry was sort of a rock star at these museums because, he was a World War II veteran. And so those are the types of things. I was too young. I didn't participate in Vietnam. I was too young. But, just what our men and women do to preserve this country and to create the country that we have our challenges, but it is the greatest country in the world thanks to them.
And for us to enjoy days like today, Iowa-Wisconsin football rivalry. Eddie, your dad, Papa Joe, fought in World War II.
Yeah, he was in the South Pacific. He landed like 6 times, and he won the Presidential Award, which is the second highest award under the Medal of Honor. On one of the battles. Came home with malaria, weighed about 110 pounds.
Oh, my goodness.
Somehow, though, he manufactured me.
After your brother Charlie.
After he got home, and my sister Betty. Like Gary said, he never wanted to talk about it. It was just, no, don't want to go.
Duty, honor, country, the greatest generation, they called him. Tom Brokaw's book is phenomenal. I've read that a couple times. Gary, let's switch to present day, and thank you all of our men and women in the United States military as we remember the 80th anniversary of Midway, where World War II momentum flipped in the South Pacific in favor of the United States. And, of course, it'll be 80 years ago tomorrow that the 5 Sullivan brothers from Waterloo lost their lives on the USS Juneau when their ship was torpedoed. 600 Americans died. So while we'll remember the military today and all weekend long, we have a football game to play. Now, you were a quarterback. This 3-4 that Wisconsin, this 3-4 defense, they're sending guys from all different directions. What's your first key? What are you looking for out of the huddle?
Well, you want to find out the strong side of the defense when the quarterback comes to the line. That's kind of what he's pointing out, and it's a little bit different with the 3-4. But the other challenge for the offensive linemen is they can stunt so many different ways out of that front. So it's just different. And fortunately, we've had some good momentum and rhythm with the same lineup on offensive line. So I'm excited about the fact they'll be ready for it.
Ed, you faced a lot of 3-4 defenses, primarily as a running back, but also as a quarterback. How can you build on what Gary said?
Well, it's really the old Oklahoma, which was the 5-2. Bud Wilkinson actually invented it, and now they use the defensive ends more as linebackers, but they also are still rush people. Mm-hmm. And like Gary was saying, they have so many more options of what to do. I think you'll see Monty Pottenbaum a lot today, and we've been setting him up in what we used to call triple wing formation. You actually have 2 tight ends, and then he goes out and sets just outside one of those tight ends, comes back in and blocks, and he can pick up the blitz. It's the Blutos are happy with this weather. Now the backs are not as happy, but the Blutos are happy.
Now this West Division is something. Everybody's happy in the West Division because everybody has a legitimate shot, at least mathematically, of winning the divisional title, and that's what makes it fun. And there'll be 70,000 screaming their lungs out today, hoping their beloved Hawks can make it 3 in a row.
Well, and that's the momentum that we've been able to pick up the last couple games has been exciting. And last week we talked about, I don't know if it was one of Ed's keys, but the ability to not turn the ball over was so key last week. It'll be the same as I think was pointed out earlier in the week. When we have lost to Wisconsin, it's oftentimes been because of turnovers. So, and those 3 drives into the win last week were just terrific. We just got to keep that going.
28 points and 400 yards of offense on average. I know 2 quarterbacks flanking me right now who like those numbers. And going to be tough against this Wisconsin defense, but the bottom line is don't turn the ball over and you got a good chance to win the game. That's how this series is swung. As we conclude, go Lisa Salucci and Hawkeye field hockey. They won their first-round NCAA tournament game last night in overtime. They face Northwestern tomorrow afternoon. Basketball won last night. All good so far this week.
It's all good, and to your point, shout out to that group because it was 1-1. Northwestern in field hockey went into overtime and penalty shots and or not penalty shots, but I think that's what they call them. And then we did the same. So it's going to be us against Northwestern on Sunday, and then Fran and Lisa's teams are just so far we're off to a really fun start, and the competition will pick up. But it's fun to see us spreading the ball around in both of those teams.
Gary, take care of the Ivories now. Do what the dentist told you to do, right? Huh?
I think we're all set.
Okay.
I'm more worried about staying warm out there.
Sip a lot of soup this weekend. But good to see you, and it was great to see Barry Alvarez down the hall.
Yeah, it's always good to see Barry, and he's one of the great ones.
He sure is. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks, guys.
GB, Gary Barta, and Ed Podolak joining us here on our Hawkeye pregame coverage, sponsored by Wiffles Hybrids. The Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series is all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes, who work hard all year to get ready for the season, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year, corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground, one that says independent, staying family-owned. All that means something on your farm. So plant your independence, plant Wiffles. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hawkeye fans, offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
Time for the Hawkeye historical winning moment on Veterans Weekend. Thank you, men and women of the United States military. This Iowa-Wisconsin series has been airtight, despite the fact the Badgers have won 8 of the last 10. Many of those have been one-score games. And incredibly, they've won 3 straight at Kinnick Stadium. That's really unheard of. But to Gary Barta's point a moment ago, it's usually swung on a turnover, muffed punt, special teams play. So we'll see how this one unfolds in about, a little less than an hour. For now, our Hawkeye historical winning moment is courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Iowa 28, Wisconsin 7 in December of 2020. Of course, that was the COVID year. Spencer Petras threw for 211 yards and 2 touchdowns, both to Amir Smith-Marset. Iowa's offense came alive in the second half after both teams struggled in the first period. Petrus connected with Smith Marset on a 53-yard touchdown to make it 21-7 late in the third. The Badgers went nowhere on 3 plays, and Graham Mertz flipped a pass in the end zone that Jack Campbell intercepted, which pretty much squelched any thought of a Wisconsin comeback. 1st and 10. Oh, and a fumble. The Hawkeyes are on it. Iowa's on it. I think Neiman has it. As there was a bad exchange, quarterback to the tailback, and the Hawkeyes have the fumble recovery. Well, at the 29-yard line of Wisconsin. Mertz going to throw this time. Hawks get some pressure on him. Down he goes. Our first Mershman sacks. What an effort by Seth Benson, who came on a delay, and Heflin got in there again to trip him up. Hawks show throwing here, regaining in the slot right to the wide side. Goodson in the backfield. Wisconsin's a late blitz. He's going to the end zone, has a man open. Caught, touchdown! Touchdown, Amir Smith-Marset. Give him a head of steam. Here's Mertz to throw on 3rd and 7. Hawks close in. Golston has him and flings him to the ground. A Mershman Seeds quarterback sack, second of the day. Now Petrus stands back in the pocket, throws it down the field, has a man open, caught 10, 5, goal line, touchdown Iowa, and a cartwheel for good measure by Amir Smith-Marset, who gets up a little gimpy. Don't hurt yourself, Amir. And the Hawks are going to run it out, hopefully. Here's Tyler Goodson, breaks free. He's in midfield. He cuts to the near sideline, heading that way. Nobody going to catch him. 20, 15, 10, 5, goal line, touchdown, 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 Tyler Goodson. We got excited in an empty stadium a couple years ago, a COVID year. Only a few of the parents and other support staff were allowed in, and what a great memory despite an empty Kinnick. Not used to seeing that. Iowa wins it 28-7, and of course that was the year of the delayed schedule. The season started in October, and that's why the Hawkeyes played Wisconsin in mid-December. Senex is proud to celebrate the University of Iowa and football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Senex station. Hawkeye pride, powered locally. You heard a little bit ago, this is the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Midway. And Admiral, Medal of Honor winner and 4-star Admiral Blackjack Fletcher was the command task force chief operator that week, June 3rd through the 6th in the South Pacific. Not only at that memorable Battle of Midway, which flipped momentum completely in favor of the United States in terms of winning the South Pacific and defeating the Japanese, but Fletcher was always also under the tutelage of Chester Nimitz and Admiral Bull Halsey, and they went on to win it the Coral Sea. Captain Pete Welch, 32 years in the United States Navy, remembers that. He's quite the historian.
Well, it was a pivotal moment, and it was almost exactly 6 months to the day after Pearl Harbor. The Pearl Harbor was December 7th, and Midway was June 2nd to the 4th. And it was a major loss for the Japanese, with 4 carriers that were lost, and the U.S. only lost 1. And it was considered a decisive turning point of the Pacific War.
Admiral Nimitz was the leader of the Pacific Fleet. Admiral Halsey, Admiral Fletcher from Marshalltown. All Iowa should be proud.
And Admiral Spruance. All were involved in the strategy of putting it together and planning the surprise, laying in wait for the Japanese to approach Midway.
Captain, 32 years in the Navy, and how many in a submarine?
I did about 8 years in submarines. I was underwater submerged for 71 days, and 65 of those days were behind a Russian submarine that didn't know we were there.
Technology, it's all about technology, isn't it?
The technology back then was that if I was sitting in Cedar Rapids and you had a 2.5 horsepower Briggs & Stratton lawnmower that you lit off in Hills, Iowa, then that sound traveling through water, I could follow you. And that was early 70s technology.
Riverside is what, 40 miles from Cedar Rapids? You think about that, and it's great talking to Pete Welch, military historian, 32 years in the Navy and lives up in Cedar Rapids, and he is the head of the committee that is commissioning, fundraising committee that is commissioning the USS Iowa nuclear submarine that they'll break the champagne bottle across the bow next spring out in Virginia. A really interesting character to talk to. And we talked about the USS Iowa, and I said, you know what? They had a slogan, "Beware the Gray Ghost." I said, I've never heard that before. He said, in Vietnam, when they they brought the Iowa out of temporary mothballs. It would sneak in and out of the fog every morning and fire shells at the shoreline in Vietnam. And he said they could be 26 miles offshore, fire shells as big as Volkswagens, and hit the target. I mean, that's a scary thought indeed. So we remember Niall Kinnick and Fred Becker and Midway and the five Sullivan brothers all this weekend. 80 years ago tomorrow, the five Sullivan brothers perished in World War II. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guest spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is coming up shortly. You're listening to the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
We're back at Kinnick Stadium where the Hawkeyes and the Wisconsin Badgers are getting ready for some grinding November football in the Big Ten. Cenex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. Wisconsin's Jim Leonard was named interim head coach October 2nd, replacing Paul Christ. The Badgers have since won 3 of 4, and the only loss in double overtime at Michigan State. Leonard has played in this Iowa series as a 3-time All-American defensive back. He loves what the Wisconsin-Iowa rivalry is all about. Brute force with some finesse, fullbacks, a running game, and physical line play.
Obviously excited to get to this stretch of the schedule, get into the trophy games. And, to me, rivalries are such a huge part of college football. It's always an exciting thing to be a part of. And we're going down to play Iowa, who's playing very well right now. And it's going to be a fun one. I always love playing at their place, great atmosphere. And we know what they're about, and they know what we're about. So it's going to be a really exciting day.
Like the Hawkeyes, the Badgers' offensive line struggled the first half of the year. There were a lot of moving parts, but is now having some success. Wisconsin rushed for 278 yards versus Maryland last week, 233 of those out of Braylon Allen and Isaac Garendo.
Yeah, I think overall the physicality, you felt their presence. It was still week one with that combination together. So there's things that they want to clean up. We need to play better in certain areas. But to me, you just saw the physicality of that group. We love that combination of guys, and hopefully we're able to now build going into the last stretch of the season with that group staying healthy. But that was the number one thing. And once again, you add the tight end group getting a little bit more healthy, the fullbacks kind of using both of them to stay fresh. Just the physicality overall up front is what we needed on game day and in situations where you really had to run the football to have success.
Badger quarterback Graham Mertz, like Spencer Petras, wasn't having much fun in September and early October with too many sacks and too many body hits. The junior, though, has thrown 17 touchdown passes to 6 interceptions. Leonard has never lost confidence in the Overland Park, Kansas native.
I do. We've never questioned his toughness. He's taken some big shots in his career and gotten up, and hopefully we can eliminate the rest of those this season. But that's part of the deal, playing quarterback, and you just want him to grow from all those situations. What hits can be avoided? Which ones can you see and identify and help yourself on? And obviously up front, our O-line, tight ends, backs, they take a lot of pride in keeping him upright. And when we've been able to do that and keep him comfortable in the pocket, we've had a lot of success throwing the ball. So, that's going to be the emphasis going forward. But I do think Graham is extremely tough. He wants to stand in there and deliver the ball, even with pressure in his face. And it's fun when he does it. And I think he enjoys that part of playing quarterback.
Mertz has tossed 11 touchdowns in Big Ten games. That's most for a Badger quarterback in 5 years. While Iowa's defensive style is far different from Wisconsin's, Jim Leonard has a ton of respect for Phil Parker's approach. The results speak for themselves.
Anytime you're kind of looking at the complete opposite side of the coin and watching a team just consistently dominate, you gain an appreciation for it. Very physical up front. It's impressive how much they can stop the run and be physical, kind of playing short in the box. That's the impressive thing to me. And they know who they are. They understand their system extremely well, and they're patient. They're going to force you to make plays all day long. Run game, pass game. And they have their change-ups that they get to, and it always seems like they're doing it on their terms. So I have a great amount of respect for the way they play defense, and probably even more so because it is so different than kind of the way we get it done. But great players executing their scheme and really understanding the strengths and weaknesses of it and forcing teams to play consistent for 4 quarters.
The Wisconsin defense is +6 in turnover ratio. That ranks 3rd in the Big Ten and 24th nationally, while safety John Torchio has 5 interceptions. That's tied for best in the country. The Hawkeyes are +3 in turnovers. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. That would be the Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Stay where Eddie and I and Bobby Hansen stay, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury
update is right around the corner. You're listening to the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle and Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
Ah, yes. There's nothing like pork chops sizzling on the grill. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I'll bet like me, you love to eat pork. But what do you know about pig farming in Iowa? How animals are raised, or how farmers work to improve their health and the impact on the environment. Join me for Chop Talk, a podcast where we'll meet the people who raise pigs and learn how the challenges they face affect us all. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Still playing games with your bills?
Duck. Goose.
Quit the runaround and consolidate them into one low monthly payment with a home equity line of credit from Community Choice. Now with a special introductory rate of just 0.99% APR for your first 6 months, plus no closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds by going to unbankwithus.com. Low rate HELOCs with no closing costs from Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval analysis. See credit union for details.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Rob Brooks on the Iowa sideline at the 30-yard line. It's now time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Dr. Brian Wolf. And Brian, we talked about elbow injuries pertaining to baseball players, mainly Tommy John surgery, but there's other sports, obviously, that you deal with this scenario as well. And with wrestling season starting, you can imagine that that's a potential injury for a lot of wrestlers with all the pressure that they put on their arms.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Now that wrestling is starting up behind baseball, that's probably the most common thing that I'll see these kind of injuries. Wrestling, the athlete will be down on the mat and their arm will get chopped or they'll get tossed and land funny. And, it's not uncommon for them to blow their elbow out when those things happen.
As far as a rehab situation, what are usually the options?
Well, like everything else, there's degrees here. And, sometimes, wrestlers are pretty tough guys. So and gals for that matter, so they often will try to work with it. But if it's a struggle or if there's significant damage, surgery can be an option to do a Tommy John type surgery, and that's a 6 to 7 month deal to get them back on the mat.
All right, Brian, as always, appreciate it.
Yeah, stay warm, Rob.
We'll do it. Dr. Brian Wolf on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. And for the Hawkeyes today, as the several past few weeks, Terry Roberts, the last time he played was at Illinois, will not play today. Same with wide receiver Keegan Johnson.
And also out at wide receiver is Arlen Bruce. Hopefully nothing long-term. Has a chance to play next week, but left the game with a upper body injury last week. Did come back and play, but not going to make it today. He has 17 receptions for 177 yards. It's now time for today's field conditions report, brought to you by Iowa Kubota dealers like Robinson Implement in Irwin. Well, this is really our first cold weather game here at Kinnick Stadium, and that's one of the strong selling points of field turf is it withstands very cold temperatures well. It will feel slightly harder, thus less cushioning for the players, but really not too much effect by the cold, especially versus natural grass, and you can perform just as well and provide the same kind of playing service you would see early in the season. It's time to save on the versatile Kubota M7 tractor, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Get the Kubota M7 tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for 60 months, plus $8,000 back in loyalty cash reward now through December 31st. See your local dealer or go to KubotaUSA.com. To experience the power of Kubota, visit Robinson Implement in Irwin. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You are listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. Hawkeyes out warming up, going through their stretching drills. Wisconsin also at the north end zone going through preparations. Up next, Gary Dolphin chats with Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ferentz. This is the Wiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
Blackout Saturday coverage of Iowa football continues from Kinnick Stadium. I'm Gary Dolphin. Ed Podolak is coming up shortly with his keys to the game. A big key, turnovers. Wisconsin has cashed in on 16 Iowa turnovers in the last 5 years to the tune of 9 touchdowns. That is first and foremost on Kirk Ferentz' mind. The Hawkeyes will be wearing the black unis. It could easily be called Throwback Saturday, a cold, gray November day with two programs that pride themselves on running the football with defenses built to stop the run. Kirk Ferentz lived this rivalry for the better part of 40 years. Not much has changed. It's about as physical as it gets.
It really is, going back to the early 80s. It's just the way it shook out. And today, is weather a little bit like 82, I think. I remember that day being kind of a gray day and a really chilly day. So, it's November football in the Big Ten. That's kind of what you'd expect. And these are two teams that know each other really well. They've had a lot of, continuity and consistency in their program, and we have too. So I think there's a lot of familiarity there. And also a lot of great respect for the Wisconsin program and what they've been able to accomplish. And, so it's going to be a big challenge for our football team.
Caleb Johnson has shown flashes all season long, way beyond what you would expect his maturity to be. But last week at Purdue, he became a 4-alarm fire. His first year maturity is really off the charts.
Yeah, he's a really interesting guy. He's a little bit raw coming out of high school. And, we really like Caleb in the recruiting process, but you really get to know people when they get to campus and you're with them on a daily basis. And one of the first things I think about is, Ray Braithwaite telling me how he'd come through every morning, 5:40, 5:45, and he and Jazz Patterson, two freshmen running backs, both with great attitudes, upbeat, always come by and say good morning, and just did things by the numbers. So it's really kind of uncommon and rare for first-year players. You never know what that adjustment's going to be like. And then it's been fun to watch him on the field beginning in August, just watching his daily improvement. At all sorts, he's got a great attitude, works hard, but he's improved each step of the way, and by far, last Saturday was his best time out as a Hawkeye.
Coach Jim Leonard is the interim coach. Many people expect the interim to be removed from his name, but he still calls the defense. He's been a tremendous defensive coordinator, much in the vein of Phil Parker the last few years. They run a 3-4 defenses. How do you attack Wisconsin's to have success?
It's not easy. The first thing I think about Jim is Drew Tate throwing a couple interceptions to him in that 2004 game right off the bat. And I thought, we're going to have to call the FBI and investigate the game. But fortunately, we survived that. Jim was an outstanding player in their programs, obviously having a great career as a coach as well. And, he's taken that defense a couple years ago and taken it to a new level. They really play well. They do make it tough to run the football, and they're very aggressive in that 34 package. And, we'll bring a lot of guys. Drop guys, bring other guys, and it's your guys have to be at their best offensively to make sure they're, first of all, just sound assignment wise, and then blocking them is a whole different discussion. So we're gonna have to be smart, try to avoid negative yardage plays that really hurt us last year, and then obviously turnovers are going to be big in this ball game too for both teams. And if you look at when we've had problems and they've had problems, that's a common denominator. So whoever can do the best with ball security today, and hopefully we can find a way to hit them for some plays against a very good defense.
Their quarterback Graham Mertz is on a roll, much the way Spencer Petras has been the last couple of weeks. The Badgers have won 3 of their last 4. Where do you have to be careful with this guy?
Well, he's experienced and knows what he's doing. And he's got good surrounding cast, good line. They've got good receivers, good tight ends. And, he's a veteran player. So feels like he's been there a long time. He's played well. And it's going to be a challenge for us. But, I think think our defense is excited about this challenge. Try to match up with these guys physically, and then, you got to me, it all starts with, trying to minimize their run game, and they've got two good backs, good line. So, not unlike any Wisconsin team. So it kind of starts right there. We've got to try to get them off schedule a little bit. They've been a good third down team. A lot of that's because it's predictable or, makeable down in distances. So if we can get them off their mark a little bit, and, just got to challenge them every play.
Braylon Allen combines that rare size and length and speed, I guess is what I'm looking for. It's a rare combination.
They've had so many great backs there, and but this one's a little different in that, at least I understand it. You think about the guys they've had, whether it was Dane, Gordon. I mean, go right down the list. All those guys, Taylor, they were running backs, and as I understand it, they weren't sure if he'd be this guy would be a defensive player or an offensive player, and obviously they found the right home for him last year. And man, did he break on the scene! Just a really impressive young player, and boy, he knows what he's doing back there, and he's strong. To your point, he's really strong. So you have to tackle and tackle well if you're going to try to contain him.
Back-to-back victories for the Hawkeyes. You've averaged 28.5 points, almost 400 yards of offense. So, what's been the key? What's to the improvement? Now, you did mention no turnovers. That sure helps.
Yeah, if we don't turn the ball over, that sure makes a difference. That's been historic. But I think the two obvious things are, first of all, we've got a little support on the outside now. Getting Nico back off his injury, and Deontay and Brody Brecht. Three guys that really weren't there in September. So those three guys. Luke Lachey's done a great job. We all know who Sam is and what he does and what he's capable of. And then the other obvious difference is we're starting to mature a little bit up front. So the last 2 weeks we've had better production with our line. I think we've settled into the right lineup, and the guys have just done a better job. So they're giving Spencer a chance with the football, just like they're giving the backs a chance. And so, that's all good. This is going to be another step up and step up in the competition. It'll be a really, good test for our guys up front.
This is the 96th meeting of Iowa and Wisconsin, and the first of 3 consecutive trophy games for the Hawkeyes, all border rivalries. The East may have Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State, but the West has the hottest pennant race anywhere. 5 of the 7 teams have a legitimate chance at winning the title, including the Hawkeyes. What a way to finish the regular season. Shelter Insurance is for your auto, your home, your life. Visit your local agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield, we're your shelter. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Wiffles, you're not just choosing superior seed corn, you're making a statement, one that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So make your choice. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Eddie Podolak is next with the Club Car Wash keys to the game. Keys to a Hawkeye victory. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Join WMT's 27th Alaska in August. Begin with a 7-night land tour into the heart of Alaska. Then a 7-night cruise through the Inside Passage. Visit Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited website, duagency.com for a brochure.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. Thank you, military men and women of the all branches of the service as we get ready for Hawkeye football with the Wisconsin Badgers. We like to think of the United States military as having great defenses. They don't get any better than these two on the football field today, Edward.
Well, you're right there. This Wisconsin's always been salty on defense and also have the Hawkeyes. Now, there's an interesting note here on Nick Herbig, who leads the Big Ten in sacks and tackles for the loss. Where do you think he's from?
Nick Herbig.
Yeah.
Let me think. That's a
Kauai, Hawaii.
I would have never get. I was going to say that's a Midwestern name, Herbig.
Yeah. Now I've been doing this 40 years, and I haven't found a guy from Kauai.
Yeah, Kauai.
There aren't maybe 10,000 people on the island of Kauai, but let's think that he won't be very comfortable today down there with it wind blowing the way it is. But he's one heck of a player, and he plays that outside linebacker. And the 3-4 that Wisconsin uses has always been a tough one for us to crack. They blitz from all over. They very seldom drop 8 people. So there's 1 or 2 of those linebackers coming on every play, pass or run, and you just got to have your head up and get ready to find them if you're an offensive lineman. I think we'll also see a lot of the fullback being used to pick up those blitzes too, as they will set him out in the backfield, maybe outside of the tight end, like a triple wing situation, and then he'll be looking for that linebacker that's coming on the blitz. Now, their offense, Allen has 989 yards, 5.8 yards per carry, and he is a load. He's got a shoulder problem, we've heard, but those are easily taken care of with a needle on Saturday because he's here to play, and you can bet he's going to get a load. He'll be carrying the ball a lot today, and Mertz is a much better passer when he can do play-action passes. So that's the way it works.
The kid backing Allen up, Isaac Garendo, is a salty senior. He's only 6 foot 225.
Yeah.
Allen is 6'2", 235. Very Ron Dane like when they run. Garendo's averaging 6.5 yards a carry. So, I mean, they do what they do. They run inside. They run off tackle. That's what it all started when Barry Alvarez got there, and it's never let up.
And offensive linemen, they go and get the biggest and the meanest in Wisconsin every year, and a lot of them upperclassmen, and they love playing that kind of get down and dirty offense, and that's what it's going to be today. You don't want to get between these two teams when the ball is snapped, I can promise you.
They mirror each other. The Hawkeyes are very similar to what we just said about Wisconsin. And you heard Kirk in the pregame visit. Turnovers have loomed large in swinging the pendulum one way or the other. Wisconsin comes into today's game +6. The Hawkeyes are +4.
in turnovers. And quite a turnaround from Iowa, plus turnovers given how they struggled early in the year with fumbles and interceptions, particularly from Spencer Petras. But Spencer's settled down. He's had 2 really good weeks. Ed Podolak's Keys to the Game are brought to you each week by Club Car Wash, with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Up next on the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Welcome back to Kinnick Stadium. November football, Big Ten style. Iowa, Wisconsin, about 20 minutes away from kick. They've moved the opening of the game back to 2:40 or 20 minutes before 3. Hawkeye marching band out here on our military celebration this weekend. Man, those Chinooks and Blackhawk helicopters are going to be something to see when they do the flyover at the conclusion of the national anthem. Time now for the Mid-American Energy starting lineups, courtesy of Mid-American. Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Let's give you the Wisconsin offense. Eddie was talking about Braylon Allen, 6'2", 235 out of Fond du Lac. And he is the real deal. He's rushed 172 times for 989 yards, just 11 shy of 1,000. Again, 5.8 yard average. Graham Mertz at quarterback, 6'3", 215-pound junior from Overland Park, Kansas. heralded quarterback coming out of high school. struggled with some injuries and early on in his career, but he's settled in now. He's thrown 17 touchdown passes to just 6 interceptions. Skylar Bell is his favorite target. I should say he has 2 favorite targets. Chimere Dike is probably primary. He had 5 catches last week against Maryland. And Skylar Bell, a redshirt freshman from the Bronx, has caught 22 balls. Dike has 35 receptions, 6 for touchdowns. Bell with 4 scores. The tight end, Hayden Rucci, he took over for Jake Ferguson, who's now the Dallas Cowboys, talking with his grandpa, Barry Alvarez. A little bit ago, Barry's up here in the booth, and he's flying on to Green Bay tomorrow. The Packers host the Cowboys. Up front, of course, it's always been about the offensive line at Wisconsin. And the best of the lot is Joe Tippmann, the 317-pound junior center from Fort Wayne. The tackles, Jack Nelson, he's really good out of Stoughton at 6'7", 310. Riley Mahlman is at the right tackle, redshirt freshman from Lakeville, Minnesota. He's a little bitty guy, 6'8", 315. The guards are Tanner Bortolini. He's been around a couple years as a starter, and he's just a sophomore from Kewanee. And Trey Wettig, 315-pound sophomore from Oconomowoc. The fullback, and Wisconsin will use a fullback like Monty Potabom. Jackson Aker is 6'1", 240, a redshirt freshman from Madison. Actually, he's from Verona, or Madison, Verona High School. Now for the Hawkeyes on defense. Always seems to begin with Iowa's defense, doesn't it? Jack Campbell, the All-American, in the middle, leads the Big Ten in tackles with 89. The 245-pound senior from Cedar Falls. He's flanked by Jay Higgins and Seth Benson. Up front, the Hawks will rotate at least 8, maybe more. But they'll start with Joe Evans and John Wagner at the ends. Logan Lee and Noah Shannon at the tackle spots. Shannon, a great game last week at Purdue with 5 tackles, 4 solo. But his deal was stuffing the run, the inside run, most of the day. And when you got a guy like Logan Lee next to you, you can accomplish that. And the back end, of course, outstanding season for the secondary. Kayvon Merriweather leads the way with 3 interceptions, the senior from Belleville, Michigan. Riley Moss and Cooper DeJean are the corners. Riley has just one, doesn't have an interception this year. He's got just 1 tackle for loss. They've been staying away from Riley Moss, as we all know. Quinn Schulte's at the free safety, the junior from Cedar Rapids Xavier. Cooper DeJean is out of Odebolt, of course, the sophomore at 6'1", 210 pounds. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. And this has been the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. You know, at Whiffles, we focus on one big thing: developing, producing, and marketing superior corn hybrids. A big part of that is doing all the little things right, no matter how small, to keep our customers coming back. Turns out the little things aren't so little after all. Whiffles Hybrids. One thing done right, and all the little things done right, too. Well, we've got a special United States military celebration about to begin here at Kinnick. There's a flyover of attack helicopters to follow the national anthem. Naturally, we'll hear from the great Niall Kinnick, as we do each and every home game. The Hy-Vee coin toss as well. All ahead here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features, because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com. Member FDIC.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, DePaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Wiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
You Hawkeye fans, you wonderful Hawks supporters have been sending us your names of beloved military men and service women here for the past week since we've asked on Twitter at Gary Dolphin or on Facebook at facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks. Last night at our basketball game over at Carver Hawkeye Arena, won by Iowa over North Carolina A&T. We read off many of them. Let's give you some more. Let's start with the Marine Corps. Ken Doudert, Bonaparte, Bellevue's Leonard Ernst, Mike Cohen from the Quad Cities. Russ Overton is in Epworth. That's Russ Overton II. Bob Kleesner and Farley. Couple of Debukers, George Pittman and Jack Pittman, guessing they're brothers. Bob served in Vietnam. Russ Overton, we had Russ Overton III. Now the Overton family getting some good pub today. Gunnery Sergeant Sandy Shin from Waverly, 22 years of service. There's Tim Kendall from Davenport, Zach Reif from Preston, Josh Giddings also from Preston, Anamosa's Tom Swisher, Waterloo's Howard Atheson, Anna Lodi from Tiffin. In Lisbon, Hideaway Masters, Bettendorf's Matt Fee, Don King and Kevin King, one with the Army, one with the Marines. Both brothers served during Vietnam era, and I'm guessing they still get along. Mount Vernon is the home of Ken Clancy, United States Marine Corps. Thank you guys and gals for your service. Let's take a look at the Navy now. We're focusing on, of course, the Battle of Midway, as well as the 5 Sullivan brothers 80 years ago. Craig Miller, senior from Newton, Vietnam vet. Mike Winter of East Dubuque was killed in the line of duty in 2016. Joe Canale from Des Moines, Vietnam vet. Rebecca Meeke, hope I got that right, Becky, from Davenport, Naval Space Command in Dahlgren, Virginia. The Veach brothers. We talked about the Sullivan brothers. Let's count them up. Charles, Ronnie, Jack, Doug, Dick, and Joe. That's a half a dozen Veach brothers. 4 served in the Navy, 2 in the Army. Very proud of them, says Mom and Dad. Well, they should be. Jared Modernock in Cascade, New Hampton's Doug Smith. Betty Hackett Beck from Calmer. We've got Dave Ricker in Arispe, Iowa. Sioux City's Christopher Gunn. Larry Finnegan is in New Hampton. Hi to Prairie City's Franklin Davenport Jr. Denny Marshall from Keokuk. Bob Tappendorf and Jeremiah Ryan from the Quad Cities. Waverly's Ted Lansky. Several from Dubuque. Ted Delaney, Terry Delaney, and Jim Bird. John Dolphin, Cascade. Hi, John. John lives in Cedar Rapids now, I think. Scott Fry is in Ankeny, and James Leuenberger from George, Iowa. Navy and Marines. We love them all as Back in Black brings the swarm to the end of the tunnel.
Yep, this whole stadium on their feet, watching the players as they come out, waiting for the national anthem. This is quite a spectacle, Dolph. It's everybody dressed in black, honoring the great heroes that we are honoring today. Now there's some red. I can't explain it. Oh, it's Wisconsin fans. There we go.
Sprinkled sparsely throughout the black and gold, or the mostly black. There is a few gold shirts. Somebody didn't get the message, the email, but that's okay. That's okay. No matter what you're wearing, what colors, we're glad you could be inside Kinnick Stadium, tuned in on our FM frequency around the great state of Iowa or around the country as the Hawkeyes get set to trot onto the field. We'll have a very emotional presentation from Niall Kinnick the night he won the Heisman. Here comes the Bumblebee Swarm. Even if you're not a Hawkeye fan, you got to love the pageantry with this emergence that Hayden Fry started when he came here low 40-plus years ago with the Swarm. Everybody was wondering, what's that? Well, we know now and have known for a while. Hy-Vee will sponsor today's coin toss, as always, sponsored by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Hawkeye football. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. We also say thanks to our game sponsor, Jeff Disterhoff, and the crew at Green State Credit Union. Proud to serve Iowans with competitive pricing on loans, deposits, insurance, and investment products. Green State Credit Union, creating lasting value. Thank you, Green State Credit Union, for your sponsorship of today's game and your long-term partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Members of all branches of the all service branches are unfurling a gigantic red, white, and blue that stretches from the goal line out to the 40-yard line.
And there are a number of civilian, must be veterans, mixed in with those in uniform.
1999 Heisman Award acceptance speech.
Let's listen to Niall Kinnick.
I thank God I was warring on the gridirons of the Midwest and not on the battlefields of Europe. I can speak confidently and positively that the players of this country would much rather struggle and fight to win the Heisman Award than croix de guerre. Thank you.
Conducted by the director of the Hawkeye Marching Band, Dr. Eric Bush. Our national anthem.
helicopter flyover. Let me tell you, if you got one of those Chinooks or Blackhawks tailing you, you're not going to get very far. Here come the Badgers out of the visitors' locker room. What a ceremony, what a sight with that American flag. As big as a small village. Great job of the Hawkeye marching band. It's 265
team
members
strong.
Captains
today for Wisconsin, Graham Mert.
Let's go down to Rob Brooks for the Hy-Vee coin toss. Rob?
Gary, thank you very much. Out here on the Black Tiger Hawk trimmed in gold, Mike Cannon is our referee today, and awaiting the captains, both the Hawkeyes and the Wisconsin Badgers. Same captains as always for the Hawkeyes. Of course, the honorary captain, Dave Brown. Had a chance to talk to him. He's doing very well. Excited to be here. Merriweather, Moss, Laporta, and Campbell. Mertz will make the call for the visiting Badgers.
Captains, welcome to today's game. Wisconsin, you're the visiting team. You'll call the flip. That's a tail. That's a heads. What do you call?
Tails.
He calls the tails. I'll let it land on the ground. Tails is the call. Tails it is. You win the toss. You want to defer to the second half. Wisconsin wins the toss. Defers to the second half.
So there you have it. The Hawkeyes will get the football and hopefully keep that offensive momentum going.
Well, defer has been the buzzword here the last few weeks, regardless of who wins the coin toss, Eddie. And why not when you got two defenses like these two?
Yeah, and conditions like we have, you know, with the wind blowing and trying to make the other team drive into that wind. But, you know, it was worked opposite last week. We had 3 scoring drives into the wind.
Once again, it's important to get the lead on one of these outstanding defenses. Iowa got the lead against Purdue last week, and the D did the rest. John Swisher has some finals, or at least some late scores. Purdue, Illinois, most notably. How are they doing, John?
Well, Illinois is still trailing Purdue. Dolph 28-21, 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. One final in the Big Ten so far. It's Ohio State 56, Indiana 14. Michigan State is leading Rutgers, about ready to wrap up that game, 27-21. Spartans. Drake is ahead of Butler 17-14 at halftime. High school football playoff semifinals in the Unidome in Cedar Falls. Class 2A earlier today. Williamsburg over Dubuque Wahlert 31-7. It's Central Lyon George Little Rock 17, OABCIG 0 in the third quarter. In that manager's game, the Rusty Toolbox went to the Hawkeyes last night 37-6. The Hawkeye managers have won 3 in a row.
Beating Wisconsin, so that's usually a good omen when you win the Toolbox game of the student managers. Congratulations to the Hawkeye student manager. Our kickoff today is sponsored by Come and Go. Before and after the game, stop in at Come and Go. Experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more healthier, fresh food options, so you can always find what you deserve. Order ahead via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it to you curbside. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. So here we go. Blackout Saturday. This is, you call it black and blue Saturday. Call it black eye Saturday. That's what it's going to be between these two.
Yeah, and you know that wind's coming out of the northwest, and it's partially blocked down on the field. If you look at the streamers on the goalposts, they are not blowing near as radically as the flags are above the stadium.
Gavin Lam will kick off, freshman from Kaukauna, averaging 62 yards a kick, so he's booting it to around the 2 or 3. Caleb Johnson back deep for the Hawkeyes. There's a run up in the kick, and this is a high pooch kick. Well, not a pooch kick, but it's taken on a fair catch at the 4 by Gavin Williams. They kicked it away from Caleb Johnson. Good to see Gavin Williams involved any old way. He's missed most of the season with injuries, but he'll be in blocking situations. He's their best blocking back. And the Hawks bring it out to the 25 to go 1st and 10 against this 3-4 defense.
Yep, and that was a good call there to make the fair catch. Make sure you get good field position.
Well, you heard Arlen Bruce is not in the lineup today, out with an injury. So it's Deontay Vines and Nico Reganey who start as single receivers either side, and the Hawks lose yardage on the handoff to Caleb Edwards to get it going. And that's that rush defense we're talking about. James Thompson came off the edge.
Yeah, that's it. Nose tackle taking a slant. And you've got to get your head in front of those big defensive linemen.
Hawks lose 2 on the first play from scrimmage. Not a good start, but it's only 1 play. Now Petrus, they try to run. Now Gavin Williams is in there, and he loses 3 more. He's just overrun. It's almost like the offensive line isn't even out there.
Yeah, and you know that's 2 linebackers blitzing, along with the 3 big capable down people.
And when they go to pick up the backers, Rodis Johnson, the defensive end, he's 295 pounds from Columbus, Ohio, of all places. So he's got to know Luke Lachey. Hawks are back at the 20, 3rd down and 15. 2 running plays, negative net 5 yards. One running back is Gavin Williams for blocking. Petrus going to have to throw. Here they come. Herbig gets close to him. Spencer tries to run away from pressure, and he's dropped back at the line of scrimmage by Nick Herbig. Not a loss, but down he went 4th and 15. Oh, that's a quick 3 and out.
Well, and that's one of the first times you'll see him drop all 8. They only rushed 3 defensive linemen and still got to the quarterback.
Well,
not a good sign.
Yeah, the Hawks need to learn from that experience and get better the next time they get the ball. So they need Torrey Taylor in a big way, and back for the Badgers to receive this punt. We'll have to get the roster out. I don't have this number on my 2 deeps. Fair catch. Well, actually, I do have him. It's Dean Ingram, and he gets away from it. And the good kick by Torrey Taylor across midfield to the 37-yard line of Wisconsin. That's a really good kick into the wind.
Yeah, and no return, and so that's good. So we'll have no break in the action here with Wisconsin coming right out with their offense.
43 yards on that punt by Taylor. He's one of the best in the Big Ten at 46.5. So here come the Badgers, their first look on the offensive side, and their first gaze at that Iowa defense, which is a 4-3. Mertz up under center. They go heavy package with 2 tight ends, and they hand off to Braylon Allen, and he's knocked down almost immediately. Fell forward for a yard. Logan Lee held his ground and got the tackle. They give him 2 to the 39, 2nd down 8.
Yeah, Logan Lee whipped his man, got up and made contact at the line of scrimmage.
They bring Hayden Rucci out at tight end now and go with an extra receiver. Twin receivers wide left, including Skylar Bell. DK is to the bottom of the field, offset eye for Wisconsin. They go to a fullback and a tailback, and straight back to pass is Graham Mertz. Plenty of time, fires across field, knocked away by Riley Moss. Great play by the All-American. He was one-on-one with Skylar Bell. That ball floated a little bit with the wind at his back. Mertz put a little too much air underneath it, and Moss just knocked it away.
Yep, and he was right there, shoulder pad to shoulder pad, in man-to-man coverage.
3rd down 8. Wisconsin at its 39-yard line. Badgers have been very good on 3rd down this year, 42%. Bell and DK go wide left. In fact, they go double slot, empty backfield, 4 receivers. Mertz awaits the snap. Here it comes. Hawks get pressure. He gets rid of the ball as he's hit, and the ball is juggled out of bounds, and they're going to call it incomplete. Oh, great play by Castro, who got over in coverage. I don't know if he deflected or not. Boy, that's a beautiful pass by Mertz. Just got over the outstretched arms of Castro. And Skylar Bell left both feet up in the air, got his hands on the ball, juggled it as he was coming down. He was almost parallel to the ground, bobbled it as he landed out of bounds, no catch.
And it looked like Castro got his arm in there just to knock it away a little bit.
Cooper DeJean back deep to receive the punt. Kind of a wobbler. It rolls though inside the 15, will die at the 13. And the Hawkeyes have poor field position to start with. Possession number 2. We played not quite 3 minutes here in the first quarter. Iowa and Wisconsin have gotten a taste of each other's defense.
Yeah, it's a scramble out there. Nobody has blocked anybody yet on either side.
Today's game sponsor is Green State Credit Union. Thank you, Green State Credit Union, for your long-term partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
No score, Iowa, Wisconsin. Welcome back to Military Saturday at Kinnick Stadium. Each team has had the ball once. Wisconsin's got field position in its favor after the punt that died at the Hawkeye 12. That's where Iowa will put it in play 1st and 10. Second possession of the day, and the offensive linemen were out there way ahead of the position. The receivers, quarterback, and running backs talking things over. Mason Richmond, left tackle. Connor Colby, left guard. Logan Jones at center. Bo Stevens at right guard. Jack Plum from Green Bay, playing his home state, trying to figure out how to get Herbig and that Badger 3-4 blocked. Hawks go with extra tight end and Luke Lachey now. As we get underway, Petrus with one running back. They blitz late. He gets rid of it. Caught by Deontay Vines across the 15. Now there's some progress. That's the first net gain for the Hawkeyes in 5 plays. He brings it from the 12 to about the 17 or 18. Hit immediately by inside linebacker Muma Jungmeta. Now there's a guy you would expect to be from Hawaii.
Yeah.
Not Nick Herbig.
Now that was a good first down play. Gain of about 6, Gary.
Second down long 4. Vines and Reganey split wide right. Hawks are going to run straight ahead, and they gang up on Caleb Johnson and nowhere to run, and he's swarmed under. Sam Laporta on top of Caleb. He was trying to throw a block, but Wisconsin just overpowering at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you could draw a 10-foot circle around Caleb there, and there were nine Wisconsin players.
First one there was Rodas Johnson. Keanu Benton, who's been solid for 3 years in the middle of that Wisconsin defensive line. Hawks go 3 by 1 now. 4 receivers, empty backfield, and a tight end on 3rd down. No gain, 3rd down and 4. Here comes a blitz again. Spencer looks down the middle of the field, throws middle right, and has a man caught for the first down across the 25. Is that Laporta?
Reganey.
Or Reganey. Yeah. 89, not 84.
Yeah, he found that soft spot in that zone that they were playing. And
Nico was laying on the ground when the ball arrived. He went right down to the ground and gains across the 25 to the 26. Way more than enough for the first down. About 9 on the pickup. 10:35 to go first quarter, and the Hawks move the chains just across the 25-yard line. Now they're going to try and run left edge. A hesitation move, and here goes Gavin Williams. 45-yard line. A little hesitation step 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and everybody froze, and then Gavin ran through a big hole.
Yeah, he gave his blockers a chance to finish their block. Really smart running.
Bo Stevens with a kick-out block or a seal block inside got him loose over left guard. Really nice play by Bo Stevens as he came across from right guard to throw that block. 19 yards on the pickup, and the Hawks are on the move. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 45-yard line. Here's Petrus in the gun. Going to throw all the way. Caught. Cross midfield. Vines escapes the defensive back. gets in Wisconsin territory, still going at the 40-yard line. 1st and 10 again.
Well, we've heard how much this young man has impressed the coaching staff and his fellow players, but just been, very unlucky with injuries. But this was a heck of a play here.
Yeah, he lost the cornerback and got an extra 5 or 6 yards. Deontay Vines, the young man out of Danbury, Connecticut, up where Nico Regani's from, picks up 15, 1st and 10 on a rollout play fake. Spencer has nobody downfield, ran across the field toward the Wisconsin bench and ultimately threw it away. That's a good decision. 2nd down 10, but Iowa in Wisconsin territory at the 40. If nothing else, they've now flipped field position.
Yeah, the Laporta was really taken out of the play by the cornerback. He came up and knocked him off of his route. And smart play by Peters.
Hawks have twin receivers to the bottom of the field, wide side. Laporta, tight end, goes in motion. Lachey's out there too. Peters pressured, gets rid of the ball, and it's incomplete. Dropped down at the 25-yard line. Good coverage by Wisconsin. Brody Breck was the intended receiver on a deep square end. Jay Shaw was right there with him, though. And Spencer, he's having time this series, Ed, to look in all directions and then pick somebody out.
Yeah, that time safety blitz, delayed blitz, and Spencer saw it coming, stepped away from it. Really a ball that could be caught.
So the drive in danger of stalling out unless the Hawks convert a 3rd and 10. Gavin Williams, that 19-yard pickup earlier, he's back in at tailback. Regani goes in motion, right to left. Here's Petras back to throw, and drilled, and drops the football, and Wisconsin's on it. Nick Herbig with the forced fumble. The tackle just whiffed on Herbig coming, knocked the ball out of Petras' hands, and Darrell Peterson with the recovery, the outside linebacker. Man, what a turn of momentum there.
Yeah, the left tackle, like you said, whiffed. And this guy has got great pass rushing technique. He just knocked the hands of Richmond off of him, took the inside route. Spencer never had a chance.
First big turnover of the game. 6 minutes in, no score, and now the Iowa defense, as Noah Parker used to say, go out and put out the fire. Here's Allen running straight ahead, and he runs into Kayvon Merriweather and pushes Kayvon back another 2 yards, a gain of about 6. 5 for sure on 1st down for Braylon Edwards, just running over left guard. He is a load, and he's got some big guys up front getting the initial push. Allen coming into today needing 11 yards for 1,000, and he's pretty close after that run. He's got 7 yards, so he needs another 5-yard carry. See if the Hawks have something to say about that. 2nd down 5. They stack receivers wide left, slot receiver to the right. Fake on the give to Allen. They throw it to the sideline. It's caught across midfield and rifled out of bounds by Cooper DeJean is Chimere Dike. Straight sideways pass by Graham Mertz, and a gain of let's call it 3. Badgers are a couple yards shy of a 1st down.
Yeah, Castro coming over to help out. Also, this is where Wisconsin's been awfully good over the years.
They go with what you would call the Bluto package. No wideouts, 3 tight ends, and a fullback. Allen, well, they were going to run him off the left side, but a flag.
I think that flanker was headed up toward the line of scrimmage. I think that's
Ball start, offense, number 78, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Actually, they get the big guard on the opposite side, Ed Trey Weddig. He's 6'7", 315. If he gets rocking forward, he ain't coming back.
Yeah, he can't hide anywhere, that's for sure.
That's a big penalty. 3rd down and almost 8 now after the loss of 5 on the false start. Wisconsin recovering a Petras fumble. Bell and DK split wide left. That's the wide side of the field. You got to believe it's going there. It is. Mertz throws. Oh, and a wide open receiver got behind Castro inside the Iowa 30 at the 29-yard line. 1st and 10 Wisconsin. A big 3rd down conversion.
Yeah, and he was throwing that from his back. We were getting to him.
That's DK.
Just got rid of it.
I'm not sure what happened to
Now there's a
Castro.
Mix up in the backfield as to who had that wide flat in our secondary.
Quinn Schulte got over there for the tackle, but it is a big gain for the Badgers from midfield to the Iowa 29. This time Allen runs off the left side. Run down by Jack Campbell. What a great angle Campbell took to the ball carrier. No gain, 2nd down 10.
Yeah, he got up into the line of scrimmage from the middle linebacker spot, beat him to the sideline, and that's a no gain on that play.
247 pounds and can run laterally like that. Amazing. Riley Moss came up for contain. 2nd down 10. Iowa 29-yard line. We played halfway through the first quarter. No score. Wisconsin trying to convert an Iowa turnover into some kind of points. Mertz to throw over the middle as Bell close to a 1st down just outside the Iowa 20. He was hit immediately by Seth Benson, and he'll be a bit shy of a 1st down, but not much. 3rd and about a yard, maybe a little less than a yard. He found a soft spot in the middle of the field.
Yeah, they flooded that area with 2 receivers, each running about a 6-yard pattern.
Lucas Van Ness is into the game at one end. Aaron Graves on the other side. These guys can get to the quarterback. Let's see what happens. Here's the snap on 3rd and a yard, and Allen didn't need to get much. He hopped through a little bit of a hole off left guard and gets the 1st down to the Hawkeye 19. They're in the red zone. Logan Lee wrapped him up there, but Wisconsin keeps the ball with 6 minutes 10 seconds to play first quarter. No score. Iowa was on the move, and Herbig came in and jarred the ball loose from Spencer Petras. Recovered by Wisconsin, and they've taken it from just into Wisconsin territory to the Iowa 19, 1st and 10. Hawk defense will try and rev up and stop him here. A tight eye with 2 tight ends. DK goes in motion. They're going to run Allen straight ahead. He's swallowed up and dropped for a loss. Never had a chance to get out of the gates. Noah Shannon, who had a great game at Purdue last week, bear hugged him as he approached the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Shannon came all the way from the opposite side of which he was running and grabbed him in the backfield.
Sebastian Castro, excuse me, checks back into the game, and Higgins, the linebacker, comes out. So the Hawks anticipating throwing downs here on 2nd down 11. They give a -1 to Braylon Allen. Twin receivers right, single receiver left. That's Bell. On 2nd down long, Mertz on a rollout right, looking for an underneath guy. Nobody's open, so he throws it into the student section. Iowa had that one sniffed from the get-go.
Great coverage and a great job of not letting him get outside and get comfortable.
Deontay Craig was tracking him, as was John Wagner and Seth Benson. And Mertz did the right thing. He pitched it away to Liv for 3rd down and long. 3rd down 11. Ball at the 20-yard line. Hawks, the more the field shrinks, the tougher they get on defense. This 4-3. Crowd sensing it. A big play here, hopefully by the defense. Twin receivers go wide left for the Badgers. Single receiver, DK to the right. Here's a... Nope, they do hand it off to the tailback, and he gets to the 14. But it was a fake handoff to Isaac Garendo, who's in there for Braylon Allen. Allen, a little bit of a left shoulder problem, but he's going to log most of the heavy lifting today. It's 4th down and 5. Wisconsin content to get what they can. If it's a 1st down off the run, good. If not, they're in field goal range.
Yeah, that was exactly it, right in the middle of the field. So I guess they know it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Nate Van Zelst will try the field goal. Gavin Myers, the holder. Here's the snap. It's from 22 yards away, and it's right through. At the 10 of the end zone, a 32-yard field goal by Nate Van Zelts, redshirt freshman from Glenview, Illinois, puts Wisconsin on the board. They turn a Hawkeye fumble into 3 points with 4:14 to go first quarter. It's Wisconsin 3, Iowa nothing. Back with the Badger kickoff in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Welcome back to coverage of Hawkeye football. Iowa trailing Wisconsin 3-0. Latter stages of the first quarter, we're honoring our military hero, Bryce Andreessen from Fort Dodge. Bryce is stationed in Africa, and his parents were here representing him today and didn't know it, but I'm getting teared up watching this. Bryce just came out of the tunnel as the Hawkeyes brought him back from Africa, where he's stationed in Operation Al-Qaeda East Africa, which concentrates on ensuring stability in the region. He hails from Fort Dodge, joined the Navy his senior year in high school, and this this might be the longest end zone hug we've ever seen. Mom and Dad are all teared up.
Yeah, and his grandfather just passed 2 weeks ago.
Just a couple weeks back. Mom won't let go. What a scene. What a great move by the university to ensure that Bryce's dad, Stuart, and Mom, by the way, Bryce's dad, Stuart's also a veteran. So the Andreessen family and its 24 members who are here today will celebrate Bryce's unannounced return this weekend. That's great. Great to see. Badgers will kick off after a drive of 37 yards, 10 plays, used up 5 minutes. Following the fumble, the hit on Spencer Petras. Hawks fair catch at the 8, so they'll bring it out to the 25. Iowa was moving the ball. That was the encouraging thing, Ed. The turnover blew it up, but hopefully they can continue to move the football. Timeout on the field with Wisconsin leading the Hawkeyes 3-0. We'll be right back to Kinnick on Military Saturday, Veterans Day weekend. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Back at Kinnick Stadium. Happy Veterans Weekend. Iowa trailing Wisconsin 3-0. Iowa ball when play resumes. 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 25. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. And you've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC insurance companies to protect it. Find your new agent and the right coverage for your company's assets at emcins.com. All right, Ed, time for a long drive. Nick DeYoung has come in. Young man out of Pella. He's at right guard for this series. Petrus up under center and whistles as the ball was snapped.
I think we're going to have the Iowa offensive line.
Full start. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's not a good way to come in and start the series.
And you had just brought that out.
And Nick's such a terrific, engaging young guy, personality out of Pella, 6'6", 300-pound junior. So Iowa starts from behind the chains again, 1st and 15. And that is dangerous with a defense like this. Double slot, including Luke Lachey at tight end. Petrus empty backfield. Wisconsin rushing 3, no blitz. Pass to the 20, caught there and muscling his way upfield for 3 or 4. Not much more than that is Caleb Johnson. CJ Getz, the linebacker, was right there as the ball arrived. And, I mean, Caleb Johnson did all he could do to get 3 or 4 yards out of it.
And again, they, like you said, rushed only 3. Everybody else looking in the backfield.
Spencer 4 for 6 for 32 yards. Hasn't really offered one up downfield. Reganey goes in motion. Hawks with 2 tight ends. Petrus rolls out to his left. Tough throw across his body, and it's caught by Vines across the 25 to the 26. A short gain of maybe 3, and the Hawkeyes come up 3rd down and 8. Justin Clark, the corner, was there for the cover-up as Vines went down. His second catch of the day. 3:19 to go, first period. Iowa trailing Wisconsin by a count of 3-0. Iowa sends 2 wideouts. Lachey becomes a wide receiver. He and Vines split wide to the right. No, that's LaShawn Williams, not Vines. Now Reganey again in motion. Good protection. Pass caught. Touchdown. I wish. First down on the slot receiver slant by Sam Laporta. Well, they line him up all over the field, and they did there.
Yep, they flooded that side of the field, and all they needed was 6 or 7 yards. Well, 8 yards, and they got it.
He almost ran out of an ankle tackle. He got it 3rd and 8. It was the call on 3rd and 8. Got 10. 1st and 10. Sam Laporta, he's been the money man for the Hawkeyes all season long. All Big Ten, leads all Big Ten tight ends in receptions and yards gained. And he now is in motion, and doesn't matter to Wisconsin's big front people like Rodis Johnson. He fired across the line of scrimmage, ran headlong into the running back, and the Hawks lose almost 5 on 1st down again.
Yeah, again, this is a missed assignment because no one blocked that fella. He came right between the tackle and the guard.
LaShawn Williams on the carry. 2nd down, 16. So it's 2 steps forward, 1 giant step backwards for the Hawkeyes here in the first quarter offensively. Petrus hit as he's about to throw and thrown to the ground. Once again, Herbig came free. Unbelievable.
That guy is something. You're going to have to put more than 1 person on him because we're not going to be able to block him with 1 person.
I mean, he just threw Jack Plum to the ground, ran over him, and buries Petrus all the way back at the 27-yard line. So the Hawks now face 3rd down and 20. Still 11 on 11, isn't it?
Well, not when Herbig's out there. It's 12 on 11.
And here they come blitzing again. He's got to dump it sooner than he wants to, and the Hawks are going to lose more yardage. Well, Wisconsin's throwing the bathtub as well as the sink at this Iowa offense, understanding its difficulties earlier in the year. And Herbig came loose again. Gavin Williams caught the short flat pass and was going nowhere. He was pinned on the Iowa sideline. C.J. Getz buried him. 4th down and 21. They lose another yard. And so here is Torrey Taylor, about where he was the first time he punted the ball, standing at his own 10. And Wisconsin fielding this punt into the wind should get decent field position. It's caught by Ingram. He escapes one tackle, now two, angles to the sideline, and is thrown down at the 39. Caught it at about the 30, a 9-yard return. Good open field tackle by Kyler Fisher downfield for the Hawkeyes. 45-yard punt. It was a low sidewinding line drive by Torrey Taylor. So Wisconsin again winning the toss, deferring, and has held the battle of field position. Of course, the Petrus fumble on the blitz by Herbig, which led to Wisconsin's point, certainly has helped the Badgers. Today's game sponsor is Green State Credit Union. It's Wisconsin 3, Iowa nothing. Inside a minute to go first quarter, and we'll pause. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
Mid-American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
A cold, gray November day, as John Facenda from NFL Films used to say. Lambeau Field, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Paul Horning, Jimmy Taylor. Let's check in with Rob Brooks, his first update from the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Rob?
And that voice fits today. There's no doubt about it.
Sure does.
Pretty raw down here. And Dolph, thinking back about Iowa-Wisconsin games, when Wisconsin's been good, and you mentioned the third down proficiency, it was always 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1. They get into the opposition's territory, 4th and 1. And just they stayed on schedule, and that kind of held true most of the first quarter here. 3rd and 8, Wisconsin had to punt. 3rd and 7 did convert that one. 3rd and 1 got a first down, but then the 3rd and 11 that led to the field goal. That's the scenario. That's the recipe for the Hawks to have a good defensive game today.
Bell and DK are the wide receivers. Allen the running back, and he gets it trying to run off the left edge. And a short gain, maybe 1-2 yards. Boy, Joe Evans looked like he got dragged down from behind there.
Well, he got out in front, and the guy then laid on top of him.
He blew the play up, but Jackson Acker, the fullback, grabbed him from behind. Surprised there wasn't a hold called there, but short gain, just a yard for the Badgers. 2nd down and 9, Wisconsin at the Badger 41-yard line. And they'll go empty with
that is the end of the first quarter.
5 receivers. At least they showed that look with an empty backfield as the first quarter ends, with Wisconsin leading the Hawkeyes 3-0. Wisconsin now +7 in turnovers after a Petrus fumble on a blitz. They take it down and kick a field goal. That's it. The defenses are holding serve. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Who do you trust to produce the best yield? A seed company that's chasing technology or a seed company that's writing a book on it? This is Joe Merschman. Merschman Seeds is a leader in technology. We're independent and family-owned. Our sister company, MS Technologies, provides access to world-class traits and genetics. And our starting line seed treatment is second to none. Who can you trust with your yields? Merschman Seeds, your friend in the field.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
Military Weekend Veterans Salute here at Kinnick Stadium. Let's thank members of the United States Army as Wisconsin leads Iowa after 1 quarter 3-0. Specialist Tom Tisser of Burlington, Albert Meeke, Fairport, Tim Digman from Dubuque, Charlie Trunkhill from Algona. There's Dyersville, Fritz Sherbring, John Schwendinger from Epworth, Keith Christensen in Center Junction, Lake City's Larry Frank, Maury Niemer from Dubuque, Les King out in Sioux City. Thank you, Les. Tubby Welsh, Wade Tubby Welsh from Alden, as well as Jason Alexander from Alden. Jared Fleming and Stanley out in Bayard. We salute John Scheibron. Ryan Eckhoff is from Cedar Rapids. My brother Herb and Corky Dolphin, Cascade. Dennis Gann in Sioux City. New Hampton's Tom Finnegan and Marcus, Iowa native Pat Staub. Thank you, members of the United States Army. Second quarter coming up, Ed. Wisconsin has the ball, second down and long, and the Iowa defense, perhaps they can force a turnover the way Wisconsin did in the first period.
Yeah, it's a kind of game that we expected, and now they're playing some very good patriotic music. The fans all standing and singing.
Blackout Saturday. These lines have been leaning on each other. Wisconsin defensive front is, and those linebackers, especially the All-American Nick Herbig, have just overwhelmed the Iowa O-line, at least to this point.
Well, and it's the defense that they've run for a long time, and the head coach is now still their defensive coordinator.
Jimmy Leonard.
And he's not changing anything. He's got those very mobile linebackers, 3 big gorillas up front, guys that can really control the line of scrimmage, and the rest of them then feed off of that.
As we go to the second quarter, first quarter numbers, 45 yards for Wisconsin of offense, 39 for the Hawkeyes. The big story is the one turnover on a blitz. Herbig got to Spencer Petrus as he came free, ran right around the tackle and jarred the ball loose from Petrus. The Badgers recovered in Iowa territory. This all after Iowa had moved from deep in its own territory to the Wisconsin 40. And then went the other way, especially after the turnover. The Badgers took it down, kicked a 32-yard field goal by Nate Van Zels. And that's where we start the second quarter. Wisconsin leading 3-0. Second down and 9 at the Badger 41-yard line. So they go with that 5-receiver set, and a pass over the middle is incomplete. Popped up in the air. Could have easily been intercepted, except there wasn't anybody in the neighborhood for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, that was Allen that came out of the backfield.
Ball was thrown a little bit behind him.
Yeah.
He was well covered by Schulte.
Yeah.
So third down and long. How liberal, how aggressive does Wisconsin get here, especially with decent field position at their own 41. DK and Bell split wide right. 2 receivers to the short side of the field. Again empty. Mertz to throw. He's a good thrower. Rolls out right. He's being chased and throws it away. Just as he was hit. Run down by Joe Evans. I don't know there's a better defensive end in the league that has closing speed like that.
You know, he read this all the way across. It was a tackle and twist, and he was supposed to go right up through the middle of the line, but he saw the quarterback rolling out to the right, chased him down.
And all Mertz could do is throw it deep into the seats on the Wisconsin sideline. So now the Badgers will punt into the wind. They have an outstanding punter in Andy Vunovich. This is a high hanger caught at the 18-yard line by Cooper DeJean. Avoids a couple white shirts, now runs through a couple tacklers and is forced into the sideline out near the 35-yard line. Heck of a return by Cooper DeJean.
What a football player. There was a guy within 2 yards of him, and then he outran everybody that was trying to keep him in bounds.
41-yard punt, and they put him out of bounds at the 33, so that's about a 15-yard return. Maybe that ignites the Iowa offense. We'll keep it right here. 14:39 to go, second quarter. Now the Hawks have the wind at their back. Starting to snow, flurry a little bit. It's November football in the Big Ten. Hawks overload the right side, the short side of the field, and run the other way. Big hole, Caleb Johnson. Close to a first down across the 40. He ran right through that A gap between center and guard.
And now the offensive linemen are getting a little bit, taking a little bit better angles after they've seen this defense a few times.
Kamo'i Latu. Free safety came up to knock Caleb down, but he got 9, and now he gets the first down. Big push off the left side. Crosses the 45 to the 46-yard line. That's a chain mover. And Caleb Johnson finding plenty of running room for the moment.
Yeah, and a good job by that front of the Hawkeyes, too, because now they're getting a better feel about what those defensive linemen are doing as they stunt.
Starting to match the tendencies with the down. Jake Chaney, the inside linebacker out of Cape Coral, Florida. This is his kind of weather. Good job by Johnson. He moves it across the 45 where it's 1st and 10, Iowa. 3-0 Wisconsin. Here's the toss pitch to Kalen Johnson. Another big hole for Caleb as he got around the right end. Now I see a flag.
It's going to be holding against the Hawks.
My goodness. Oh, that nullifies a big gain.
Holding. Offense, number 70. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat first down.
That's Bo Stevens. Would have been in Wisconsin territory had it held. Bo looked like he hooked Rodas Johnson, the 300-pounder from Columbus, Ohio, and that'll bring the ball all the way back to the 36-yard line, where it's going to be 1st and 20.
Yeah, we had it outside, and that's an expensive hook.
Yeah, where the hook occurred was nowhere near where Johnson was, but it counts. Now Petrus has to throw on first down. The pocket collapses and the pass is deflected as it went downfield, intended for Luke Lachey, left side. He was run into, Lachey was, but by then the pass had been deflected, so all bets are off. Jordan Turner, the inside linebacker, got a glove on it and misdirected the football. 2nd down and 20. Wisconsin's defense, they have you right where they want you when you're 2nd down and 20, and you can see Herbig lining up to blitz. Now he backs off. Gavin Williams dropped in the backfield for a 3 or 4 yard loss. Man, it's just a mismatch right now. Keanu Benton just threw his guy out of the way and danced across the line of scrimmage, and it is about a 3 yard loss. So it's going to be 3rd down now and 23. This all started after the holding penalty.
Yeah, Benton, 6'4", 315, a senior from Janesville, Wisconsin.
He's been really good for going on 3 years. He's lined up right over the football, and Logan Jones. And they're going to run Gavin Williams outside left. He gets maybe 5. up to the 40-yard line. And the Hawkeyes just trying to find some punting room. We'll call on Tory Taylor to send it toward the south goal line with that breeze. Jordan Turner out of Farmington, Michigan, a sophomore, on the stop. Gavin did all he could to make 5-6 yards on that play.
And it's field position.
It is, and it's good to have him back in the lineup.
Yes, it is.
Torrey's punted twice for a 44.5-yard average. Dean Ingram back for the Badgers. And here's the punt caught at the 20-yard line by Ingram, and that's where Wisconsin will put it in play when play resumes. 11:52 to play in the first half. The Hawkeyes trail Wisconsin 3-0 here at Kinnick on this special Veterans Memorial Weekend. We're brought to you by Green State Credit Union. 40-yard punt for Tory Taylor, and that high Iowa defense trots on the field when we return to Kinnick. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Wisconsin 3, Iowa 0. 3 minutes deep in the second quarter. Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin, Rob Brooks back with you at Kinnick Stadium. We're brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Want to send out wedding greetings today, wedding day. A little cold, chilly, and gray, but they're happy kids. Hannah Hinchin from Piasta and Derek Kraffel from Edgewood getting hitched today. Hawkeye fans and celebrating their wedding day on this wonderful weekend that honors our military veterans. And hopefully the Hawks can rally back, give you a special wedding gift, Hannah and Derek. Congratulations. Happy birthday to Jake, too, from his family, Joy and Vinny and everybody here at the Hawkeye Radio Network. Wisconsin football, 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. The Badger 20, Edward.
Well, you know, so that 5-yard run on 3rd and 25 gave us 5 yards of better field position after the punt.
Only points scored came off an Iowa turnover. Let's see if the Hawkeye D can work a turnover. They're +4 on the year. Need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers? Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details, plus energy saving tips. Graham Mertz, double tight ends, one running back. They fake it to Garendo. Rolling out right is quarterback Mertz, and not taking the bait was Deontay Craig. He was zeroing in on him, and Graham could only throw the ball again into the Badger sideline.
And he is so mobile that he came inside the tight end trying to block him and still could run the quarterback down.
Keontez Lewis was towing the sideline. He was the closest Badger to the ball. Seth Benson had him all swallowed up. 2nd down 10. Now Bell and DK split wide side of the field. Again, 2 tights, 1 running back. And the give is to Garendo, and he's smothered. He disappears underneath black shirts. First to get to him was like Logan Lee. Ethan Herkett got in there too, and Garendo loses a yard. It's 3rd and 11. These defenses are special in different ways.
Yeah, and you know, as these offensive and defensive linemen play against each other more and more, you figure out what the other one's trying to do, either on defense or offense. So you'll see quite a battle through the rest of the game.
3 receivers, a tight end, a running back. Mertz is in the short gun. He's straight back to pass, throws down the middle of the field, and nobody within 15 yards of that pass for Wisconsin. That was either a wrong read or a broken pattern.
Well, he made it look good. The quarterback looked like he made a great throw.
Well, he did make a great throw, and if he was throwing it to the 45-yard line, it would have been spot on.
Yeah. And he stepped right into it. Look, I was waiting to see who was going to be at the other end.
Looked like Peyton Manning. Great form. Problem is nobody home at the other end of the line. And the punt's blocked. The punt attempt is blocked. The Hawks pick it up. Jay Higgins has it. Iowa will have the football at the 17-yard line of Wisconsin.
Way to go, LeVar Woods. How about that, huh?
And they were all over the punter as he was moving forward, Andy Vunovich. Now, Andy's a senior. I mean, this guy's been around the league for a number of years, and as he stepped into the ball, the Hawks split the interference coverage in front of the punter. There were 2 black shirts in there. One of them was Higgins, and he picked up the football.
Yeah, and I think Deontay Craig is the one that got his hand on the ball.
Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Trying to think, look and see who the other Hawkeye was that I saw come in there. Jackson Rexroth, who's a backup wide receiver. If the number and the ID are accurate. Now the Hawks start the series in the red zone, and here comes a blitz. Petrus gets rid of it. Caught inside the 10, inside the 5. Goes Sam Laporta, and it'll be 1st and goal Iowa at the 4-yard line of the Badgers. That time Petrus got rid of the ball just as Herbig was ready to pounce on him.
And that's playing quarterback like it should be played. He had a hot receiver, and when he saw those blitzers come in, he knew that Laporta nobody could be covering him because they were coming after the quarterback.
That was Herbig's backup, Caden Johnson, who's really good as well, who was blitzing. Darrell Peterson saved the touchdown for the moment. The Hawks are 1st and goal. Caleb Johnson, touchdown Iowa! Touchdown Hawkeyes off of left tackle and guard. That Iowa O-line blew it open for
Boy,
him.
they cleaned that. You and I could have run that ball in there, Gary. That was tremendous blocking on the part of the left side of the offensive line.
Nobody laid a glove on him, and turnovers benefiting both teams. The Badgers get a field goal off the Hawkeye fumble, and Iowa scores a touchdown 2 plays after they recover a block punt.
Yeah, this is really good running, good blocking. And Johnson really has good eyes and good feel for where the soft spot is.
Drew Stevens punctures the uprights. Iowa 7, Wisconsin 3, with 10.5 to play in the 2nd quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now, who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Now the Hawkeyes just left the Case IH red zone. They hopped on the Caleb Johnson bus and ended up in the end zone. Iowa back in front of the Badgers, 7-3. Case IH. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. That Shields scoring drive, short and sweet, 2 plays, 17 yards, a 13-yard throw from Petrus to Laporta. It gave the Hawks first and goal at the 4. Caleb Johnson did the rest. All this after a block punt. Jay Higgins recovered the block punt after I'm not sure if Higgins, Deontay Craig, I'm sorry, recovered.
No, he blocked it. Well,
Iowa took over at the Badger 17-yard line and in 2 plays had the touchdown. Hawk fans, make sure you check Shields out for your Hawkeye gear this holiday. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. So the kickoff up and coming by Drew Stevens with that stiff north breeze. It's actually died down a little bit, Ed, now.
Yeah, it has. And but you know, both teams have been throwing the ball pretty well if they have enough time. The quarterbacks do, but neither one of them has been able to eat a lunch back there.
Isaac Garendo, who is a very solid senior backup running back to Braylon Allen. He can run. He's got great speed. He's back at the goal line. See what Drew Stevens does with it. Up, blows off the tee. This was almost comical at Purdue last week, and just as he approached it, the ball rolled off the tee. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. And those connections translate into victories for farmers and for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin. So Craig and Higgins combine on the block and the recovery off the punt. And here's a touchback. Stevens well over the head of Isaac Garendo out the back of the end zone, and Wisconsin will bring it out 1st and 10 at the 25. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. Robbie Brooks reports are sponsored by U.S. Cellular, bringing locally grown connection all season long with any phone, free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free from U.S. Cellular. All right, the defense got a stop, which led to the special teams turnover, forced turnover. Iowa rushing 4. And they go empty backfield. Garendo leaves left the backfield to go catch a flat pass. And in motion as he caught it, as the ball arrived, so did
Castro.
Sebastian Castro, and he put his shoulder pads right on his knees and knocked him down for a loss of 3.
That was a way to read that. He saw him coming. Great reaction by a young player.
Sponenroe's hammer hit there, courtesy of Sebastian Castro. Is that a football name or what?
Yeah.
5'11", 207-pound junior. 2nd and long for the Badgers. Mertz to throw. Looks down the middle of the field, then throws it into the dirt at the Wisconsin sideline, intended for Braylon Allen. Again, same pattern. He escaped the backfield, ran to the short flat, and right now Graham Mertz wants nothing to do with the Iowa secondary.
He's got some happy feet right back there. The way he's releasing the ball way before he needs to.
3rd down and 13. Lewis and Garendo split wide right. Twin receivers to the left. DK in the slot for Wisconsin. Now Garendo returns to the backfield. They have one tight end. Hawks showing blitz by Benson. They back off. Here comes the pressure now. Mertz hit as he throws, and the pass incomplete. Well beyond the intended receiver, Skylar Bell.
Yeah, those are happy feet back there with Mertz right now, and that's good coverage down the field by the Hawkeyes. I think the wind did affect that ball a little bit.
I would agree. Lucas Van Ness also affected that ball. He drew a double team and still pushed coverage or containment back into Mertz's face. Lucas Van Ness, and that freed up Deontay Craig to come from the outside. So here's the punt by a jittery Vunovich, and it's a short punt taken at the 45-yard line. Nice block. Cutback is Trying to see who threw the block for Cooper DeJean, and he got an extra 5 or 6 yards, and the Hawks are going to start this series in Wisconsin territory.
Yeah, really good job of flipping the field, and we were talking about, field position going into this game, and right now the Hawks own it.
Timeout on the field with Iowa leading Wisconsin 7-3, 9:27 to go in the second quarter. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Lennox. We want to thank our Lennox dealers in Blair, Nebraska. Stop in and see A1 United Heating Service Incorporated. Here in Iowa City and Johnson County, it's Kelly Heating Service. In Mason City, it's Mechanical Air Systems Company. Kalen's Indoor Comfort takes care of you in the Sioux City area. Waverly, Waterloo, the Cedar Valley. Stop in and say hi to the folks at Hudson Hardware Plumbing and Heating. That temperature drops. Lennox rises to the occasion. Lennox, longtime supporter of Hawkeye football. 7-3 Iowa. We're 5 minutes deep, 5.5 minutes deep in the second period. Let's check in with Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline. It's getting louder, Rob.
Yeah, it really is. Boy, with that blocked punt and putting it into the end zone really got this crowd rolling. And, Eddie, that's a great point you make on Graham Mertz. Just watching him, you're right. He is just not comfortable back there. Even a simple flat route's not open. And I watched the Maryland game against the Badgers last week, and he didn't throw an interception, but there were 2 or 3 passes that probably should have been picked off. And, this situation, he tends to start to force some things. So see if the Hawkeyes can take an advantage in the backfield.
Well, it's a good look at it from down there on the sideline, Robbie. Now what's the wind like down there?
It's really kind of swirling, and Dolph, you mentioned it has died down a little bit, which certainly is the case, but coming out of the north, certainly, but really I don't think it should affect too much here right now, and a good pass play certainly can happen. Both quarterbacks very capable, so certainly not anything near what it was last week.
Yeah, remember, it's a deep field now with that north end zone stretching 3 stories into the sky and a huge scoreboard on top of it. So the wind perhaps isn't as effective as it might have been in years past. 7-3 Iowa has the lead. Great position at the Wisconsin 44 when play resumes. Let's get some scores from John Swisher, courtesy of U.S. Bank.
Well, thank you. 3 finals in the Big Ten so far. Michigan State over Rutgers 27-21. Purdue beating Illinois 31-24. And Ohio State over Indiana 56-14. Games going on in the second period right now. Minnesota 14, Northwestern nothing. Penn State all over Maryland 21-0. And Michigan is beating Nebraska by the score of 14-0. Iowa State losing to Oklahoma State in the second quarter 10-7. High school football Class 2A semifinal. Williamsburg won earlier, and Central Lyon George Little Rock is beating OABCIG right now 37-14 in the fourth quarter.
Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses of Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. On 1st and 10, Caleb Johnson on a nice cutback right to left. Gets 4 yards at least, and that's very acceptable on first down.
Yes, it is. And good, again, the offensive line just feeling better about their angles and what they're expecting from the defense.
Cross blocking by Logan Jones and Bo Stevens. Misdirection. And Caleb did the rest. He's getting better and better with every carry. 2nd down 6. Ball just shy of the Wisconsin 40. 7-3 Iowa. Midway through the second period. Spencer straight back. They run a stunt. He fires downfield. Incomplete. Oh, he had Sam Laporte on a deep slant. And Spencer just overled him a little bit. The wind might have played games with that pass.
Yeah, and boy, what a good job by the offensive line in keeping that pocket clean. Spencer could look all across the field, step up and throw it. That's one that Laporte,
he's going to say he should have caught that.
Yeah.
Alexander Smith.
He'll catch 9 out of 10 of those.
Alexander Smith in coverage, and that was down around the 10-yard line. Petrus with good zip on that football. So it's 3rd down and 6. Deontay Vine splits wide left. And to the right is Nico Reganey. Now Nico goes in motion. LaShawn Williams is in there for blocking. Out of the gun. Spencer drilled, had no chance. Crushed as he let the ball go. And getting to him first was Cade McDonald, the defensive end. Likewise, John Torchio came on a safety blitz, but the big guy, Cade McDonald, who backs up Rodis Johnson, sophomore from Holton, Wisconsin, mangled Petrus as he let the ball go. He's lucky he got that arm out of the way there. Well, the Hawkeyes still confused at times about where the pressure is coming from. Torrey Taylor has punted 3 times today, so the Hawks waste great field position. And let's see if Taylor can keep it in bounds. Nope, can't do it. The wind at his back carries it into the end zone. Cooper DeJean tried to get there, and we'll keep it right here as on the exchange of possession, the Hawkeyes good punt return by DeJean gave him great field position across midfield in Wisconsin territory, and after getting 4 yards on first down, the possession fizzled. But they had a shot on that Petrus to Laporta throw.
Yeah, it was, and I think Sam will tell you that he's going to catch 9 out of 10. Although I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for the coffin corner kick there with the wind behind the punter.
On the touchback, Wisconsin has the ball at its own 20. Play fake on the run. Mertz going to throw on first down. Fires to a wide open man at the 37-yard line. That caught the Hawkeyes off guard there, and it's a reception for Chimere Dike. Wisconsin prone to run it on first down. They play fake to Braylon Allen. I mean, he bothers you even when he doesn't have the ball.
And that was quite a pattern that they had been looking at, because we were real deep as a safety and came up in zone with the outside cornerback.
Big gain of 19 on a 1st and 10 throw. Now under center, they do hand to Allen. Big hole. The hole closed in a hurry inside. He tried to bounce it to the outside and gain perhaps a yard on first down. It'll be 2nd down 9. Cooper DeJean got him down on the ground, but good job at the right side of that Iowa line, jamming things up. That's where they wanted to go.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean coming all the way from a cornerback spot to tackle him at the line of scrimmage.
They ran right at Y.A. Black. He's a mountain of a man out of Minnesota. And he held his ground. 2nd down 9. Very little gain for Braylon Allen. Their outstanding back has 9 yards on 7 attempts. 2 of the better rush defenses in the country. Now here's Braylon Allen on a cutback and gets 5. The flow went toward the Iowa sideline, and Allen cut it back. Wisconsin faces 3rd down and 4 from the Hawkeye 45, or excuse me, from Wisconsin's 45. 7:11 to play first half. Iowa with the lead, 7-3 after a block punt by the Hawkeye special teams. Caleb Johnson took it in from 4 yards out. Wisconsin has a 32-yard field goal after a Petrus fumble. Out of the gun, Mertz, 3rd down and 4. Straight back to pass. He's hit as he throws, and it's caught. And running downfield with it. 1st down in Iowa territory. Ball's out. Wisconsin, though, I think falls on it. Wisconsin with a huge break after the ball was knocked out of Skylar Bell's grasp after a big gain across midfield to the 40-yard line of Iowa. Ball was punched out from behind by Castro. Chimere Dike happened to be standing right there and fell on the football.
Yeah, Castro thought he had the interception, actually drove on the ball, but the ball was thrown over his head.
After all that, a gain of 16, and Wisconsin on 3rd and 4 keeps the drive alive. Even balance line with a couple tight ends. Braylon Allen gets the call off the right side. Stop and go move. Tried to get to the outside, but he was sat on by Jack Campbell for no gain. 2nd down 10.
Campbell came out of nowhere. There was a pile of bodies right at the point of attack. And when Allen broke it outside, there was Campbell right there.
And the All-American gets credit for the tackle as he belly flops from behind on the great Braylon Allen. 2nd down 10, 39-yard line of Iowa. Wide right goes Keontae Lewis. And Dean Egram to the short side of the field. Fake on the draw, handoff to Allen. Good protection. Mertz throws incomplete. Again, happy feet, and he threw it at the feet of Braylon Allen. Jay Higgins was about to lower the boom on the Badger tailback, and Mertz as much as threw that thing away.
Yeah, if you want to see a video of happy feet, you can watch that one over 3 or 4 times, and you'll get the vision.
Third down again. Third down long this time, though. Third down and 10 from the Iowa 39-yard line. They got twin receivers either way, plus a tight end. Double slot left. Here's Mertz with an empty backfield. Crowd getting into it now. Hawks are rushing 4. Mertz steps up in the pocket, throws, and it is incomplete. Boy, he threw that into double coverage to DK at the 20-yard line. Riley Moss was right there. Great drop back by Kayvon Merriweather and by Sebastian Castro.
Yeah, there were 4 Hawkeyes right around the ball, and this is interesting because now they're going to have to punt it.
Castro is all over the field in this first half, isn't he?
Yes.
5.5 to play between him and DeJean. That is quite the dynamic duo. So the punt, at least they're showing punt. Here's Vudovic. He's had 1 block today. He hits this one straight up in the air. Iowa fakes the fair catch call, and it goes into the end zone, hit at the 2, and will come out to the 20 on the touchback. Hawkeye Football is sponsored by your Honda dealers. Hawkeye Football and the great Honda dealers across the state, including Zimmerman Honda in Moline. Mark Zimmerman at the throttle. There's R.C. Rogers and Community Honda in Cedar Falls. Sam Booster. Let's see, are we out? Take a break here? Yeah, let's step out. Hawkeye Football is sponsored by your great Honda dealers across Iowa and the Midwest. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
We played a quarter and 10 minutes. 5:22 to go in the first half. Iowa, Wisconsin. Hawkeyes leading the Badgers 7-3. Wisconsin has 82 yards of offense. Iowa 76.
Did anybody expect anything different? I mean, this was all in our keys to the game.
Each team with 19 rushing yards. It's.
We have 1 rushing touchdown. Oh,
that's important. They have a field goal. What was it Bowlesby used to tell us? This one is going to be a slobber knocker.
Slobber knocker.
And it's been all of that. It'll be Iowa football after another great stand by the defense and a punt into the end zone by Wisconsin. Well, you've got, in the last 15 years, Alabama has led the nation in scoring defense, 15 points a game. Wisconsin is number 2 and Iowa is number 3 at 18 and 19 points a game allowed. In the last since 2008, 2009.
And it's 30 degrees with a 15-mile-an-hour wind.
that doesn't favor the offenses typically. Reganey splits wide right as we get the lines down and the series to start. Laporta in motion. 2 tight ends out there for the Hawkeyes. On a cutback, Caleb Johnson gets through a hole. Now drags the tackler across the 25 to the 26-yard line. Terrific run on first down. Muma Jungmeta, the inside linebacker, prevented further damage, but the Hawks come up 2nd down 4.
And Monty Pottenbaum with a very good block on their defensive end.
Johnson has 19 yards on 7 carries. A 2.7 per carry average, but that's leading the game right now. Braylon Allen's 1.9. Run defenses have been spectacular. 2nd down 4. Here comes Johnson again. Stop and go move. Gets across the 28 to the 29. And there the Hawks will face 3rd and 1. Nick Herbig hanging on to his shins. Got him on the ground. 4.5 to play in the first half. Stay with us for the Bud Light Anheuser-Busch halftime show. Wisconsin and Iowa 7-3 Hawkeyes. 3rd down. and 1. An important 1 yard here.
Yes, it is. And Wisconsin substituting 2 more defensive linemen. So they'll actually have 5 people down.
6 counting Herbig, who's just come up to the line of scrimmage. And Caleb Johnson gets the first down. Boy, he's tripped up just as he got to the line of scrimmage by that big old nose tackle, Keanu Benton. But keep in mind, Caleb is about 6'1", maybe 6'2", and he reached across the line to move the chains.
Yep, and that's a lot of meat on the hoof there on that defensive line. Like you said, 6 on the line of scrimmage.
7 first downs for Iowa. Wisconsin has but 4. Hawks go even balanced line with a tight end at either end, Lachey and Laporta. And running off right guard to the short side of the field is LaShawn Williams. And a good effort by LaShawn. Or is that still Caleb?
That's LaShawn.
It is LaShawn. I don't trust my eyesight. Got an injured Hawkeye now now that's Bo Stevens, the right guard. This kid has been bothered by injuries all fall, and he was just rounding into shape and playing his best football, and he's down on both knees right now. Did not see what happened there. He was throwing a block, though, for LaShawn Williams, who brought it out to the 36. That's a gain of 5 on first down. Hawks having some success running the football, and they're still tending to Bo Stevens, this young guy who's really going to be good if he can stay healthy. 6'6", about 308, redshirt freshman from Blue Springs, Missouri. You got to love a lineman named Bo.
Yeah.
That just reeks toughness. Test after test and field after field, Pioneer is tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for your field. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more. Let's pause 10 seconds right now for station identification. 10-second ID break on the Hawkeye Radio Network. It's Iowa 7, Wisconsin 3. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. To the folks listening in the Creston area on KSIB FM, up in Clinton, KROS AM and FM. In Elmhurst, Illinois, covering Chicago, WCKG AM and FM. And in Harlan, KNOD FM 105.3. Nick DeYoung, who could play either guard spot, is in at right guard now for the injured Bo Stevens. 2nd down for the Hawkeyes. Blitz coming. Spencer's going to get trapped in the backfield and dropped at the 25-yard line. They know it's coming. They just can't stop it.
Well, and that's the tight end that has to block down in that situation. So he's kind of outmanned. But that's a good guess by the defense calling that blitz in that situation.
And they ran right over where Nick DeYoung has come into. The tight end was right next to him, right next to the tackle. As it is, it's a loss of about 10. 3rd down now for Iowa. 3rd and 14. Ball back at the 27-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Big play by John Meta. Petrus needs a big pass play. He's in the gun. Here comes Herbig on a blitz, and Herbig's going to get to him.
This guy's something. I mean, he is something. He's unblockable when he gets out there. He gets real wide, a yard or 2 outside of the tackle. That gives him a wide open field to rush for.
Charge timeout, Wisconsin.
Oh, and he made.
This will be a 30-second timeout.
And Jack Plum couldn't even get set to put his hands on him, and he was by him. And the loss is all the way back to the 23, so that's a loss of another 5 or 6 yards. Going to be 4th and 18 for the Hawkeyes when they punt this away. And the only good news is Tory Taylor has what wind, it's almost crosswind now coming from west to east. Let's hope it's not blown in his face by the time he kicks it away. 30-second timeout asked for by Wisconsin, with Iowa leading 7-3. 2:25 to go in the first half. Congratulations again to the Hawkeye field hockey team. Winners yesterday in the NCAA tournament over Virginia. Now will face Northwestern tomorrow afternoon. Wisconsin showing punt block on Tory Taylor, and here they come. He just gets rid of it, ran away from the coverage, and the punt is caught at the 30-yard line.
That's a block in the back.
Clearly a block in the back. Iowa stacks it up across the 35, but no flags.
Well, there's one downfield now on about the 45, but it couldn't be the block we saw in the back because there was a
might be another one.
Yeah.
43-yard punt. Good job by Torrey Taylor to get rid of the football because the Badgers had the Hawks outnumbered. They were coming. Let's see what the call is here. The flag dropped near the 45-yard line of Wisconsin. And Wisconsin's marching backwards.
On the return, illegal block in the back, Wisconsin. 10-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down, Wisconsin.
Okay, so it was a delayed penalty.
I mean, the referee was standing right where it happened, and it took an official 15 yards away to throw the flag. But it was thrown.
Each team with 2 penalty flags thrown at its feet. Rob Brooks has a quick update on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline.
Yeah, Dolph, Bo Stevens off to the locker room early here. Was walking, but walking very slowly.
All right, thanks, Robbie. Here comes the draw handoff to Garendo. Riley Moss kept containment, and Garendo is whacked down as he tried to cut it back inside. Lucas Van Ness was there along with Noah Shannon. And, of course, Logan Lee. We've called
timeout, Iowa.
We've called those numbers out a few times this year.
And that's good. We called the timeout there.
Timeout asked for by the Hawkeyes, so we'll wish Ken, a happy 40th birthday from his wife, Jackie, and twins, Carrie and Darnie. Lindsay, happy birthday to you from Travis. And, of course, the Hawkeye Radio Network. Lindsay is a teacher and a real leader out at the Clear Creek Amana Elementary Intervention Program. Hawkeye defense trying to intervene on the Badger offense for the moment, get the ball back. Each team now with 2 timeouts remaining in the half. 2 minutes and 7 seconds to play till the intermission. Iowa 7, Wisconsin 3. Wide right is Skylar Bell. Second down 8 for the Badgers. Mertz looking into the short side of the field. He's grabbed from behind. Picked off. Touchdown Iowa. Touchdown Iowa. Cooper DeJean read the play perfectly. And is that young man headed for stardom or what? He's already reached stardom. Touchdown Iowa on the pick 6. 15 consecutive years the Hawkeyes have had a pick 6. Wow. Caught it at about the 25-yard line, and now 2 Badger turnovers. That's a tough throw for Mertz, giving Iowa's defense that long to get pressure in the backfield. And he was rushed. The blindside pressure was coming. He could feel it, and he threw it to the outside. Tried to go to the sideline, and DeJean spied on him all the way and jumped the route, and see you later.
Well, a very dangerous throw all the way across the field, couple 3 yards down the field, and DeJean just hanging out, watching him in the backfield. He could see it was coming, and boy, he took off, drove on it, and the rest was history.
Stevens with the point after try, and the Hawkeyes extend the lead to 14-3. Call it, buddy boy.
Yeah, and there he is. It's a slant in and then out, and Cooper had his eyes on the quarterback all the way, and when he saw that receiver break out, he cut him underneath and took it in.
I didn't see it until the replay. Skylar Bell ran to the outside and ran a little curl around, then tried to go to the Wisconsin sideline. And Cooper DeJean said, go ahead, dance around all you want. I'm going to stay right here. And he jumped in the lane as Mertz let it go. And away he goes to the end zone. That's our Shields scoring drive. Pick 6 for Cooper DeJean, 32 yards. On the return, puts Iowa up 14-3 over the Badgers after the point after try by Drew Stevens. Hawk fans, Shields is stacked to the roofline with Hawkeye holiday gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Cooper DeJean, I love what Jeff Brom said last week at Purdue. Yeah, that other guy on the other side. Say what you want about Riley Moss, but That number 3, the All-American boy over there, he can do everything. He can play every position. That number 3, that is such typical coach speak. Yeah. They don't know the names, but they know the numbers.
Yep. And you know what's interesting is he wasn't even supposed to be a cornerback this year. He was cash and safety trained all fall, and then we lose 2 cornerbacks, and he steps right in there, and he's going to be tough to dislodge from that position.
Kick is out of the end zone, so the touchback gives the Badgers the ball with 1:58 to go in the first half. Here's Braylon Allen trying to angle to the outside. Nice gain across the 30 to the 31 before Jack Campbell turned him inside. And Cooper DeJean was there for the stop. Right back out there, sticking his nose in there. Gain of 6, though, on first down. Second down 4. Mertz steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run. He's got a lot of room. First down at the 40 and out of bounds at the 45-yard line as Cooper DeJean forced him into the boundary line, and the Badgers are on the move. That was a broken play scramble by Mertz. Hawks almost got him in the backfield, but couldn't quite get to his heels, and he was off to the races.
Yeah, I guess we were playing deep zone because he shouldn't have had that much running room.
15 yards on the pickup. Now Keontae Lewis, splits wide left. Twin receivers to the wide side of the field. And here is the keeper by Mertz. Good pressure applied by Noah Shannon. That forced him down the middle of the field where he was fallen on by Lucas Van Ness and Deontay Craig. A loss of 2 yards. He took a deep drop. Timeout asked for, I think, by Iowa. Yeah, the Hawks have 1 left. With 1:23 to play in the first half. Iowa 14 and Wisconsin 3. The Badgers took a 3-0 lead after a fumble by Spencer Petras. He was hit. The ball popped out. Herbig on the sack. The ball was recovered in Iowa territory around the 40-45-yard line, and from there the Badgers took it downfield and settled for a 32-yard field goal. The Hawkeyes, a block punt on Wisconsin, had a short field of 17 yards, and Caleb Johnson ran it in after a Laporta catch of 13 yards to the 4 on first and goal. Iowa took the lead 7-3, and a possession ago, Cooper DeJean with a pick 6 on Graham Mertz, his 7th interception of the year. And here we are, Wisconsin with the ball back and 1:23 to go in the first half, looking at second down and 12 from the Badger 43. Good push and a straight ahead run by Garendo, and he's got a big hole. Nobody touched him till he got to the Iowa 42-yard line. Cooper DeJean with the stop. Big hole thrown by the right side of that Badger line. Wettig, the guard, Tipman, the center, 14 yards on the play. Wisconsin trying to get to at least field goal range. Oh, and a sack coming off the edge. Lucas Van Ness. None better in the Big Ten than that guy at getting to the quarterback.
You know, Gary, they've been playing 10 defensive linemen, the Hawks have, so they've got fresh feet, legs, muscles in there all the time. And Van Ness, you know, I read this week that he's rated as the 25th best player coming out of college, and he's only a sophomore.
Well, let's please pray he hangs around another year at least.
Let's do it. Hope that TIF or whatever it's called keeps him around.
Well, as you know, last year he was like a third down rush man.
Yeah.
This year limited play, but they're rotating him in. And the sophomore from Barrington has now 6 sacks and 9 tackles for loss. I mean, those are numbers of an every down player, not Lucas Van Ness. 6'5", 270, and cat quick. Wisconsin uses its second timeout. Ball back at the 49-yard line, so that's a loss of about 6. Second down, 18. Here's Mertz. Hawks are blitzing, and he throws it away. Tried to get it to Garendo, the tailback. Man, did Seth Benson close like a locomotive.
He had that snap timed perfectly. They're trying to set up a screen over here on the left side, and they didn't even have time for the quarterback to throw it to the screen man.
Both these defenses are as good as I've seen it at knowing what's coming. That's just great film room study.
Hey, they're going to call that grounding.
Oh, really?
Well, they're taking a penalty, taking it back.
Yeah, apparently there was a flag. I did not see a flag, but the ball's back at the 44-yard line. Intentional grounding is the call, and they get the down over. It's 2nd and 23. I can't imagine they'd get real aggressive here, but we shall see. Mertz, now he fakes the handoff, throws straight sideways, caught in front of the Iowa bench, and downfield for a few yards is Chimere Dike. Kayvon Merriweather giving chase. Boy, the Iowa corner came up and pressed and just missed him, went for the interception. And that allowed Dike to get perhaps 6 or 7. The ball, the 49-yard line of Wisconsin. It is 3rd down, 1 minute to go in the half. He got out of bounds, so if the Hawks can get a stop here, they're going to get the ball back. Mertz with an empty backfield. Pocket closes. He throws downfield. Man wide open. Caught at the 10. And touchdown, Wisconsin.
Oh, my goodness.
Keontez Lewis with the catch at the 10, and clearly blown coverage by the Hawkeyes. The secondary with the boo-boo there. That just doesn't happen. And credit the Wisconsin offensive line for giving Mertz enough protection to get rid of the football. 51 yards on the strike on 3rd down and long.
Yeah, that was a mix-up between the corner and the safety. Cornerback thought he had help behind him and released the wide receiver. The safety was not there. And Phil Parker is, I don't know, they won't even let him in the locker room, I don't think.
Nate Van Zelst tacks on the extra point, and the Hawks should have the lead going to the locker room, but wow. 14-3 looks a lot better than 14-10. Yeah, there wasn't, I'm trying to see, it looked like Riley Moss, or is that Schulte?
Well, Riley Moss had the short and outside.
That's right.
He was turning it over to Schulte.
And
Schulte didn't come over.
Quinn was nowhere in the area code, probably 10 yards behind him and toward the middle of the field. And Keontez Lewis, his 3rd touchdown catch of the year. Young man out of East St. Louis, and a great throw by Graham Mertz, and he saw it, he picked it up. And Wisconsin with a lightning bolt strike here just before the half. 52 seconds to play until intermission. So the Hawks will get the ball. Wisconsin will kick into the win. 7 plays, 75 yards, and after the penalties, Wisconsin was looking at 2nd and 23. They got 5 or 6 on that second down. 3rd down and 18. Lightning strikes that usually pretty reliable, awfully reliable Iowa defense. Well, nobody's perfect, but a 7-play, 75-yard drive into the win, and Wisconsin draws to within 14-10 of the Hawkeyes. Here comes the run-up and the kickoff by Gavin Lamb, taken at the 7-yard line. Fair caught. The Hawks will bring it up to the 25. That's Gavin Williams. Fans are unhappy, but the Hawks, that was the right call. 52 seconds left and 1 timeout. You want to at least take some shots downfield, or do you? We shall see, but Iowa will have it 1st and 10 at the 25. Well, a rare boo-boo by the Iowa defense, but other than that, both defenses have played terrific football.
Yeah.
Iowa with 2 touchdowns off of 2 Wisconsin turnovers, a pick 6 by Cooper DeJean, and a block punt that was later turned into a touchdown on a short run by Caleb Johnson. Hawks are in the gun. Petrus showed pass, does a draw handoff to Gavin Williams, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Wisconsin not fooled by the formation, and the clock will run with 40 seconds to play in the half. Wisconsin is sitting on 1 timeout, but of course they've got some momentum back, much needed momentum back, with that touchdown inside a minute to go in the first half. Hawks will take a lot of time off the clock and get to the locker room on this after this next play. Stay with us for the Anheuser-Busch Bud Light halftime show. 10 seconds to go. Unless it's a pass, this will be the final play of the half. And it's Gavin Williams knocked down at the line of scrimmage, and that'll be it. Jake Chaney, the linebacker, makes the stop. So after 30 minutes of football, these 2 old Bluedos, Sluggo and Sluggo 1, haven't settled anything. It's 14-10 Iowa. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all.
That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Iowa 14, Wisconsin 10 at the intermission. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. There have been 9 punts, 5 by Iowa, 4 by Wisconsin. Wisconsin's had another punt blocked, which led to an Iowa touchdown. Cooper DeJean has a pick 6 for an Iowa touchdown. Wisconsin got 3 points on an Iowa fumble after an Iowa fumble. So we've had 3 big turnovers. And then a broken play right before half, a rare broken play by the Iowa defense. They let a receiver get behind him, a 51-yard touchdown throw by Graham Mertz. We've had just about everything in this game, Ed, and it's far from decided.
Well, everything but regular offense. You know, that
defenses are ruling the day.
Big plays and defenses and turnovers.
Each team with 8 possessions and nothing of consistency by the offenses, but we do know this: the Hawks have the lead 14-10 at the intermission. This is the Anheuser-Busch Bud Light halftime show. Back to Kinnick in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Hawkeye football.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Welcome back to our halftime coverage. Iowa, Wisconsin, sponsored by Bud Light. It's time for our honor roll call for the military. United States Air Force, Sean and Katie Murphy from Sioux City. Brody Lodge, Comanche. Christopher Matt Ryan of Davenport. There's Merlin Shao from Carroll. Dalton and Cheyenne Eichscheid from Cedar Rapids. Chris Kirk out of Burlington. Monticello's the home for Major Benjamin Harms. And 97-year-old William Dean Polking is in Fort Dodge. He served in Okinawa during World War II. Now to the United States Army. Staff Sergeant Andrew Shipley from Newton, thank you for your service. Tristan Overton is from Epworth. Joe Schulte in Wellsburg. Hans Muller, Grundy Center, served in WW2. Tim Barnard is in Cedar Falls, retired last year after 27 years. John Malloy from Dubuque, Mark Allen Ellsworth from Waterloo, both killed in action in Vietnam in 1968. Mike Lambert of Monticello, an airborne paratrooper. Tom Finnegan, that Irishman, is from New Hampton. Tyler Shore calls Sheridan, Iowa home, as does Tim Shore, who's in the Army National Guard. Let's move to the United States Coast Guard. George Isaacs from Denison served on the cutter Ingham, 1945 to 1947. From the United States Marines, Scott and Carsden Moss of Urbandale. Jerry Jors from Ricketts, Iowa. There's Walter Madison out of Iowa Falls. George Diener from Alton, a casualty of Vietnam in 1968. Neil is a proud Hawkeye. Neil Frederickson, that is, from West Des Moines. Brian Zimmerman lives in Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Wayne Masters is from Lisbon, one of the great wrestling towns in Iowa. Now to the United States Navy. Bryce and Dustin Rickliffs hail from Ida Grove. Lee County's very proud of Robert Ireland from Weaver, Iowa. There's Roger Clemon from Dubuque. Roger and his dad were on the same honor flight that I had the privilege of chaperoning a few years back. Albert Baker, Rock Valley, Iowa, a Seabee and Vietnam veteran. Don Tucker from Sumner, a Vietnam helicopter mechanic. Thank you, Don, for your service. And David Dean Ricker from Arispe, Iowa, retired as a lieutenant commander from Union County. We'll mention more names as time allows in the second half. This is the Bud Light Halftime Show. Iowa, Wisconsin. We come back to Kinnick in a minute with a scoreboard update. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicines shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis at the half. Iowa with the 14-10 lead. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, number 2, Ohio State. No trouble with Indiana today. 56-14 the final. We had an upset at number 21. Illinois loses to Purdue, 31-24. Michigan State over Rutgers, 27-21. Right now at the half, Michigan is leading Nebraska 17-3. And number 14, Penn State leads Maryland 27-0. Minnesota up 14-3 on Northwestern. Top 25 games that are underway at this hour. Alabama right now trails number 11 Ole Miss 17-14. Number 10 Clemson up 17-7 on Louisville. North Carolina State's ranked 16th. They lead Boston College 17-7. And number 17 Tulane right now trailing number 22 University of Central Florida 24-21. Some finals to report. Number 5 Tennessee beat Missouri 66-24. LSU with a 13-10 win over Arkansas. Number 20 Notre Dame 35-32 over Navy. And another upset at number 24 Vanderbilt wins their first SEC game since 2019. They beat number 24 Kentucky 24-21. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard at the half. Hawkeyes lead 14-10. This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa. You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
14-10 Iowa with the lead over Wisconsin at the break. Wild first half of twists and turns dictated by both defenses. The Hawks have a pick six among its two turnovers, plus a block punt, and then a punch, a 4-yard touchdown run by Caleb Johnson. That'd have been that's the Iowa scoring. Wisconsin got a 51-yard touchdown pass inside a minute to go in the second quarter. On a miscommunique or a breakdown in the Iowa secondary. Prior to that, Wisconsin had forced a Iowa fumble on quarterback Spencer Petras and turned that into 3 points at the end of that drive. So it's 14-10 Iowa leading as we get set to go to the second quarter. The Badgers will get the ball. The Hawks have to decide whether they want the win in the third quarter or the fourth quarter. Iowa's rushed the ball 22 times for 22 net yards. That's how tough it's been going on the ground. Wisconsin 17 rushes 45 yards. Hawks with 57 passing yards to 119 by Wisconsin. But remember, 51, they all count, but 51 of it was on almost the final play of the first half offensively when the cornerback and a safety got mixed up for the Hawkeyes, and Wisconsin got its first touchdown. Kirk Ferentz is trotting up the sideline to greet Rob Brooks. Let's see what he has to say.
Coach, obviously a lot of big plays there in the first half, disappointing end of the second quarter, but hey, you still have the lead going into the third.
Yeah, we gave an easy score up, unfortunately, but defense has been playing great. They got hurt on 2 plays. And then, yeah, there have been some big plays, certainly kicking game, picks, those types of things.
Yeah, field position always big. Is it a little bigger in a game like this?
I think so, yeah. Both defenses are playing really tough football like expected. And, yeah, it's going to come down to that kind of game and the little breaks, playing clean.
Coach, thanks very much.
Thanks, Rob.
And that's certainly going to be the key thing is we saw it in the first half. We've seen it in the series before. A big play here or there can dictate it. And see how that front lines up offensively. We'll check on the status of Bo Stevens, too, here going forward.
Bo Stevens hurt midway through that second period, left the field, went to the locker room, and replaced by Nick DeYoung. The holiday season is approaching fast. Visit your local Iowa lottery retailer for some holiday scratch tickets today, and then enter your non-winners in the VIP club for a chance to win big cash prizes up to $100,000. Visit IALottery.com for details. November is Men's Health Awareness Month. Urinary and sexual health have a huge impact on your quality of life. UI Healthcare offers confidential, compassionate care for men just like you. Schedule an appointment with a men's health specialist today. Visit uihc.org/urology to learn more. That's uihc.org/urology. uihc.org/urology. Well, Ed Podolak, you heard Kirk Ferentz talk about field position. Iowa's field position has been less desirable due to the second coming of Ted Hendricks, or he looks like the mad stork out there. Wisconsin linebacker Nick Herbig, he has spent as much time in the Hawkeye backfield as the running backs have today.
Well, he's credited with 6 tackles. 3 of them were sacks, and 3 were tackled for loss. So I'd say that's a guy we ought to keep our eye on if we're on the offensive side of the football.
Hawkeyes had the ball first to start the game after Wisconsin won the coin toss and elected to defer. So now it's Iowa's decision how they want to start the second half, kicking off into the wind or with the wind. It looks like they're going to kick into the wind, get the wind, and get the breeze in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's Coach Ferentz has been noted for that over the years in a game that you know is going to be close, of trying to have the advantage in the last 10 minutes of the game.
So after a first half of 10 total punts, 3 turnovers, and a broken play for a touchdown, here we go with the second half. Expect more of the same? We shall see. Drew Stevens will kick off into that stiff north breeze, and he gets a good foot into it, but it's a short kick taken at the 7 and returned down the middle of the field across the 20 to about the 25.
So that's good. It's just like a fair catch knitter kicking it through the end zone.
Isaac Garundo with the return of about 18 yards. Jackson Rexroth, defensive back, got downfield. He's made a couple nice plays, not only on the block punt earlier in the game, but on that tackle right there. The Badgers go 1st and 10 at their own 25 with Graham Mertz, who threw his 18th touchdown of the first half of the season at the end of that first half. He's in the gun to start the second half. First play of the third quarter, Wisconsin with the football. Fake handoff to Braylon Allen, and a wide receiver screen goes for about 8. Good play, well executed. Skylar Bell with the catch and the run downfield. Jack Campbell and Seth Benson combined to bring him down.
It's out of the Purdue playbook there. Get 2 blockers out in front. Split out your tailback and throw it out to him.
At some point they're going to go downfield. A bunch of receivers formation off left tackle, then run to the right side. First down run by Braylon Allen across the 35 to the 36. A yard more than needed for the first down. Braylon Allen, he just keeps punching through the line. Eventually he breaks one, or typically, historically, he breaks a long one. He can go. He's got great speed when he gets in the open. Wagner and Cooper DeJean on the stop for Iowa. 1st and 10 Badgers. After a screen pass and a short run by Braylon Allen, ball 36-yard line. They run again into the short side of the field. Good blocking, and Allen breaks free and then is dragged down from behind at the 43-yard line by Quinn Schulte, who got a glove on him. They spot him at the 44, so that's a run of almost 8 on first down. Wisconsin goes to that power running game.
Yep, that's what they've come out with. The screen was a safe play, which was thrown to the running back and then just pounded inside.
They're going after Jack Campbell with 2 Badgers every snap. Here they come again. Allen to the short side of the field. Met by Jay Higgins this time. Short of the first down. They spot him. Oh, I see 2 flags now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be holding, it looks like to me, on the back side of that. Oh, no, it's a chop block.
Personal foul, clipping. Offense, number 79. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat second down.
Either way, it's against Wisconsin, and it's even more major than the hold.
Yeah, it was right up and got Campbell. They dove at the back of Campbell's legs.
I mentioned they'd been committing 2 guys to him on every snap. That's obviously their adjustment at the break, but Jack Nelson, who's one of their better linemen, gets caught with the backside chop block. 15 yards, takes the ball back to the 29-yard line of the Badgers. Straight back to pass is Mertz. Good protection. Throws cross field. Tipped away and intercepted, I think, by Riley Moss. What a great play by Riley Moss. It was deflected up in the air by Kayvon Merriweather, and Riley Moss, with that sprinter's speed, somehow belly flopped and got his hands underneath the ball. What a play by Moss.
Oh, my goodness. That is a heads-up play if you've ever seen one.
Talk about focus on the pigskin. Riley Moss knew the thing was going to be deflected, or saw it deflected by Kayvon Merriweather. It wasn't that high off the floor, and Riley somehow caught up to it.
Man, that is athletic ability, mental and physical.
How is that for focus and concentration? Iowa has it 1st and 10 at their own 44-yard line. They're checking it upstairs here, but it sure looked like he got both hands underneath it. Yeah, that ball never touched the ground. 1st and 10 Iowa. 3rd turnover on the Badgers, 1 on special teams, 2 on offense. Here's a spin move by Caleb Johnson. Nowhere to run is Wisconsin. The Badgers just outnumber the Hawkeyes at the line of scrimmage. He looked left, tried a 360 back to the right, and is dropped for a 1-yard loss by Muma Jungmeta, the inside linebacker, and John Torchio, the safety.
Yeah, safety up there tackling at the line of scrimmage.
The Wisconsin pass intended for Skylar Bell before the Iowa interception. So the Hawkeyes face 2nd and 11. Badgers are rushing 4. Petrus will have to throw. They blitz a backer. Pass is caught by Reganey. Midfield, just shy of midfield. Gets to the 49 of the Hawkeyes. Iowa will need 5 on 3rd down. Now, you can beat that blitz as long as you get rid of the ball to an open receiver.
And Reganey picks up 5 after getting hit just by spinning off of the tackle.
A heck of a play in the open field by Caden Johnson, the linebacker. CJ gets there too to make sure that Nico stayed down. Gavin Williams is in the backfield replacing Caleb Johnson. And they're showing like they're going to blitz again. No, Herbig backs off now on 3rd down and 5. Petrus throws, look downfield and through to the underneath man, Reganey, and he's dropped for no gain.
Yeah, there was he didn't have any pressure on him either, really. It looked like he had a chance to go downfield because they were dropping 8.
It looks like Spencer just bailed out of that play sooner than he needed to, but he took a look downfield, didn't see anything, and went to the safety valve. And of course, Reganey was standing right at the line of scrimmage. So Torrey Taylor's on for another punt. So Wisconsin is going to survive the Iowa interception for the moment. Taylor steps into a line drive punt, hits at the 20, rolls inside the 20. I'm not sure what Torrey, if that's what he was intending to do.
Yeah, I think so. Because of the wind, he wanted to just hit that real low and kick it towards the coffin corner. Didn't get the bounce he wanted.
Well, that pigskin's a lot colder than early September. Our Hawkeye coverage today is sponsored by game sponsor Green State Credit Union. Thank you, Green State Credit Union, for your long-term partnership with the Iowa Hawkeyes. 14-10, Iowa leads 4 minutes into the 3rd quarter, and it'll be Badger football when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Okay, close your eyes and imagine.
Well, unless you're driving.
Yes, imagine you bought a scratch ticket from the Iowa Lottery.
Or someone gave you one.
Yes, right. And you scratch, and you've won.
Won big.
Yes, in fact, there are 13 holiday games with big cash prizes. And if you don't win, play it again. You can still win up to $100,000 in the VIP club.
But you have to enter and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Yes. Thank you.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right. The game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Back to our coverage of Hawkeye football from Kinnick Stadium. This special weekend for our military veterans. Iowa hanging on to a 14-10 lead over the Wisconsin Badgers in the 96th renewal of this long-time rivalry that started back in the 1880s. Wisconsin football. Mertz, who has thrown 2 interceptions today, survives the last one as the defense forces Iowa into a punt after a Riley Moss pickoff. Oh, and Mertz turned to hand the ball off, and it slipped right out of his hands. And he flopped on it way back at the 6-yard line. We have seen everything today, or almost everything. My, oh my. Well, you've talked about that before in this type of cold conditions. That pigskin really tightens up, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you've just come out of the locker room. Also, so your hands aren't accustomed to the cold yet.
2nd down and 24. 14-yard drop. Hawks are rushing Lee and Shannon, Ethan Herkett, and Deontay Craig. Offset eye for the Badgers. They're going to run straight ahead with Allen. He hops through a hole and gets decent yardage out across the 10. Hawks keeping everything inside. Outside contained. Forced Allen inside, and he brought it from the 6-yard line to the 13. So it's 3rd and 17 for the Badgers. Riley Moss gets credit for the tackle. Badgers are 4 of 10 on 3rd down. Big play in the football game here with 10 minutes to go, 3rd quarter, and Iowa leading 14-10. Keontez Lewis is wide left. He's got a touchdown catch today. Mertz took a look downfield and has to go instead on a little sideline route, the 3rd option to Isaac Garendo, the tailback, who slid toward the Wisconsin sideline. And he got upfield for maybe 5, and he's dropped by Riley Moss. Again, great contained by that Iowa zone.
Yeah, good solid tackle by Riley Moss. He knew how far he had to go for the 1st down, just wanted to make sure that he didn't get faked out, and he just got a hold of it.
Wisconsin just trying to get some punting room for Andy Vunovich, and he hits a low line drive that hits at midfield. Cooper DeJean gets away from it, and Wisconsin's going to gain about 20 to 25 yards off the hit and roll. The Hawks will have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 27. So Vunovich knew what he was doing with that win. A low streamer off his right toe that hit at the Iowa 49. It ends up at the Iowa 27. 8:51 to go in the 3rd quarter. Iowa hanging on to a 14-10 lead over the Badgers. We're brought to you by Mid-American Energy. In business, Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to the bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com to learn more. And by Iowa Corn. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for the environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun, corny giveaways. A 56-yard punt by Vunovich has Iowa with the football when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Kinnick Stadium on this Veterans Weekend. They just introduced the helicopter pilot and crews who did the flyover today. It was a thing of beauty. Those Chinooks and Blackhawks. Blackhawks out of Company C, 147th Assault Battalion based in Boone. And the Chinook helicopters and flight crews come from Company B, 171 Aviation Regiment based in the Quad Cities in Davenport. Thank you, men and women of the United States military, on your day.
Quite a show. It was wonderful to see a lot of camouflage in the stadium today.
Hawkeyes would like to camouflage some plays and move downfield on this tough Wisconsin defense. 1st and 10 Iowa at the Hawkeye 26. Here comes a late blitz. Petrus throws incomplete. It was deflected by Herbig, who else, on a ball intended for about a 15-yard out to Luke Lachey, and Spencer had it tipped.
Yeah, Lachey open too.
Well, I'm not sure now, Eddie. He might have been going to the underneath man, Sam Laporta, and maybe Sam was the one. Herbig was right there to put the crunch on Laporta had he caught it. I thought he got a glove on it. Might have been just off the hands of Sam Laporta. We're going to get a look at it right here. Yeah, it was off Laporta. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 27. Hawks are going to run up to the left side, and not much for Caleb Johnson. If you come up 2nd and 10 against this defense and try and run the ball, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and you know their linebackers are so mobile. They're not real big, but boy, they can run.
Muma Jungmeta, 6 foot, 230-pound junior from Buffalo Grove in the Chicago area. No gain for Johnson, so here the Hawks are 3rd and 10. 8:15 to play. 3rd period. Hawkeyes going into the win, leading 14-10. Reganey's wide right. 2 tight ends left, Lachey and Laporta. And the snap blitz coming, and down goes Petrus. Boy, this is just unbelievable. That time it was Kemoe Latu. They sent the free safety. And Spencer had nowhere to run and got tripped up, and he loses yardage back to the 19.
Yeah, there were 3 unblocked Wisconsin rushers on that side of the field. And I don't know there's nothing you can do with it. I mean,
no, you don't want to put it up and risk the turnover in that situation. And so Petrus is sacked again. And here comes the punt by Taylor. Wisconsin with some good pressure. Torrey gets rid of it, though. Fair caught at the 38-yard line.
That was a good punt into this wind.
Sure was. Dean Ingram with the catch. His dad, Bobby Ingram, former Penn State star receiver, is the offensive coordinator for Wisconsin. 43-yard punt into the breeze. 7:19 to play in the 3rd quarter. The Hawks another 3 and out. But Iowa leads it 14-10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation, regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Welcome back to Green State Credit Union's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football today. Thanks to Green State, our game day sponsor. 14-10 Iowa midway through the third quarter. 2 perennially strong defenses. Very different in their approaches. The Hawkeyes and the Badgers dominating this game. Wisconsin with 180 yards of offense. Iowa with 77. Rob Brooks is on the Hawkeye sideline, sponsored by U.S. Cellular.
Yeah, Dolph, walking behind the sideline, I did not see Bo Stevens with the offensive line group, so we've got Colby in there on left guard and DeYoung filling in on the right side.
All right, thank you, Robbie, for the update. Bo Stevens injured in the second period. Wisconsin football when we resume play at the Badger 38. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Authentic Brand. Thanks to Authentic for providing Pody and I with our game day veteran military caps. Thanks to Authentic, expertly crafted, incredibly comfortable. Authentic Brand's selection of premium Hawkeye gear should be your choice on game days and every day. Log on to authentic-brand.com and pick up some gear. Hawks are blitzing. Mertz, they pick it up and he throws it away. Intended on the far side of the field for Skylar Bell as the Badgers move from the north end to the south end. Kayvon Merriweather was coming on a safety blitz and almost got to him, but he was picked off by the running back. Good play by Wisconsin.
And we had him bracketed, the receiver, under and over. Really no place to go. Great defense. Pressure on the quarterback, double coverage on the receiver.
I take that back. Kayvon Merriweather was in coverage, but the back picked up the blitzer. They're going to run straight ahead with Braylon Allen. Oh, and he makes a Hawkeye miss. Gets to the outside, gets the corner turned, and gets 5 or 6 yards before Quinn Schulte angled over to stop him. But Braylon Allen was, Hawks had him dead to rights at the line of scrimmage.
Quite a move for a 240-pound man.
Sebastian Castro came up and was taken out of the play just as he was reaching out to grab Allen. So it's good blocking by Wisconsin. And instead of no gain, they gained almost 7. Third down, a long 3. Big play for the Iowa defense. Ball at the 44-yard line of Wisconsin. They send a receiver in motion. That's Chimere Dike. Mertz to throw. Good protection. Fires to the sideline. Not even close to the receiver. Graham Mertz had Keontez Lewis open, but pitched it well beyond his reach. And again, that's the happy feet you were talking about earlier today.
He never set his feet to throw it. And, of course, with the wind behind him, it just sailed on out of bounds.
That was good coverage, but Lewis was open on that square out, and the Hawkeyes will get the ball back. Vunovic has a 44-yard average on 5 punts. Here's Cooper DeJean with the catch. Oh, he slides sideways and makes a couple Badgers miss. He caught that ball back at the 12 or 13-yard line and brought it up across the 25. We'll keep it right here. Let's see where they spot it down.
A play like that is big in this football game.
Oh, it sure is. It just in field position. It's going to be at the 28 when a Badger was taken out of the play right as he caught it down around the 13.
Yeah, I mean, the ball could be fair caught on a 12 or 13, and he ran it back out close to the 30.
Ends up being a 43-yard punt for Vunovich. Right about his average, and Spencer Petras tries to jumpstart this Iowa offense. Running play off right guard with Caleb Johnson. It was about 5 shirts to 1 black shirt.
There was 10 white shirts within a 5-yard circle of the running back.
Hawks have had difficulty blocking these linebackers all day, in particular Nick Herbig. And once they get him covered, this Muma Jungmeta has been a one-man terror. No gain for Caleb Johnson, who now has carried 11 times for 29 net yards. Even balanced line, tight ends galore. Petras rolls left and throws it away. There's nowhere to go with the football. And Spencer, a frustrated young man right now, checks Brian Ferentz for the next call. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wellmark. Blue is freedom to choose the doctors you want. Blue is affordable with plans to fit your budget. Because Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Get all-in-one plans with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Find the plan right for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. Iowa 3 of 11 on 3rd down. Petras shifts to the gun from his own 28. Fake on the jet sweep. They set up the screen, and Laporta on the tight end screen gets the first down. Out to the 39-yard line. Boy, what a great call there.
Oh, beautiful call, and he just made it by the length of the football. But what a great call, and what a great execution by the offensive line.
Now that last block downfield thrown by Nick DeYoung. Needed 10, got 11. And the Hawks get their, I believe that's their first down of the second half, 39-yard line of Iowa. Maybe that gives them some juice. Laporta goes in motion.
Oh, boy.
Timeout Iowa. Oh, man. Brian Ferentz.
Charge timeout. Iowa. They're first.
Brian was upset.
He is really livid. They either weren't lined up properly or about to run the wrong play. So a timeout by Iowa, and that's big in a game like this. That leaves you 2 as the snow flurries start to drift toward the field. 14-10 Iowa. We'll take a timeout, come back to Kinnick in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? That's the big news. The Enlist E3 trade is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Welcome back to Hawkeye football from Iowa City. We're 5 minutes remaining, 5:17 to play third quarter. Iowa holding on to a 14-10 lead over the Wisconsin Badgers. Hawkeyes have 1st and 10 at their own 39. When play resumes, Brian Ferentz had to call a timeout. Rob Brooks, what was going on?
Yeah, just didn't get lined up properly on the outside, and Brian noticed it right away and was certainly not pleased here with the 1st and 10, so had to burn a timeout. Unfortunately, also that wind is really starting to pick up into the Hawkeyes coming out of the north.
Well, they'll get the win in 5 minutes, keep the lead. And they're trying to pound and ground here, but boy, this has been a wicked Wisconsin defense to run the football on. Hawkeyes are averaging a half a yard per rush. to this point. Let's hope Caleb Johnson can break one. So here we go, 1st and 10. They got the right play in now, and on a play fake, Petrus to throw over the middle and threw it into the ground. He was trying to hit Reganey, but he had 2 Badgers trailing him.
Yeah, there was really a pass rush in his face also, and there was a quick slant. Yeah, it's just timing wasn't there.
Clock stopped with 5:14 to go in the 3rd quarter. 2nd down, 10. I don't know. The Hawkeyes have come up 2nd and short maybe 2 or 3 times today. Here's the handoff on a slant left. Caleb Johnson breaks through a contain and gets up near midfield. That's close to a 1st down. Looks like he's going to be about a yard shy. Good blocking off the left side that time by the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, and you know that now they went past the down lineman who was going on an inside slant, got up and got in front of the middle linebacker. That's why that cleared it out.
Mason Richmond and Connor Colby clearing things out. A gain of 9 for Caleb Johnson. Hawks need 1 for the 1st down. Laporta goes in motion. And on a play fake roll out, a blitz, and down goes Spencer Petrus. It's almost like you can predict it's coming, and there's just nothing the Hawkeyes can do. Jordan Turner, inside linebacker, blitzed, and down goes Petrus again.
Yeah, there was really great call on the defense's part, because actually if we'd have tried to run it, they were blitzing right into that hole, and so they had us either way.
Another sack on Spencer Petrus. And here comes the punt by Torrey Taylor. He gets into a good one. It's an end over end. And thought he was going to call a fair catch. He let it go. The Hawks are going to keep it out of the end zone. They down it at the 1. Cooper DeJean all over the field again today. Ingram came running up underneath the punt around the 20-yard line, just inside the 20. And all of a sudden, alligator arms, he pulls back as DeJean is right in his face. And I'll be doggone if Cooper DeJean didn't run that thing down. The ball had about a 10-yard head start, and DeJean caught up to it at the 1.
And then flipped it back outside to keep it from going into the end zone.
Jamison Hines, defensive back, downed it, and now it's 1st and 10 Wisconsin at the Badger 1. Well, they say you make your own breaks, and Iowa special teams have done that today. Let's see if they can keep the Badgers pinned in. Here's a shove forward, a quarterback keeper by Graham Mertz. And that big center, who's their best lineman, Joe Tipman, plowed downfield or upfield for about 2 or 3 yards. He gets to the 3. That's a gain of 2. We're just looking for some operating room to throw a short route.
That's yeah, you just don't want to hand the ball back into the end zone.
No.
Not with this defense.
Hawks are rushing Craig, Shannon, Logan Lee, and Ethan Herkett, who's played a lot today. Even balanced line with a bunch of tight ends. Here's Allen. Look out, he gets to the outside, angling out over, and terrific open field tackle by Kayvon Merriweather after a gain of 3. That had 1st down written all over it.
Yes,
once Allen
it did. We
got
lost,
to the outside.
Yeah, we lost contain here, which you just can't do down there. And but what a great job of getting over by Merriweather.
Indeed. Watch out here now. 3rd down. Call it 6. Long 5 at least. The ball at the 6-yard line. Badgers go with heavy packages again with tight ends. 1 wide receiver. That's DK wide left. He comes in motion. They're going to run straight ahead and stood up at the 10-yard line and pushed back.
He didn't make it.
Going to be very close to a 1st down. Very, very close.
Oh, they've already moved the chain.
Yeah, they do.
Without measuring or anything.
That's Garindo. He got beyond the line to gain, which was the 11. And credit the interior of that offensive line for Wisconsin, the guards and the center. They're running behind the biggest guys in the line out there. And I'll be darned if he didn't get 5.5 yards. So it's a 1st down. 2 minutes, 19 seconds to go. 3rd quarter, Iowa 14 and Wisconsin 10. Mertz has got some room, a little room to throw. Well, they're going to keep it on the ground. Here's Garendo. He fumbles the ball as he's hit by DeJean. DeJean punched it out of there, and Garendo gets little or nothing. Might have lost a yard.
Yeah, it looks to me they're going to call it loss of 2, maybe.
Well, it sure looked like Deontay Craig was held on the end. I guess you can call holding almost on every play. A loss of, a loss of 2, Ed, back to the 9. Great play there by Cooper DeJean. He is something. Now out of the short gun, the pistol. Mertz, good protection. He looks downfield, comes to the safety valve Garendo, and he's driven down at the 12-yard line.
By Cooper DeJean.
Cooper was there again. He got some help from Jack Campbell. Garendo gains 4 on that short sideline flat route. He's a good player, this Garendo. He's a tough kid at 6 foot 225, and he backs up Braylon Allen, senior from Clayton, Indiana, Avon High School. Well, here the Hawks have him third again. 3rd down and 8. Minute 12 to go, 3rd quarter. The Hawks will get the win in the 4th period. Mertz to throw. Here's the snap. He has room. Throws and threw it behind the intended receiver. In this case, it was Eschbach, Jack Eschenbach, the tight end. And the Hawks will get the football back.
And again, the Hawks are coming right at him, almost there. Look like, again, holding. But he is not comfortable in that pocket.
Eschenbach was a big target, 6'6", 240 out of Downers Grove. By the time he turned around, the ball was behind him. Mertz had, I don't know if he had to get rid of it that soon, but he did. And here come the Hawkeyes rushing the punter. No flag. The punter hits the ground. Cooper DeJean fields it at the 40. Comes right now back to the left, gets a block. 35-30, 25-20, out of bounds at the Badger 19-yard line. Iowa will have 1st and 10 in the red zone, I believe.
I don't see any flags, Dolph.
Now they went for the block and caught the foot of Vunovic. They were running at an angle and really didn't create a lot of contact. He spun and went down, and the official felt he went down on his own, and Cooper DeJean. Jack Armstrong, the All-American boy, doing everything. Iowa has it 1st and 10 at the Wisconsin 18 after a 46-yard punt and a 30-yard return for Cooper DeJean. Now here's the toss pitch, the sweep to Caleb Johnson, and he's run out of bounds inside the 15 at the 14 as they come toward the Iowa sideline on 1st and 10. A gain of 4, maybe 5. Hawks will take that, as tough as the yardage has been here.
You bet.
40 seconds to go, 3rd quarter. Spahn and Rose, one of our proud sponsors for Hawkeye football, along with Case IH. The Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Vunovic got a good punt away, but it was an even better return by Cooper DeJean from just beyond midfield to the 18, about 35 yards. Petrus rolls right, has a man open, 1st down, Laporta. He's at the 5. It'll be 1st and goal, Iowa, as the 3rd quarter inches toward a close with 15 seconds remaining.
Oh, that was a good-looking play. You know, that was called in the huddle, and so when Laporta took off, they thought he was going into the end zone. He stopped along the 5.
Here comes the 4th quarter. Hawkeyes get the ball, or have the ball, and now they'll get the wind as Spencer Petrus. It was almost like a running play by Petrus. He was in the short gun, ran out to his right, and you got to give Laporta room, as you know.
Oh, for sure. Great call by the offensive staff.
So the cornerback Alexander Smith was giving Sam a good 5 yards. By the time Laporta caught it and Alexander Smith got to him, he had gained close to 10. 1st and goal, Hawkeyes actually got 9 yards on the gain. It's a 1st down. Hawks have 1st and goal at the Badger 5 when the 4th quarter comes up in a minute. Thanks to Green State Credit Union, today's game sponsor. Iowa 14, Wisconsin 10 as we go to the 4th quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack.
You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The machine said it's all about making things from scratch. From our fresh-baked breads to serving real mashed potatoes. We source a variety of products from our community like locally grown sweet corn and garden fresh vegetables. A true dedication to the American farmer. We bake our own pies and our world-famous cinnamon rolls every morning. And you have to try our signature dessert, the apple dumpling. The machine said doesn't do things the easy way, only the right way.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
The Hawkeyes won the gamble to start the second half, electing to go into the wind, to get the wind in the fourth quarter. And the wind has died down, but it's still blustery. And Iowa has a great setup to start the fourth quarter. First and goal at the Wisconsin 5-yard line. This setup, what we hope is a touchdown scoring drive, set up by a 35-yard punt return by Cooper DeJean, who has been not the star, the superstar today. He's got a pick six. He's been all over the field, tackles, punt returns. He's had a number of good punt returns, and none better than that last one, Ed, that gave Iowa 1st and 10 at the Badger 18.
Yeah, he's got such great nerves back there, and I can tell you, when you get this late in a game, that ball is so cold right now and hard to hang on to, hard to catch, and he just makes it look so easy.
Hawkeyes just went over 100 yards of offense for the day. 84 passing, 19 rushing. Wisconsin playing as good as anybody in the country defensively right now. We know Iowa is, and the defenses have ruled the day, but turnovers, and we hope this Hawkeye drive after the punt return to get into the end zone can give Iowa a 2-score lead back. Wisconsin scored late in the first half to drive back to within 4 of the Hawks. We've had a scoreless third period to this point. So here we go with the fourth quarter. Deontay Vines, Laporta, and Reganey all split wide left. Lachey is in the game. He's tight right. Out of the gun with Johnson, the running back. They give the draw handoff to Caleb, and he is drilled by the linebacker. He was being spied on by Jung Meta. Iowa tried to look everything off to the left with 3 receivers. Johnson did all he could to gain a yard. Second down, goal at the 4 as we're underway in the fourth quarter with the Hawks leading 14-10. Certainly in Drew Stevens' range, but you want 6 here.
Yeah, Harvick is out, walked off against the receivers. They've got him out of the formula.
Here's the exact same formation, and they run the same play. Caleb Johnson fighting for the goal line. Spencer Petras comes in and gives him a shove from behind, and they're going to say he was down at the 1.
Yeah, they're going to say his forward progress was stopped.
Spencer Petras ran in there, not the offensive tackle, and gave him a shove. Now the Hawks are trying to go quickly. Petras with the quarterback sneak. He should be over. Looks like it from here. Looks like it from here. Touchdown!
Oh.
Touchdown!
You talk about suspense.
No, you talk about Spencer Petras. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. 13:50 to go in the ball game, and the Hawks move back out in front. 20-10, pending the point after try. An 18-yard drive never looked so beautiful.
Boy, that is, I mean, you got to hang on every play, too. 2 great defenses.
Big point after try here, which would put Iowa back up 11. Here's the snap and the kick, and it's right through by Drew Stevens. Hawks go back up 21-10. I love Petrus shoving Caleb Johnson in the back to get him across the goal line, but by then they had blown his forward motion dead. So what's Petrus do? He gets everybody right up to the line of scrimmage, and one advantage about his size, he's a big dude at 6'3", 6'4", and 235 pounds. The Hawks lead at 21-10 early in the fourth quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
18:52 to go in the game. Iowa pushes the lead back to 11, 21-10 over the Badgers. Our Shield scoring drive, 4 plays. Check that, 5 plays, 18 yards. Iowa uses 2 minutes of clock. A 1-yard quarterback sneak by Petrus. And Drew Stevens' point after try makes it 21-10 Iowa. Hawk fans, Shields is ready for you this holiday. They're stocked with Hawkeye gear. Shields with you in Des Moines, Iowa City, Cedar Falls, and Sioux City. So the Hawks have had a pick 6 by Cooper DeJean, a 30-plus yard punt return by DeJean to the Wisconsin 18 that set up another Iowa score. He's been all over the field on tackles,
and
open field tackles.
Killed the ball inside the 1-yard line.
That might be the best play of the evening, which led to the punt that Cooper DeJean returned after he helped down it at the 1, after he caught up to the ball.
Both ends of that one.
Just an amazing play by the young man from Western Iowa. Whew. As you like to say, that guy is a football player.
I don't know how many counties are in that school district that he comes from.
A lot of letters.
Yeah.
Ida Grove, Oldeboat, Arthur. All right, here comes the run up for the kick now by Drew Stevens. Garendo is back at his own goal line. Drew with a favorable wind. Oh, he keeps this one in play. It's kind of a sidewinder. Taken and fumbled by Garendo at the 5-yard line. He catches up to it and then brings it out to about the 18. He fumbled it as he was running up underneath it at the 10. It hit right off his knee pad and came all the way out to the 18. Had it gone another 5 yards, Iowa may have fallen on it.
And see, again, that ball is hard and it's slick. And if you're not used to, and we've had such good weather this fall, nobody's played in any real cold weather yet.
Well, you know what it's like to play in this weather. Dallas Kradieth got credit for the tackle, so Wisconsin ends up gaining 7 or 8 yards off the fumble. Tight end right. In fact, they got 2 tights in the game, twin receivers to the left, and 1 running back for quarterback Graham Mertz, who's up under center on a play fake to Allen. He wants to throw to the running back, and it's incomplete down the middle of the field. Intended for Skylar Bell, and he took a double crunch from Quinn Schulte and Jack Campbell, who was dropping in coverage.
Yeah, he had a tough time going to fit that in there. We had him blanketed in coverage.
Riley Moss was there too, got a piece of him. 2nd down 10, clock stopped, 13:40 to play in the game. Iowa 21, Wisconsin 10. Tight end in motion. Single receiver to the right. They're running that way. Allen tries to get to the outside. Nowhere to run. He's latched onto at the 19-yard line and driven back by Campbell, Higgins, and Joe Evans.
And there was Lucas Van Ness drove him back inside. He got upfield and made sure that back had to break back into where all the tacklers were.
As usual, the Hawks getting contributions from all over the field defensively. Now they have the Badgers third down and a little more than 9. Third and almost 10. Mertz in the gun. Bunch package of receivers off left tackle. Here's the snap. Mertz, time to throw. Fires downfield, caught at the 37-yard line. Hawks had him third and almost 10, let him out. Big pass play, great protection for Mertz.
Yeah, that offensive line did a terrific job of keeping him off of him. We rushed just 4.
Keontez Lewis, who caught the touchdown at the end of the half, receives this pass for 17 yards and a first down. Just went right to the ground. They moved the chains, and now Wisconsin has operating room. Straight ahead running for Allen. He's caught from behind and then pinned at the 38, a gain of a yard. Wisconsin's not going to go away from the run, especially with a talented back like Allen, but Joe Evans was there. Seth Benson turned him inside. Evans and Y.A. Black got their mitts on him. Second down and 8 after a gain of 2. 12:05 to go in the game. 21-10 Iowa. Out of the gun. Mertz fakes the draw handoff, trying to set up the screen and then throws it away. Threw it into the ground. That was again set up for the screen.
I don't know. That could have been grounding too. I mean, he had a screen play, a guy trying to run the screen, but he threw it 10 yards outside of him.
He was backpedaling for a long, long time. He backpedaled about 10, 12 yards. And nobody was open. Hawks were all over the screen. And here's Wisconsin with another third and long. 3rd and 8 from the 39-yard line of Wisconsin. 11:55 to play in the game. Hawks trying to put a 3-game win streak together. We await the snap. Here it is to Mertz. Straight back to whoops, whistles. So loud in here you can't hear the whistle. Let's check the call. Here it is.
False start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That's Trey Wedig, the right guard. That makes it 3rd and 13 for Wisconsin. See if they come back to Keontez Lewis as they did a moment ago on 3rd and long. Ball is moved back to the 34-yard line of the Badgers. Wide right goes Keontez Lewis. They have trips to the left, including Chimere Dike. And back to pass is Mertz. He steps up in the pocket. Down he goes. There's a Mershman seed sack. Oh, relentless pressure put on by the Hawkeyes. Logan Lee was in there, and I see a flag.
Holding. Offense number 78. That penalty's declined. Brings up 4th down.
He was offside and then holding on the next play.
Trey Wedig having a rough series. Doesn't matter. The Hawks will decline the penalty. But the sack, the Mershman seed sack, is what we want to talk about. Deontay Craig arrived with a teammate just as Mertz was about to make his break and dropped him for the 2nd sack of the day. And here's the Badger punt. Cooper DeJean gets away from it. It hits at the 25, rolls dead at around the 22, and the Hawks will come out and try and put a long drive together, leading 21-10 over the Badgers with 11:36 to play in the football game. Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series is all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and the Hawkeyes work hard all year to get ready for the season ahead, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. And no one gets you closer to college football than Sirius XM. Download the Sirius XM app. Take your Hawkeyes with you all season long. Tune in to Big Ten Radio exclusively on Sirius XM for news, talk, analysis, and more. Straight from your phone. No car required. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
At Podolac, Gary Dolphin high in the booth at Kinnick Stadium, waving to our viewers on the Hawkeye Network YouTube feed, the Iowa football radio feed on YouTube. Appreciate, I got a few thousand that check us out every game day, buddy boy. And
I got a haircut this week just because I was looking. I saw some of those pictures and I said, I need a haircut.
Did you get the stash trimmed? Or it looks like it.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah. Got the beard taken off. And
thanks to all of you Hawk fans locally and around the country checking us out on Iowa Football Radio YouTube. 11:36 to play in the game. Iowa has a 21-10 lead. And thanks to the defense, they have the ball back. Vines splits wide left. Regani's in the slot. The Hawks are going to run it with Caleb Johnson. Straight ahead off left guard. He's met by 3 white shirts. And they're going to give Caleb a couple. That Muma Jagmeta, we haven't called Herbig's name in a while. They've got him figured out now. When that happens, they usually have somebody else in that linebacking core that is equally gifted. And I'm not saying he's as good as Herbig, but boy, this kid has made a ton of tackles today, Ed.
They've always got great linebackers, a lot of them in the NFL.
2nd down 8 for the Hawkeyes. Petrus going to run again, this time with Johnson, looking for any sliver of daylight, and he's bounced out of bounds after a gain of maybe 2 more to the 25. Hunter Wohler, free safety, came up from Muskego, Wisconsin. Hawks are going to look at 3rd and 7 as we go under 11 minutes to play in the game in Iowa with a 2-score lead at 21-10. Wind has softened a little bit. Now, how aggressive will the Hawks get with the breeze? Brody Breck comes into the game. We haven't seen him a lot today. He splits wide left. He brings that speed element. Regani in the slot. Petrus in the gun. Rolls left. Throws. And it is incomplete. In and out of the grasp of Brody Breck. Might have been deflected out of there by Jay Shaw, the corner. Again, that's Spencer running to his left, trying to throw back across the body. It's a tough throw to make.
Yeah, and it's a tough throw to make, and I'm not sure he'd have had the first down even if he'd have caught it. It looks like he was just a yard short or so, and that's a big play in this game.
Yeah, you didn't want a 3 and out. At least a first down or 2 would have really helped, but as it is, Hawks will have to punt it away with 10.5 to go. Torrey Taylor will try and get into a good one with that football.
Yeah, they're coming after this one.
As hard as it is. Here's the snap, a low snap, but he gets it away on a great punt. A great kick. Backs Ingram up all the way to his own 15, and he's hemmed in and downed as he approached the 20-yard line. What coverage by, of all people, Jack Campbell and Jackson. I think Jackson Rexroth was downfield again today. No, it's Jamison Hines. Boy, he's had a game now. the officials are talking. I do see a flag on the far sideline. Oh, and it's a motion call against Iowa. So let's see what Jim Leonard elects to do. It looks like they're going to bring it back.
Illegal formation, more than 4 players in the backfield. 5-yard penalty, repeat 4th down.
Oh, that's a basic.
Well, they checked it because they saw the block was coming.
Yeah, for sure.
So they brought a wide receiver or gunner in to block, and he, I don't think, got up on the line of scrimmage.
Well, that's too bad. That negates a great punt by Torrey Taylor of almost 60 yards.
He can do it again.
He sure can. Mike Cannon, the referee on the call. For the Hawkeyes, that is 3 penalties on the day. Wisconsin's had 5 flags thrown at it. Here's the snap. Torrey gets it away, and this one's a lot shorter. Taken at the 33 by Ingram, and he's down at the 37. Not much room to run. He gets upfield for about 4 yards. Campbell and Kyler Fisher downfield for the stop. So that penalty nets against Iowa, nets Wisconsin about, let's see, where they spotted down at the 37, about 17 yards of field position. That's big. But the Hawkeye defense has been up to the task all day. 21-10, Iowa leads. That punt by Torrey Taylor sailed 47 yards. And Wisconsin football when we come back to Kinnick. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
Hawkeye football from Iowa City as the temperature starts to drop, slide south. Ed's mentioned it a couple times. That football gets awfully cold. Iowa protecting a 21-10 lead for the moment. Hawkeye basketball comes up on Wednesday night from Seton Hall. It's the Gavitt games, Big Ten versus the Big East. The Hawkeyes take their 2-0 record to New Jersey. And you'll hear the call right here with Bobby Hansen and yours truly right at the dinner hour. Iowa at Seton Hall. Great home schedule up ahead with Iowa State, Georgia Tech, Big Ten ACC Challenge. Right now, all of our attention's on Hawkeye football. Iowa is bowl eligible with a victory here today. Both teams at 5-4 coming in. Hawkeyes trying to get the win streak to 3 after that rough start to begin the season, or in the middle part of the season. But work to be done here yet with 10:05 to go in the game. Graham Mertz up under center. Tipman, they send a tight end in motion. Play fake, back to pass, throws to the sideline, and it's caught and out of bounds. First down up near midfield. Cooper DeJean giving room to Skylar Bell. And on that square out, he brings it from the 37 right to the midfield stripe. Gain of 13, 1st and 10.
Yeah, Campbell coming on a blitz. He did that last week too, coming right up the middle on a blitz.
Badgers with receivers both ways, single receivers, couple tight ends, and Braylon Allen trying to runs into a roadblock and is dropped for a major loss of 6 yards. Campbell was right in the mix. Looked like Noah Shannon plug the gap. Let's see here. We look at the replay. Actually, what's Ethan Herkett. Ethan Herkett got in the backfield and disrupted that running play. Young man out of Cedar Rapids Xavier. What a program. And a loss of 6. Second down, 16 for the Badgers. Single receivers again, right and left. Mertz to throw. Hits Allen out of the backfield, and he's angled into the Iowa sideline after a gain of about 3 or 4, maybe, well, 4 for sure, maybe 5. He's just shy of the midfield stripe. So Wisconsin gets 4 or 5 on that second down short pass. Everybody covered downfield, and here we are, 3rd and 11.
Yeah, 3rd and 11, and this is not where Wisconsin wants to be. So the Hawkeyes have the heads up part on this.
Bell and Dickey split wide right. 49-yard line of Wisconsin. Mertz straight back to pass. Hawks, the pressure closes. He rolls out to his right, throws complete, but not nearly enough for a first down. Jack Campbell running in coverage with tailback Isaac Garendo. And the NFL scouts that are here today would draft him on that play alone. Yeah. Open field, 247 pounds, running down a 220-pound running back for a short gain. Looks like the Badgers might be going for it, Ed.
Yeah, it looks like it to me. They're down 2 scores.
Ball at the 47-yard line of Iowa. It's 4th down and almost, well, 7 for sure, almost 8. Let's see if they call Wisconsin's bluff. Here's Mertz. No, they're going for it. Here's the snap. They send a blitzer at the end. Here's a throw downfield, and it's way short of the intended target into the breeze. The wind helped the Hawks there. Keontae Lewis was the intended target, and Cooper DeJean was running right with him. Boy, they sent Kayvon Merriweather, and it looked like Campbell looped around left end. Might have been Joe Evans.
Yeah, they just put the full blitz on him, and this is another reason why Coach Ferentz decided to take the win in the 4th quarter, because that ball, he couldn't get it down that far to his receiver.
Cooper DeJean gave him the outside lane and then ran stride for stride with Lewis, who was begging for a flag, and you're not going to get that. So the Hawks take it over on downs at their own 48-yard line. Half a field to work with. And here comes Caleb Johnson. Stutter step move, gets across the midfield stripe, and he's wrapped up at the 47 of Wisconsin, but a nice gain of 4 or 5 on first down.
Yeah, and this is Pottebaum, as we were talking about. He was lined up out there like a triple wing, and he came across and trapped a defensive lineman.
And Luke Lachey with some good blocking out ahead of the play. Jordan Turner, the linebacker, was in the neighborhood. CJ gets 2, the outside linebacker. 2nd down and 5. Draw a handoff to Caleb Johnson, but they were run blitzing and ran right in. Johnson ran right into the play. Safety John Torchio drops him for little or no gain.
Yeah, how about get safety coming all the way around? They figured the Hawkeyes aren't going to try to throw it. They're going to try to grind it out, keep the clock moving.
6:50 to play in the game. Hawks 21, Wisconsin 10.
Yeah, let that clock run down under 10 seconds before you snap the ball.
And the Badgers have 4 down linemen. Now they back a guy off. That's the outside linebacker. Empty backfield for Petrus. He looks to be throwing. He does. It's caught and close to a first down. I think it is a first down. Luke Lachey. What a clutch throw and catch.
First down, they're calling it. Boy, has he turned into a terrific young football player. And that is a big first down.
Gets it to the Badger 42. They needed 4 and got 5, close to 6. Oh, a big first down. That's Iowa's 9th, 10th of the game. Wisconsin has 11. I mean, all the stats all over the statistical sheet, they're dead even except for total yardage. But the Hawks will take it if they keep getting first downs. Here's a run blitz. Good job by LaShawn Williams just to get back to the line of scrimmage. I don't know who that missile was flying in at low height level, but LaShawn Williams just sidestepped and he went flying by. Rodas Johnson, the big tackle, makes the stop. I think it was linebacker Jordan Turner. These linebackers, both Iowa and Wisconsin, what a grouping.
Yep.
My goodness. Clock running with just under 6 minutes to go in the game. Iowa second down and call it 10. Now Wisconsin has its full complement of 3 timeouts left. Iowa has 2 remaining. Laporta goes in motion. Here's the turn and the give to LaShawn Williams. Big hole off the left side and center. LaShawn Williams plowing forward for 7 or 8 yards. Hawks will be just a bit shy of a first down. Jordan Turner saved the first down for the moment as we hit 5 minutes remaining in the football game.
Oh, what a great job by that offensive line. They moved the defense back 2 or 3 yards all along the line of scrimmage. Great to see these young guys find their game.
Connor Colby was pushing from behind once Williams broke contain. Third down and a long yard for the Hawkeyes. Petrus with a long count. 2 tight ends. Here's the turn and the give to LaShawn Williams, and he's going to be dropped for a yard loss. Badgers just won the line of scrimmage there. Keanu Benton with the play as he
timeout. Wisconsin.
Benton knifed in. Now we got another injured Hawkeye. That's Jack Plum, the right tackle, who's gimpy. He gets up slow. His right knee or leg, lower extremities. Timeout on the field taken by Wisconsin. 4:26 to go in the game. Iowa 21, Wisconsin 10 from Kinnick. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career and a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
Well, the clock stops.
Hawkeye football sponsored by Green State Credit Union, our game day sponsor this afternoon and evening as we hit near the bewitching hour. 4:26 to go in the game. The Hawkeyes leading Wisconsin 21-10. It's been a game filled with turnovers, great special teams. Let's go down to Robbie Brooks. He's got an update on the injured Jack Plum.
Yeah, Dolph, I looked like an ankle, and he's battled some ankle injury the first half of the season. Missed some time in the tent right now getting looked at.
Okay, Rob. Rob's reports are sponsored by U.S. Cellular. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. We could use all of our insurance company sponsors.
Yeah, Wisconsin
service today.
Yeah, Wisconsin putting another big defensive lineman in there.
Well, no doubt during the injury timeout, the discussion, and the Wisconsin timeout, the discussion has been about, do the Hawks go for it? And you're at the 33-yard line. You need a yard for a first down. Wisconsin now has 2 timeouts left.
And they have 6 defensive linemen in the game. So they don't think that we're going to do anything or go right up the middle.
Now Iowa calls timeout. They wanted to see the Wisconsin alignment.
Very smart.
I'll tell you, Hawkeye football is sponsored by Wimmers. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye sports than Wimmers meats. Wimmers premium quality choice and hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmers, official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. As a full-service Yamaha golf car distributor, our friends at Harris Golf Cars have one of the largest inventories of new and used golf cars and utility vehicles in the Midwest. And Harris Golf Cars offer the best variety of sales and service with a huge parts inventory and service for all your brands. Harris Golf Cars, how about one for your neighborhood? Located in Iowa, Illinois, throughout Wisconsin and Nebraska. Harris Golf Cars. Well, the Hawks have talked it over. Iowa down to its final, has one timeout remaining. Wisconsin with 2. Iowa 21, the Badgers 10. And Iowa appears to be going for it. 4th down and 1 at the 33. Petrus will roll out right, throws, caught, first down, inside the 30. That's the old naked boot out to the right. And why not go to your pacifier, Sam Laporta.
Boy, and that inside fake, he faked the ball, and that there was a pile of white uniforms 10 feet high right in the middle of the field.
And they've seen that play on tape for 9 games now with Iowa. But yet you got to guard against the run on 4th down. And Spencer, the fake was beautiful by Petrus. Rolled out to his right, and the Hawks move the chains and, more importantly, move the clock. 3:55 to go. Tight eye. Reganey splits wide left. 21-10 Iowa. Here's Caleb Johnson straight ahead for 3 or 4. You get that every down, you're not going to give the football up. Timeout Wisconsin. The Badgers use their second of 2 timeouts. And I'm going to hand this reader here to Coach Podolak because this is one of his favorite of the day.
Ooh, and we're getting close.
Celebrate.
Celebrating, and getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving. Final scores from John Swisher, courtesy of U.S. Bank.
Final scores, Dolph, Oklahoma State beating Iowa State late in the game. No final scores of late. All the games still going on. Late 4th quarter, Michigan over Nebraska 34-3. Penn State beating Maryland 30-0. Ohio State, Purdue, also Michigan State and Minnesota won earlier today. Semifinals high school football playoffs in Class 3A. Harlan over ADM Adele at halftime 28-21.
Courtesy of U.S. Bank. That's our scoreboard update. U.S. Bank serving all of Iowa since 1863. After the Badger timeout, here's Caleb Johnson. Runs through a hole off left guard and tackle. Gets a couple more. And the Hawks are going to face 3rd down. 3rd down, a little more than 5 yards. Well, actually, they spot that back at the 26. So they only give him a yard.
Jordan Turner again. He's
some strange spots. I thought they, Johnson had 3 or 4 on 1st down. They gave him that 2.
Well,
but they're a lot closer to the play than we are.
Yeah.
Hey, now's your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football's program in serving charities in eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. The first of 3 border battle rivalries and trophy games today here with Wisconsin. Next week it's on to the Twin Cities and the battle for old Floyd. He's growing old here in Iowa.
Yep.
He's now at an assisted living home.
I'll bet.
And doing well. He's been here so long.
He ain't going to believe it, but it's going to be colder up there than it is down here.
Well, we might grab a warm wave or a heat wave in the land of 10,000 lakes. But I tend to believe you're right. Let's see if the Hawks can keep the streak going against P.J. Fleck and the Gophers next week. But work to be done here yet with 3:39 to go. And now the Badgers are out of timeouts. Here's Caleb Johnson. Slides past one Badger but can't escape 2 or 3 more as everybody's run blitzing, it seems, on that side of the football. And the Hawks face 4th down and 6. It's like they're going to take a yard away from Caleb, who's run hard today. And Kamoe Latu, the safety, on the stop.
And we're going to kick a field goal.
Wisconsin has won their last 3 trips into Kinnick Stadium.
All right, young man.
Let's end that streak today.
Yeah, let's put them out of their misery.
This is from 34, so it's a 44-yard field goal with the win. Torrey Taylor to hold. Here's the snap, the spot. The kick is on the way, and it is perfect.
The tuba section is jumping up and down.
Might have landed in a tuba as Drew Stevens improves to 13 out of 15. Hit the upright last week. that caromed away at Purdue. We thought he had that one, but we'll take 13 out of 15 for a pure freshman kicker.
Oh, and you know, looking at the replay, that was right down, what do you call it, right down the heart?
Right down Central. Right down Main Street.
There you go.
And they're jumping up and down all over the great state of Iowa. 2:54 to go. Wisconsin out of timeouts, and the Hawks lead by 2 touchdowns, 24-10. The Iowa scoring drive, courtesy of Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Cedar Falls, Iowa City, and Sioux City. 11 plays, 27 yards. Used 5 minutes. That's the beauty.
11 plays. I mean, that is a long time.
All right, so their per play average yardage is meager, but they used 5 minutes and made Wisconsin burn their remaining 2 timeouts. That's the Shields scoring drive, courtesy of Shields. Ready for your holiday shopping. Here comes the run up by the young freshman from North Augusta, South Carolina. And it's taken by Garendo, and he runs through a hole, tries to get to the outside. Oh, he's ankle tackled. Nice job at the 24. He would have got at least 5 or 10 more. And Jay Higgins, that linebacker, plays almost the entire game, comes out for the cashback, but he's on every special teams kick coverage and punt coverage. He's spectacular.
Real football player.
6'2", 230 out of Brebeuf Jesuit Prep in Indianapolis. That's a big man running down the field. 24-yard line. The Badgers go to work, and they got to go in a hurry. 2:47 to go. Mertz on a short crossing route hits his man for a short gain. Not much. That was Keontez Lewis, who had the big touchdown catch right before halftime. Gain of net 3. Second down 7. Ball at the 27 of Wisconsin. Mertz straight back to pass. Here comes Joe Evans. Knocks the ball loose. The Hawks have it. The Hawks have it. Joe Evans comes to the rescue again. Iowa football with 2:18 to play.
Is he the best pass rusher that we have seen? And he doesn't weigh 250 pounds, does he?
No, not even close. As you like to say, the Jimmies and the Joes. Well, that Joe is some kind of football player. Ames High School. Joe Evans comes away with a football, and the Hawkeyes have all but sewed it up.
Yeah,
we've seen, that was very Nick Herbig-like.
I was going to say, Nick Herbig might have come all the way from Kauai, Hawaii, but Joe Evans just came from Ames High School.
Joe got a good whiff of that left tackle's armpit.
There's the bull.
As he ran by him. Yeah, the bull hasn't been back in Iowa City for a while. But he'll reside today as, who was it? Noah Shannon? Can't remember who said it this week. He said, you know, our trophy case is pretty empty. Of course, they own most of them, but they have to bring them to the game on game day in hopes of keeping it. Straight ahead running for LaShawn Williams. 2 minutes to go in the game, and the Hawkeyes are going to win their 3rd consecutive game and be bowl eligible.
And you know, that terrible 2 weeks there, 3 weeks when you got Michigan and Ohio State and the thing at Illinois. Now, look at this, just a little bit later, 3 weeks later, and it's all golden diamonds.
We said they ran the gauntlet with Michigan, Illinois, and Ohio State back to back to back. Could have easily won that Illinois game. Well, not easily, but could have won it on the road in Champaign. Here's LaShawn Williams just kind of tippy-toeing up to the line of scrimmage. Both arms wrapped around the football. Potabom hovering over him, make sure that nobody pries it away and gets up and runs with it. 1:15 to go in the game. Torchio, the safety, made the stop. And the Hawks face 3rd down and 7. Hawkeyes took the lead on the pick 6 by
guess who?
I might be wrong on that. It might have been let me double check my scoring line here. DeJean with the pick 6, I think, put Iowa now up 14-3. Oh yeah, after the block punt, Iowa scored to take the lead. Here's LaShawn Williams running straight forward, fighting for that 1st down marker. Won't get it, but he pinballed off several Badger defenders, and they won't have to run another play. Hawks reach the Case IH red zone, and the Hawks reach the end of the game with a 21-10 victory over the Wisconsin Badgers. Wisconsin, Iowa, two of the best defenses in America on display here today, and man, they didn't disappoint.
No, they didn't, and they've got the bull, and guess who was down there? First two great seniors, Riley Moss.
Number 31, I'm sure, was there.
Well, I think he was lagging behind because Seth Benson beat him down there. It's Moss and Benson.
Well, he's a senior.
Yeah.
He deserves it, too. There are the fireworks. The clock hits 0. What an effort by Iowa's defense and special teams. And the offense was ball hogging at their level best when they needed to be, and that 5-minute drive of 27 yards was a thing of beauty that ended up in a field goal and sealed the deal.
I think that the blocked punt was the thing that changed the momentum in the game, because we were down 3-0, and I think we'd had only 3 and outs till that point on offense. But when we got ahead 7-3, it just seemed to ignite everybody.
Yeah. Caleb Johnson's 4-yard run after a 13-yard completion to Laporta set Johnson up for the go-ahead touchdown. 7-3 Iowa led. That with 10 minutes to go in the first half, and the Hawks never gave the lead up. DeJean on a possession late in the second quarter with a pick 6 on Graham Mertz. Took it to the end zone, and Iowa went up 14-3. Wisconsin got a touchdown late in the first half to close to within 14-10 at the break. A 51-yard scoring strike from Mertz to Keontez Lewis, and the Hawkeyes lead had been chopped to 4 by halftime. But true to form, the Iowa defense shut the Badgers out in the second half.
Well, you know, this was the old Big Ten football like it used to be 20 years ago, before everybody started running hurry-up offenses and having plays called from the sideline. Both teams huddled up. Both teams ran great defense. And that's a happy bunch of Hawkeyes headed up the tunnel.
It's almost comical. The Swarm is trying to dance up the tunnel with Riley Moss and I think Seth Benson in the middle. And they're trying to run with that 90-pound trophy on their shoulders. That's a big old bull. And that's no bull. The Hawkeyes beat Wisconsin 24-10. Dominating defensive performance by the Hawkeyes here today, and the offense did just enough to that Wisconsin defense. Of course, with the help of special teams, a block punt, a pick 6, a lot of short fields out there for the Hawkeyes, who win the battle of time of possession the second half, and that was as critical as any component to Iowa's 6th win of the year. So after 3 consecutive losses to Michigan, Ohio State, and Illinois, nothing embarrassing there. It's 3 consecutive convincing victories over Northwestern, then Purdue, and now the very tough, physically tough Wisconsin Badgers today, 24-10. We'll take it all apart on the U.S. Cellular postgame show coming up shortly. But first, Hawk fans, as you just heard, Iowa's officially bowl eligible. Sign up right now to automatically receive official bowl travel information at iowasportstravel.com. That's iowasportstravel, all one word, .com. Go to the bowl game with Eddie and I, with Pody and the Dolph. When the game is announced, you'll immediately receive information on game tickets, air travel, and hotel. That's iowasportstravel.com. Presented by Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, Iowa's official bowl tour. Man, I'm telling you, Orlando, Tampa, Phoenix, Tempe, they all sound good right now, don't they?
Oh, boy, we had a little chat about that yesterday at the Garden Club, you know, that we want to go south, not east or north.
You don't want to go back to New York City? Come on. The Pinstripe Bowl.
I love watching that game from 50 yards away on a frozen field.
I'm hoping we can take Hercules, the Hawk, with us. He can lead the flight, flying out of a window wherever the Hawks go bowling. 24-10 Iowa beats Wisconsin. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Football. The Hawkeyes preserve their 14-10 halftime lead with a touchdown and a field goal in the fourth quarter, while the defense shuts out the Badgers, and the Hawks get to win number 6 on the year, 24-10. Stay with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show next, live from Kinnick Stadium. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Carried off on Ed Podolak, and our U.S. Cellular postgame show begins right now as we talk about the Hawkeye victory over Wisconsin, the Badgers. Iowa 24, Wisconsin 10. U.S. Cellular is bringing locally grown connection all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free. Connect with U.S. Cellular. Rarely do you win a football game when you have 146 yards of offense and your quarterback gets sacked 6 times. Today, Iowa not only won the game, but won it by 2 touchdowns.
Yes, and so let's see.
What was the key? Well, let's start with great defense and great special teams.
There you 2 out of 3 ain't bad. You know, that's Coach always said, you know, when he named LeVar Woods as his special team coordinator, you know, most teams didn't have that. It was ancillary stuff. You practice special teams, and Coach from the beginning has always, you know, lectured on how important field positioning, which goes right in how important special teams are.
And let's give the offense some credit at 6 more minutes in time of possession. And that 5.5-minute drive late in the game covered 27 yards. I'm still shaking my head at that. But 11 plays, 2 first downs, and forced Wisconsin to use their remaining timeouts. And still, Iowa got 3 points out of it.
Yep. And Laporta coming up big at a number of times during the game
on
today.
4th down.
Yeah, it's great. And Jack Campbell with 11 tackles. And, you know, he plays all the special teams, too.
Amazing. And Caleb Johnson ground his way to, let me double check, a net of 57 yards on 22 carries. Now, that's only a 2.5-yard average, but you got to stay with the run game. You have to show the run game. Nobody knows that better than Ed Podolak.
Well, yeah, and that runs time off the clock, too. And it's the field position part of it. And you don't risk an interception by throwing the ball down the field. And, you know, this Wisconsin defense, you know, every year they've got linebackers and they're able to stop the run. And if you look at the names that are in pro football from Wisconsin defenses over the years, it's amazing.
We didn't hear much from Nick Herbig in the second half. We heard a lot from Jong Meta, the inside linebacker, and Jordan Turner. They had 11 and 10 tackles apiece. Herbig ends up with 7 solos and 8 total tackles. Most of those had to come in the first 20-25 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
So the Hawks got him identified, but they got 4 very athletic, gifted linebackers who can run out there, and you just can't cover them all.
No, they're... You know, and then they have so many different blitzes. You know, they had safeties tackling our backs behind the line of scrimmage. And so a well-designed and executed defense. And we just dug and scratched and did enough things right that we end up right where we should be, bowl eligible.
And what were we harping on in the pregame show? This series has usually swung as turnovers have swung. And who won the turnover battle? The Iowa Hawkeyes.
The Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, with today's victory, you win 2 days after an Iowa football victory. Buy 1 delicious pothole frozen pizza with quick rewards. Get a second one free at any Quick Star location. Pothole Pizza at Quick Star, proud partner of Hawkeye football. Our Iowa pork lineman of the game is brought to you by our beloved Iowa pig farmers. That pig was getting cold out there on the ground today, wasn't it?
It was. It was squirting all around.
Like carrying an oversized brick or a cinder block. Just like the Hawkeyes linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. We're going to go with Logan Lee. He and Noah Shannon plug in the middle of that Iowa defense, those down linemen. You know, you look at Wisconsin's numbers, Braylon Allen averaging 100-plus yards a game.
5.8 yards a carry.
He needed 11 yards to get to 1,000. He got 1,000 for the season. He got that. He netted 40 yards on 17 carries. What was that you said? 5.8 yards?
5.8.
2.4 today.
Doggies.
And Logan Lee had a lot to do with that.
No question about it. It was, I wish I could say it was fun to watch, but it's fun now that it was over.
You took your heart pill at halftime. That was good. Wisconsin, 31 rushes, 51 net yards.
Unbelievable. And because that other back's a good back, too. The one.
Garendo.
Yeah.
Sure is. Iowa, 45 rushes, 52 yards. So the running was hard to come by. The rushing was tough to put together on both sides of the line of scrimmage today. But that keep coming back to that 5.5-minute drive at crunch time in the fourth quarter where Iowa got just enough yards or squeezed enough time off the clock.
21 yards?
27 total yards, 11 plays.
It'll be fun to talk to Coach about that.
5 minutes and 27 seconds.
What was it?
That's the key stat.
He said that the most worthless stat is yards gained by the offense. Didn't he say that early in the year?
I don't remember that line. You got to gain some yards. He said the only stat I care about is what's on the scoreboard at the end of the game. Who wins and who loses. Today the Hawkeyes gouge out a 24-10 victory over the Wisconsin Badgers. So congratulations to Logan Lee, our Iowa pork lineman of the game. Now Spencer Lee was sacked a half a dozen times today, but let's credit the Iowa defense too.
Spencer Petras Spencer Lee said.
What did I say, Spencer?
Well, there's
Spencer
two.
Lee, Spencer Lee would not have gotten sacked today. He'd have thrown any defender over his shoulder. But he was Spencer Lee tough.
Yeah.
Spencer Petras was. Okay, I'll segue into that. Spencer Petras, thank you for correcting me. Spencer Petras was sacked a half a dozen times. Maybe I was sacked a few times and hit my head here. The Hawks got 4 sacks. None prettier than Joe Evans when he knocked the ball away late, and the Hawks flopped on it and ran the clock out. But Mershman Seeds are our star in reserve. They sponsor our quarterback sack recap, and for every Hawkeye sack, Mershman Seeds donates $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. Iowa, with their 4 sacks today, sends $600 across the street to the needy kids and Stead Family Children's Hospital, courtesy of Mershman Seeds. Thank you, Joe Mershman and company. That's the quarterback sack recap presented by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. On the season, 28 sacks for $4,200.
Beautiful.
Help cancer research on behalf of Mershman's. Iowa wins over Wisconsin 24-10. More U.S. Cellular postgame show after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McGloin, and Ben Hartside. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Mertz looking into the short side of the field. He's grabbed from behind. Picked off, touchdown Iowa, touchdown Iowa. Cooper DeJean read the play perfectly. And is that young man headed for stardom or what? He's already reached stardom. Touchdown Iowa on the pick six. Mertz grabbed onto the Wisconsin quarterback, flung it as he was going down, and Cooper DeJean read the play perfectly. That tight zone coverage, and we should go back to the front of the play. Good pressure put on Mertz all afternoon long by a bunch of down linemen and the linebackers, including Deontay Craig, and we're going to talk to Deontay next. But Cooper's pick 6 is our run of the game. He traveled roughly 15 to 20 yards with that pick 6, but that put Iowa up 14-3, and as it would prove to be the winning score. Wisconsin got to 10 points, and that was it. But our Cooper pick 6 John Deere run of the game is courtesy of P&K Midwest. From tractors to gators to mowers and everything in between, the John Deere playbook at P&K Midwest will help you be strong off the line every time. Shop our full line at pkmidwest.com. That's pkmidwest.com. Now let's go into the Iowa locker room, our first trip, and greet Deontay Craig, one of Iowa's outstanding rushmen, defensive end. Our best in the game interview is courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Deontay Craig is also a special teams player. He got the block punt that Jay Higgins recovered, and Iowa scored for its first touchdown of the day that put him in front 7-3. And Deontay, you guys never look back. You guys are robotical out there. You never tire. You just keep coming back for more. Congratulations on the win, and take us through the block punt.
Thank you. First and foremost, I love my squad. Wisconsin, an outstanding team. It was a physical effort, the full 60. But I guess on the block, all week, Coach Woods did a great job, and the scout team did a great job of giving a good look and what it was going to look like today. And, the first couple of rushes, I saw he was kind of ducking his head. And this third time, I hit him with a little up and under. And, I reached the arm out. I was lucky to get a piece of the ball. And, my boy from Indiana, Higgins, recovered it.
The boys from Indiana.
Yeah, for sure.
That was a great and, you mentioned Coach Woods. This guy is a head coach in waiting at some point in his career. What's magical about him? What would you list as your top 2 plus positive bullet points about LeVar Woods and how he handles you guys as a unit?
I mean, it's not just Coach Woods. It's Coach Wood, Coach Parker, Coach Bell, Coach Ferentz, offense, defense, and special teams. I mean, just the way that they prepare us, all week. I know they just tell us to focus on the small things, the things that get overlooked on a day-to-day basis. But, every Saturday we know that's what it comes down to. And, shout out to those guys. I mean, we have one of the best coaching staffs in the nation, in my opinion. And, they do a good job every week of making sure we're ready. And, we know what we're going to see when we hit the field.
Well, Deontay, Ed Podolak here, and I want to talk too. You had 1.5 sacks today, huh? That was pretty cool. Those are some big old offensive linemen, huh?
I mean, for sure, Wisconsin, that's their brand. They're going to be big, physical up front. They're going to have a good guy back there running the offense. They're going to have big physical backs. I mean, it's not just me. It's not a solo effort out there. I mean, I'm blessed to be, in the D-line room, and, we work so well together. We push each other every day in practice, and, that's why we get the results we see on Saturday.
Deontay Craig, sophomore, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Culver Academies. 5 tackles on the day, 4 assists, sack and a half, as Ed mentioned, 1.5 tackles for loss, and he's just all over the field. It's amazing to me how you line up or spell Joe Evans. You guys are built similar. You play similar. Joe's 6'2", a biscuit under 250. Yeah. You're 6'3", 265. And equally as quick. That's just good down-line coaching. Who is Big Kelvin and Coach Neiman, correct?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, outside of them, the older guys in the room like Wags, Logan Lee, Shanzo, and Joe, as you already mentioned, they do a great job of setting the example. They don't let anybody cut corners. Every day we know we have to come in, give our best effort no matter what's going on. And, like I said, we push each other to be the best we can. We hold each other accountable. And, like I said, that's why you see the results on Saturday.
We're just going to skip past that play, that touchdown for Wisconsin at the end of the first half. I can only imagine how many eggs you fried on Phil Parker's forehead. But I think you guys proved that, hey, you're human. Mistakes happen. But I bring that up because when you look at the full body of work by the defense, but especially by that secondary today, and Cooper DeJean in particular, it's almost indescribable.
Like I said, the the bond that this team has defensively, offensively, and special teams is special. I mean, obviously the record's not what we want it to be, but, all we can control is what we can right now. And, that's winning the next 2 games in front of us. So, this team put on a great performance today, and we're going to enjoy it tonight. But come tomorrow, it's time to move forward and focus on Minnesota.
Well, you're right there, and it's going to be cold again next weekend, too. And
hey, that's November in the Big Ten. You can't really argue with it. You just got to go out there and do what you got to do.
Well, I know you talk about the room and the older guys being in the room. Defensive linemen, when I was playing in the NFL, they learned a lot from watching film by the way offensive linemen set their feet and where they wanted to put their hands. Is that the case that goes on now as you guys look at film?
I mean, obviously, we look for anything we can get. The tight end's eyes down, is the tackle off the ball, the guard off the ball, somebody pulling. Where's the buck point? It's all those little things that contribute to the games on Saturday. You never can just show up and play because these teams are way too good at this level. So, just the film room, it's a huge emphasis for us and everybody else on the team, and we always make sure to take advantage of it.
Braylon Allen, you've watched this kid for 2 years. He's averaging almost 6 yards a carry. Garindo, what a backup. Right. Today they averaged, Wisconsin, they netted 51 yards on 31 rushes. You're preparing for them this week. What was key, not necessarily to stop Allen, which you did, but just to slow these guys down with that big offensive line? What are you looking for? What's your first key?
I mean, we knew that Wisconsin, like I said earlier, is going to bring in the big offensive line, big physical. We knew it was going to be a physical 60 minutes. And, we also knew we weren't going to be perfect. There were times out there where we made mistakes, but guys were hustling, and it bailed us out a little bit. So, I mean, like I said, whenever a big physical team like that comes in here, we know what kind of challenge we're up against. And, we just do a great job during the week of getting ready for it.
Well, and it helps to have number 31 and number 44 standing behind you.
No doubt. No doubt. Those are 2 of the best.
Deontay, congratulations. Thanks so much for your time. And Gophers next week.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm excited.
Thank you, Deontay. Deontay Craig, what a delightful, articulate young guy he is, huh? I mean, he is not only a super interview, but he's a tremendous player. And one of, 8, 9 that the Hawks rotated in again today. Led by his buddies Logan Lee and Shannon and Wagner, and obviously Lucas Van Ness made his presence felt as well. He's our best in the game, Deontay Craig. We're just getting started. Courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs and who is the best in theirs, like Cooper DeJean. Cooper's in the Hawkeye locker room. 10 tackles, 7 solos, 1 for loss, 1 pick six. Second touchdown this year, by the way. He had that 45-yard return at Rutgers. And he's like the 12 days of Christmas. We could fill up 12 days with what he did today on his punt returns, on his punt coverage. And still, maybe the most spectacular play today, running down that punt that Ingram got away from that hit at, the 15-yard line and tracked it down before it could get to the end zone. Cooper joins us from the Hawkeye locker room. Talk about that play. At first, young man, you stopped, you looked at it, and then the ball took off for the goal line.
Yeah, I mean, I saw him running away from it, so I just knew I had to go track it down. And then luckily I had guys flying down the field with me, so I just grabbed it and pitched it back, and it was a big play for us. Great. It was a team effort. Everybody was hustling to the ball there.
But it speaks volumes to not only that play, but how you guys have trapped or downed more punts inside the 10 than time allows for us to track through all of them. I mean, it's just been an amazing season, and that just doesn't happen. You guys work so well in unison, I guess is what I'm driving at, Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, we practiced it a lot during the week, tracking the balls in the air in practice, and then it's about everybody just taking pride and doing their job on special teams, and then it all comes together. We get them down there inside the 5. It's huge for our defense. Sometimes leading to points, and then if we get a 3 and out, at least a good field position for our offense. So it all comes together there.
Yeah, Cooper, Ed Podolak here, 82 yards on punt returns today, and I was telling Gary, because he's always been in the press box. He's never been down on the field when it's 30 degrees and that ball gets hard and slick in that third and fourth quarter. fielding punts in that situation? You don't have a chance to really practice that, do you?
No, not really.
Was the ball hard and slick?
It was hard. I'm not sure how slick it was, but it was. Yeah. Credit to the guys blocking. They gave me time. So I was comfortable back there fielding the ball. I probably left a few yards out there. There was some I probably could have fielded, and then that last big one I probably should have scored on, but credit to the guys on the outside, the corners blocking the gunners, and then everybody in the middle doing their job. It was definitely a team effort.
The block punt was a big play that got momentum back for the Hawkeyes. Short field was the axiom of the day. That led to Caleb's 4-yard run for a touchdown, put Iowa ahead, and then later in the second period, you jumped the route. Good pass rush on Graham Mertz, and he can be fairly accurate. And you saw it coming all the way. Take us through that pick 6 run.
Yeah, so I was just playing man-to-man on my guy. The D-line got a good rush. They flushed him out a little bit, and then it just comes down to everybody doing their job in the back end. And it happened to be me there. He threw the ball to my guy, and I was able to step in front of it and take it back for 6.
Well, you know where the end zone is, though, too. You've played enough offense out there. Ed?
Well, that's when you look at a game like today, the rest of them now are going to be like this. It's November. I know you played high school football in Iowa, so you know a little bit more about it than people from Florida. But we're going up to Minnesota next week, so you got to expect a lot of the same, huh?
Yeah. I mean, going up north there, it's probably going to be cold there too. So we just got to stick to what we do, stick to our fundamentals. Have a great week of preparation. We'll get on them tomorrow, but we got to enjoy this one, and then we got to move on to Minnesota. Another big week ahead of us.
No question. The defense has been so steady and solid, but you, as Deontay just mentioned, the 3 phases are all close and tight together. You ran the gauntlet with Michigan, Illinois, and Ohio State. You hung together, and now what's changed, if anything, in this 3-game winning streak?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just everybody sticking together throughout the ups and the downs. We know we can hang with anybody. We just gotta continue to put it all together. Continue to do our job in all 3 phases of the game, and that's when good things happen.
Okay, now let's conclude as we did the last time. The 6-letter acronym. Nobody says it faster than you do. Here we go. Give it to us.
OABCIG.
And that is Odebolt, Arthur, Battle Creek, Ida Grove, correct?
Yep,
hey,
it is.
Go.
How many counties?
Just 2.
Oh, just 2.
Yep,
okay.
yep.
Well, a shout out to your home acronym in the whole area. Thanks, Cooper. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats.
Cooper DeJean.
Just 2 counties.
He was very distinct there. OABCIG. We covered 2 counties, though, in about 10 seconds, didn't we?
Yeah.
Not only is he our John Deere runner of the game with that pick 6 that put Iowa up 14-3, Cooper DeJean is the best of the best, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Hawkeyes win it 24-10 over the Wisconsin Badgers to get to 6-4 in bowl eligibility. Back with more U.S. Cellular postgame show in just a minute. Kirk Ferentz is straight ahead. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
The Hawkeyes play here. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
All on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Spraytech Fertilizers asks, are your crops ready for Mother Nature's challenges? Too wet, too dry, weeds, insects, diseases. Spraytech has a full line of Full-Tech products to meet these challenges, like Full-Tech Cube with its application technology of 4 ounces per acre. Cube enhances nutrition, induces flower formation, improves plant health, reduces diseases from fungi and bacteria, and increases yield. It's reassuring to know your crops have a partner against Mother Nature with Spraytech.
Call Spraytech at 515-252-7777 or visit spraytech.com.
Hey burger lovers, this is Jill from the Burger Shed. Have you tried one of our signature handcrafted burgers? You gotta try a fan favorite, the Shed Burger. It comes with in-house smoked brisket, pepper jack cheese, and the Shed's barbecue sauce. For all of our pork lovers out there, you gotta get your hands on the Apocalypse Now Burger, which comes with a pork patty topped with hand-pulled smoked pork, pepper jack cheese, and bacon jam. Burger Shed. Burgers, beers, and a bunch of BS. Bass Pro Drive in Altoona.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
24-10, Iowa beats Wisconsin. Let's check some of the stats. First downs were even at 11. As you'll detect, the offense was hard to come by today. Wisconsin rushed 31 times, 51 yards. Hawks ran it 45 times, net of 52 yards. Wisconsin threw for 176, the Hawkeyes for 94. Spencer Petras 14 of 23, no interceptions. Sacked a half a dozen times. Graham Mertz of Wisconsin 16 for 35, 2 interceptions, one of those the Cooper DeJean pick 6. Total offense, Wisconsin with 227 yards on 66 plays. The Hawks could muster but 146 on 68 plays, but win the game 24-10 because they won the turnover battle and time of possession. Torrey Taylor punted 5 times on the day. Check that. He punted 9 times on the day for a 43.5-yard average. Wisconsin 9 punts for a 40-yard average. It was a day for the punters. Punt returns. The Hawks returned 5 punts for 85 yards. That was a key stat when you're battling for field position. Iowa penalized 3 times for 20 yards. Wisconsin 5 penalties, 40 yards. Time of possession, Iowa 33.5, Wisconsin 26.5. Both teams struggled on third down. Hawks 6 of 19, Wisconsin 6 of 17. Now let's check the Case IH Red Zone recap. Enter the Red Zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Iowa traveled into the red zone 3 times, scoring twice in that second period. After the block punt, they took over at the 17-yard line. A 13-yard pass to Sam Laporta from Spencer Petras might have been Spencer and Sam's best critical hookup of the day. Gave Iowa first and goal just inside the 4. On the next play, Caleb Johnson took it in, and Iowa had the lead at 7-3 following Drew Stevens' point after try. The Hawkeyes then the next time they got in the red zone was in the fourth period, early on in the fourth quarter. And used 5 plays to travel 18 yards. Petras, a 1-yard rushing touchdown, put Iowa up 21-10 in the fourth quarter. As the game was about to conclude, Drew Stevens with a field goal made the score Iowa 24 and Wisconsin 10. Drew Stevens drilled one from 44 yards away. He's now 13 of 15 on the year. So the Hawkeyes had some short fields. It's one thing, the defense gives you the ball in great field position. You gotta do your job. You got to finish it off and get points. And the Hawkeyes did that with 3 short fields today.
Well, and that's 7 points are obviously much
2
more.
touchdowns and a field goal.
Yeah, much more important in a game like this is to get the 7 points, not just to be kicking field goals all day. So, the Hawkeyes scored in the red zone, something we like to do.
Case IH Red Zone recap, courtesy of Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Iowa 2 for 3 in the red zone today, and they win over Wisconsin 24-10. Let's look at the individual numbers. I mentioned the quarterbacks. Caleb Johnson, Iowa's leading rusher, 22 carries, 57 net yards, and a touchdown. He had a long run of 9. Braylon Allen, 17 carries, 40 net yards. He had a long run of 8. Now, usually he busts 1 or 2 against opponents. He keeps pounding inside with that big old hog offensive line, and all of a sudden he's breaking out the back end through the closet and toward the end zone. That Iowa defense was so salty today and guarding against that. Garendo had 31 yards on 7 carries. Gavin Williams got a little more work today, 6 carries, 25 yards. LaShawn Williams with a big first down in that fourth quarter drive that took 5.5 minutes. He had 9 carries for 22 yards. Petrus, 14 of 23 for 94 yards, 94 net yards, and no interceptions. That was critical. Graham Mertz, 16 for 35, 176 yards and a touchdown, but 2 picks, including the pick 6 by one Cooper DeJean. Sam Laporta, what can you say about this guy? 9 catches, 48 yards, a couple of critical first down conversions, and 1 on 4th down.
Yeah, he was, the long of 13 was a big play. And, he dropped 1 today that I'm sure that he is not very pleased with himself about. But he's now the leading tight end receiver in the Big Ten.
All tight ends in the Big Ten after today, maybe all tight ends in the country with 9 grabs. He led Iowa. Deontay Vines had 3. Laporta was targeted 9 times. I hate that stat.
Yeah,
Just give me the receptions. My goodness. 5 catches for Laporta.
And you've got yards after catch, too. How many was that? 23 yards after catch.
Thank you for adding that in there. Deontay Vines with 3 catches. Reganey had 3. So Spencer spread his targets around, as they say. Skylar Bell caught 4 for Wisconsin. And Chimere Dike also caught 4. Isaac Garendo, the tailback, had 4 catches, but for minimal yardage. On the defensive tackle chart, Jack Campbell with 11. The Big Ten's leading tackler will be for another week. Cooper DeJean with 10 tackles, 7 solos, and the pick 6. He's one of our best of the best. Tackles for the tackle chart leader for Wisconsin was Jungmeta. The Moia Jungmeta, he was all over the field in the second half primarily. He had 11 tackles. Jordan Turner, another inside linebacker, with 10. Nick Herbig had 8 tackles, most of those in the first half. He had 3 sacks and 3 tackles for loss on the day. He's an unbelievable football player.
Yeah, he all the way from Kauai, Hawaii. And, he's an edge guy. That, you get a 300-pound tackle, and he probably, I don't know what his statistics are, but it doesn't look like he weighs more than maybe 240 or so. I'll look at it right here because I've got it right here. He's 6'2", 228. Now, you get a 300-pound offensive tackle, and he lines up 2 or 3 yards outside of him, and then he just starts running upfield. And that tackle's got to back up and try to get his hands on him, and he's just unblockable.
I mean, he'd be a heck of a linebacker in the pros right now. If he drops 10 pounds, he might be an unbelievable strong safety because he can run, and he reminded me of a shorter Ted Hendricks in that first half. The way he's leaping over people, running around people, just an incredible football player. But
Ted Hendricks had meals bigger than him.
The mad stork. Anyway, I wasn't expecting that one. That was good, buddy boy. The scoring, Wisconsin took a 3-0 lead late in the first quarter on a 29-yard field goal by Van Zelst. That after a 10-play, 37-yard drive by the Badgers and the initial lead of the day, Iowa regained the lead, or took its first lead, 5 minutes into the second quarter when Caleb Johnson scored from 4 yards out. Remember, that was after the blocked Iowa punt by Deontay Craig and the recovery by Jay Higgins. The Hawkeyes then extended the lead to 14-3 with 2 minutes to go in the first half on a Cooper DeJean pick six and a 32-yard interception return for a score. Stevens point after made it 14-3 Iowa. Wisconsin closed it within 14-10 before halftime. On a 7-play, 75-yard drive, the last 51 coming on a midfield pass from quarterback Mertz to Keontez Lewis. Iowa, some broken coverage in the secondary. It happens. Nobody's perfect. And Wisconsin, though, had momentum going to the locker room. 14-10, Iowa's lead at the intermission was 4 points. But as we've seen the Iowa defense, I don't know who's better at making halftime adjustments than Phil Parker and those defensive coaches, as Iowa shuts out Wisconsin in the second half. The Hawks got up 21-10 early in the fourth quarter at the end of an 18-yard, 5-play drive. Spencer Petras, a 1-yard rush. And the Hawks, with Drew Stevens' kick, took the lead at 21-10. They finished it off with 3 minutes to go as they drove 27 yards and 11 plays using 5.5 minutes, and Drew Stevens capped the drive with a field goal of 44 yards. Iowa wins it 24-10 and gets to 6-4 on the year, and the Hawks are 4-3 in the Big Ten with 2 games remaining at Minnesota and home to Nebraska. That's our stat recap. We'll come back and hear from Kirk Ferentz shortly on our U.S. Cellular postgame show. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hi, Gary Dolphin here. My Game Day apparel features the premium Authentic brand label. Authentic brand products are preferred by national corporate brands and should be your gear of choice too. Insist on the Authentic brand label from your supplier for your next merch project. Or visit authentic-brand.com and find an authorized distributor near you.
MedFarm has a new name. It's Bud & Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud & Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud & Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Alleviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
Ah, yes. There's nothing like pork chops sizzling on the grill. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I'll bet, like me, you love to eat pork. But what do you know about pig farming in Iowa? How animals are raised, or how farmers work to improve their health and the impact on the environment? Join me for Chop Talk, a podcast where we'll meet the people who raise pigs and learn how the challenges they face affect us all. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
Hawkeye football is on the air.
He's at the 15. He's inside the 10.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here, At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at greatsouthernbank.com, member FDIC.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolph and Ed Podolak, and we're joined by Iowa football coach Kirk Ferentz. He's in the Hawkeye locker room as we discuss Iowa's 24-10 win over the always physical, always tough Wisconsin Badgers. You know, we talked in our pregame visit, Coach, about this game usually has swung on who wins the turnover battle, and the Hawks claim that trophy as well today, and get that Heartland Bull Trophy back for the next year. Congratulations. Your thoughts as you think about this November gray sky day?
Yeah, that's the first thing I told our guys. That's a November football win. You know, it was hard fought. Nothing easy at all. Everything was contested out there. And circling back to your point, yeah, on the turnovers, you know, historically big in the series. And then, as it turns out this year for both of us, and our seasons have kind of mirrored each other's actually. But if you look at all their losses, turnovers really factored in, and say the same thing with us. When we protect the ball, we're usually pretty good. But you know, when you don't, it makes it tough.
Cooper DeJean, the pick six that really you fed off that momentum. I thought from that point on, obviously the block punt was huge, yeah. But Cooper, the pick six puts you up 14-3. His punt return set up an 18-yard 5-play drive that Petrus punched in early in the fourth quarter, put you up 21-10. And it's not that you took a deep breath there because you knew you still had 13 minutes to go. But this young guy is really, he's the real deal, I guess, isn't he, Kirk?
Yeah, I can't say enough about him. And, yeah, you just kind of nailed it right there, the punt block. Then the pick six, you know, first half. That was the story of the first half. And then the entire sequence, you know, Torrey were able to kill the ball down there on the 1-yard line. And then they've got a punt, you know, from their end. Cooper did a great job on the return, and then the offense finished it off. So those, I think, you know, that was a real turning point as well. And, yeah, I can't say enough about Cooper. I was just thinking about that coming in today when we were riding in on the bus. You know, he really conceivably could start at any of the 5 positions in the back end. If you include the nickel position, you know, the guy in the slot. And then I'm not sure where he couldn't play on offense, quite frankly. So I'm not saying Micah Hyde, but, you know, Micah had that kind of ability. Yeah. And, you know, just it's a rare thing. And then the, you know, craziest part is he didn't have one offer coming out, you know, FCS or major college. And that's really weird in this day and age because of the, sure. Yeah, everybody's got video now.
Internet, social media.
Not like the old days where you had, you know, you could hide film and stuff. But so, yeah, and on top of it, he's just an unbelievable kid. So I can't say enough about his performance. Yeah, he's just a tremendous young player.
And we just found out from him that his high school has kids from only 2 counties. Now, I thought it might be 3 counties by the way he names the number of schools up there. But do you think you've ever recruited anybody that had high school kids from 2 different counties?
How about that? Yeah, I think there's like 8 letters in the you know, school name. So yeah, I'm surprised to hear that. But not a lot of folks live where he lives. But man, I'll tell you, he's a special player.
He is, and every opposing coach usually in their if they're playing Iowa that week, they bring up that number 3. Yeah, I know Riley Moss is an All-American, but well, you had, I thought, the best line coming out of fall camp when we were talking to you before the first game about Cooper DeJean, and I said, well, Coach, where do you project him as a settling spot? Where will he ultimately play football? He goes anywhere he wants to, and that's played true to form.
Yeah, twofold. It's that, and then also where we needed him, and with, you know, Jamari and Terry Roberts both out. You know, we're dangerously thin, and that's kind of the world we live in, dangerously thin back there. And then, Arlen couldn't go today, so now you got to move Cooper back there, which is not a bad deal, except you lose a guy who's really good, blocking on their gunners, and so the trade-off there a little bit, but he seemed to make up for that today.
The other thing that was really fun to watch, at least on my part, is you played 10 defensive linemen, and in a game like this, you know how they're going to run, how powerful their offensive line is. That has to give you a good feeling when you know you got that many guys that can play.
It really does. A year ago we were pretty inexperienced and young in that whole group, and you just lose one guy to graduation, so everybody else is back with Zach leaving. So could kind of see that one coming, and then the other part of it is not only they're back, but I would say every guy in the group's improved, and that's what the game's all about. And why I missed a lot of time, so Aaron Graves stepped up, and he's a really quality young guy, another Northwest Iowa guy, like Cooper. So it's good to see that, and it's good. I think it's good for us to rotate guys through, keeps everybody fresh. And to your point, I swear these Wisconsin linemen look the same every year for the last 2 decades. It's just they're big, strong guys, and they're physical, so you got to really take them on.
You looked at Herbig on tape all week long, and we talked about it on your show Wednesday night. You know it's coming. You know you're prepared with the game plan to block the guy, and then he goes Ted Hendricks on you in the first half. I mean,
don't go there. I mean, it just, I thought, again, I was teasing Jim Leonard. He intercepted 2 against us in 04 at the start of the game. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And told him I almost had a heart attack. That was 20 years ago. So same thing here. I mean, I saw that one coming in slow motion. It's just like, damn.
Do you know where he's from? Kauai, Hawaii.
Yeah, I do know that. How the heck did he end up in Madison, Wisconsin? But
I mean, have you been to Kauai?
No.
Well, there aren't maybe 100 people that could play football over there. They eat a lot of pineapples. And it's out in the middle of nowhere. So when I saw that, I went, wow, St. Louis High School, Kauai, Hawaii.
Now, St. Louis I've heard of, the school. The school, not the city. He must be connected because they've had some guys from Hawaii, and they've the safety 13s from there too. But, boy, that guy's a good player. Maybe we ought to put that pineapple on our training table. I don't know if that would help us.
I'll tell you, all their linebackers, they're effective. They really, and they're coming. And I remember you saying all week long, we figured, we got the tendencies. Yeah. We know what's coming, when it's coming. You got to know where it's coming from. And it's easier said than done. But that you get the win. That's the bottom line, 10 points by the Iowa defense, which was spectacular. And, maybe the prettiest sequence of the day was that lengthy 27-yard, 11-play, 5.5-minute drive that resulted in an Iowa score. 2 or 3 critical first downs there. You were down to 2 timeouts in the fourth quarter. That swallowed up 5.5 minutes, but also got Wisconsin to burn 2 timeouts.
Yeah, we struggled up front today, and I'm not sure I saw that coming, but we did, and we'll look at it tomorrow and go back to work Monday. They're quality guys, and they are getting better, and we'll be better next week. But that was a little disappointing. But to your point, if there were 2 highlights, I thought offensively, when we did get the ball, in field position, which happened a couple of times, we finished drives. We put the ball in the end zone, which we haven't done a great job of that this year, quite frankly. And then, the 5 minutes off the clock, that was, didn't come easy. There's nothing clean about it, nothing easy, and they were loading it up pretty good there. But, make them burn their timeouts, burn some clock. Credit to our guys. So the one thing about our guys, they don't quit. They just keep going. It's not always smooth, but they keep going.
Do you hope to have Arlen back next week?
I think he's got a really good chance. We were hopeful, reasonably hopeful, but not. Sure. We weren't counting on him, and just couldn't quite make it. So hopefully by midweek he'll be good next week.
What can you tell us about Bo Stevens? He had a good game going there. He did settle down and then left in that second quarter.
Yeah, he had to come out, and hopefully we'll get him back as well. But he's a young guy who needs every rep, but he's growing and all that, and just it's part of the game. So hopefully nothing too serious.
Coach, thanks so much for your time. Congratulations on the win. Bowl eligible.
There you go. Yeah, I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
But that's good. Yeah.
You bet it is.
Didn't mean I'm taking it for granted, but yeah, that's good news.
That's more practice time.
Yeah, absolutely. We could use it.
Thanks, Kirk.
We'll find something to do. Okay, thank you.
Kirk Ferentz on the Hawkeye victory over the Badgers, 24-10. We've got more highlights coming up. We've got a traffic report here shortly. We have a scoreboard courtesy of Learfield right after we pause, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
And we're not stopping anytime soon.
Winning is more fun at Wild Rose.
From jackpots to cars to cash and more.
We've got 20 million reasons
and more
why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms, like Enlist E3 soybeans, for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Asgrow brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
From Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. 24-10, the Hawkeyes win. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Elsewhere in the Big Ten today, Ohio State no trouble with Indiana, 56-14. Illinois ranked 21st, upset today by Purdue, 31-24. It was Michigan State over Rutgers, 27-21. Number 3, Michigan pounding Nebraska 34-3, and Penn State blanking Maryland 30-0. Minnesota gets a 31-3 win over Northwestern as well. In the top 25, Tennessee over Mizzou 66-24. LSU in a low-scoring affair beats Arkansas 13-10. Notre Dame over Navy 35-32. An upset at number 24. We've been talking about it all day. Vanderbilt wins their first SEC game since 2019. Beat Kentucky today 24-21. Number 9 Alabama over number 11 Ole Miss. What a great game this was. 30-24 is your final Bama. Number 10 Clemson over Louisville, 31-16. It's Boston College with the upset of North Carolina State today, 21-20. And number 17 Tulane losing to University of Central Florida, 38-31. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Hawkeyes 24, Badgers 10. This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Butter than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject credit approval and analysis.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. We're back here at Kinnick Stadium on the U.S. Cellular postgame show discussing Iowa's 24-10 win over the Wisconsin Badgers. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Wasn't very far, but boy, it used up 5.5 minutes. Hawks got a couple critical first downs, forced Wisconsin to burn 2 of their remaining timeouts, and the drive ended in a 44-yard Drew Stevens field goal that put the Hawks up 24-10 late in the game. Iowa went 27 yards. That was the distance, but used 11 plays in 5.5 minutes. It was clock gobbling time, and that's our Iowa Corn Drive of the game, sponsored by Iowa Corn. We thank corn for the meat, dairy, and eggs we all enjoy, not to mention the countless number of other products that can be made from corn. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowансWin. By the way, that 5.5 minute drive gave Iowa a decided advantage in time of possession, too, and gave the defense an extra breather if needed. And the way the defense was playing today was almost robotical. They just trotted out there and used the old Norm Parker line, go out, go put the fire out, and that they did. Very few breakdowns in the defensive effort again today by the Hawks. That's our Iowa Corn Drive of the game. Iowa wins at 24-10 over Wisconsin to continue its recent winning streak and stretch it to 3 games to get to 6-4 on the year and 5-4 4-3 in Big Ten conference play, with the road trip to Minnesota next week in the battle for Floyd of Rosedale, followed by Black Friday and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. So the Hawks in great position to continue to separate. Only Illinois is ahead of them that Iowa doesn't play, nor owns the tiebreaker on in the West Division race. So you've got Minnesota. That's the next step. The Hawks in the last 2 weeks have gained the tiebreaker over Purdue and now over the Wisconsin Badgers. Minnesota is next. Nebraska is behind Iowa, and that concludes the regular season. So still much ahead for the Iowa Hawkeyes, but a big, big win today. And when the Hawks win, you win at Wendy's. Get a free small Frosty when you purchase. With a purchase, I should say, when the Hawks win at Kinnick Stadium. Valid only at participating Wendy's in the Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and Quad Cities areas. Don't forget to download the Wendy's app for more great offers. So get a free small Frosty with purchase of something else at Wendy's after a Hawkeye victory. We're going to step out, take a break, and then we will come back with a traffic report from pilot Taylor Grimm. He's always busy in the postgame show, making sure everybody gets out and about, leaving Kinnick Stadium, headed to the interstate or the secondary roads. That's ahead here on our U.S. Cellular postgame show. In just a minute, Iowa beats Wisconsin 24-10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
At Cenex, we're locally owned and operated, so your community is our community. That's why your Cenex goes far beyond the store. We fuel community connections by supporting local festivals, restoring town monuments, and renovating baseball fields. Now in its 4th year, we'll have contributed more than $400,000 to Cenex communities through our Hometown Pride initiative, because community connections make the places we live so special. Cenex, powered locally.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
You want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Hawk fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Quarterback Spencer Petras on the day. Of course, his game was much more important, just his passing stats. 14 of 23, he was sacked 6 times, but stood in there in the heat of that Wisconsin blitzing defense. Spencer had a 1-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter. That's his second rushing touchdown of the season and the 10th of his career. He finished 14 of 23 for 94 yards and led Iowa to that victory over the Wisconsin Badgers 24-10. And Rob Brooks is with quarterback Petras in the Iowa locker room.
Well, Spencer, this has to feel pretty good, getting a victory over Wisconsin, outstanding team effort, and the Bull back in Iowa City.
Yeah, great to get the Bull home. I'm just happy for our team, happy for our guys. Everyone fought really hard, and it was great to come out with a win.
How about that last drive to set up that field goal? Really time-consuming. Got enough on the ground to get it done.
Yeah, I thought, it's always challenging in those times to move the ball, just because. They know we're trying to run the clock out. The whole world knows. But our guys did a nice job, allowing us to use some clock and get some points.
And a couple of big third down conversions on that drive as well.
Yeah. I think we had a little pass to Luke and a little bootleg to Sam. Really good job by both those guys. Wasn't much difficult for me. So. Yeah, good to convert.
First half, just a lot of big plays on both sides. They had the block punt. They got the crowd into it. Of course, always great to be back at Kinnick, but that just shows you, isn't it? Offense, defense, special teams, all 3 phases working together.
Yeah, it was great to get some really nice field position a couple times, and obviously some really nice plays, block punt, pick 6 by Cooper. So, really fun game.
Appreciate it, Spencer. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie Brooks, with quarterback Spencer Petras. By the way, his 1-yard quarterback sneak was set up by Cooper DeJean's 32-yard, 33-yard punt return deep into Wisconsin territory. The Hawks had to go roughly 18, 19 yards, and Spencer finished it off with a quarterback sneak. But he's right on the day. A block punt set up a touchdown. A pick 6 by DeJean. DeJean was all over the place. He had the punt return. He had the pick 6. He tracked that Taylor punt down at the 1 before it escaped to the end zone. He is the complete package, no doubt. Jim Leonard made note of that in his post-game comments after the game. The Wisconsin Badger coach very complimentary toward the Hawkeyes in less than ideal conditions, but he said both teams had to put up with the same stuff.
I want to give Coach Ferentz and his team a lot of praise. They outplayed us today. Physical battle, it was a fun one, but we obviously didn't make enough plays to get it done, and we have some things we got to correct going forward.
Do you think your defense played well enough to win? And when you talk about correcting things, do you think today the biggest corrections would be offense and special teams? Just today.
Yeah, just today. I mean, obviously, we played well. I think we held them to almost 150 yards and put in some tough situations. We got to find a way to punch our way out of it. That's the only thing you can do when you're kind of back against the wall after some turnovers or field position with special teams. So proud of the way we played on defense, but we need to get a win, and we couldn't find a way to get it done. A little disappointed they were able to churn out some yards at the end. Not an effort issue. They executed some plays and just sneaking over and getting first downs. So very proud of the way we played on defense, and special teams, let us down in some areas, and obviously when you give up a pick six, that kind of changes the whole momentum of the game. It's tough to overcome sometimes.
Jim? You said comment over the last couple of years that when you guys get in big games, you need to perform in that, right? I think most of you have talked about, you've been referring to the Big Ten championship games. The last couple of years, it's been these games within a season, right, that are big moments. Getting to that hump of performing in these moments.
It's got to be emphasized all year round. You have to get your guys comfortable in close games and in tough situations. That would be a huge emphasis of mine all year round. I think you have to, in order to win close games, which is what you'd anticipate in the Big Ten, right? You're going to get in some battles when the weather turns, field position, things get a little bit tighter, the room for error gets lower. So this could be a huge emphasis, and it has been since I've taken over. I'm not saying it wasn't before, but you have to get comfortable in uncomfortable situations, and I think we have some guys that are growing into that. We've learned a ton about this football team over the first half of the year, and I think we've applied a lot of those lessons that we learned when we got hot there for a couple games, and we got to learn from adversity with a loss now.
Did Grant say anything about whether the ball handling or something was going on? Because it seemed like his passes were kind of sailing, and they had that one snap that ended up as a fumble.
No, he hadn't said anything to me, but obviously when it gets cold and windy like this, it gets slick, and it's just something you got to deal with. Both teams have to deal with the same environment out there, so we got to play cleaner, right? We have to sustain drives and flip the field at least at times in moments like this where it's going to be a little bit close and force teams to make mistakes.
What did you see on the block punt?
I didn't get a really good chance to see what happened. I know they had a lot of size, a lot of defensive linemen out there and stuff like that, and I think we just got overpowered on the edge, but I am not sure exactly what happened on it to see what we have to correct, but we'll definitely get it corrected.
Jim Leonard, Wisconsin head football coach, interim head football coach. I'm guessing that word interim will be removed from Jim's first name either before too long or certainly at the end of the season. He's a quality guy, one of Wisconsin's all-time great football players, and really a good coach. A really good coach. It's pretty clear that the kids are buying into what he and his staff want to do. And I think he's the best choice for the Badgers. But, of course, they haven't asked my opinion. But good luck to Coach Leonard and Wisconsin going forward. Iowa wins their 13th consecutive November football game. The first win in November over Wisconsin since November of 2005 when the Hawks won 20-10. Rarely have they played Wisconsin in November, at least of late. Typically it's a basher in mid to late October, but today it was in November, and the Hawks prevail 24-10. So the best of luck to the Badgers. They move forward at 5-5, 3-4 in the conference. The Hawks improve to bowl eligibility at 6-4 and 4-3 in conference play. Headed to Minnesota next week after today's blackout game. Thank you, Hawk fans. You were loud and you were involved, and that's terrific. As you head home, let's go up top and talk to Iowa State Patrol Trooper pilot Taylor Grimm. Taylor, give us an update. What's it look like out there? I see a few snow flurries floating through the air.
Yes, still some flurries hanging around. They're supposed to kind of be out of here by now, but they're still hanging around, which means there could be some slick spots out there. So just use due caution as you're driving home. You want to make it there safely. There could be a slick spot here or there. Passes, on and off ramps are usually the places that we see slick spots developing first. Earlier there were some crashes in town, nothing on the major state highways or interstate system. So when you get into town, again, use due caution. But right now the highways are doing how they normally do. If you're taking 218 northbound, it's backed up like normal until that construction there at 8380 gets finished up. That's going to be par for the course down there. If you're on Melrose, and you can hear my voice right now, and you're going to go northbound on 218, take Camp Cardinal. That's the traffic light right before right before 218. Go up to 2nd Street, Coralville, go over to the mall, and get on at the mall. on the interstate at the mall. That's going to be a lot faster for you as 218's backed up pretty significantly. Everywhere else, First Avenue is actually flowing great today. Dubuque Street and Dodge Street are backed up pretty good today. So that's where we're at right now. Otherwise, no major issues or delays to report.
Trooper Taylor Grimm. Thanks for the guidance, Taylor. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thanks so much for your help and insight all season long.
You're very welcome. Have a good Thanksgiving, Gary.
You too. Happy holidays. Iowa State Patrol pilot Taylor Grimm helping you get out of town, or at least get out of the campus safe and sound. We're coming back. We'll hear, before we leave, our post-game show courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Got Jack, Iowa's terrific linebacker, Jack Campbell, up next here. Iowa wins over Wisconsin 24-10. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame coverage. Iowa beats Wisconsin 24-10. Couple score updates. High school football playoff semifinals at the Unidome today in Class 2A. Williamsburg beat Dubuque Waller 31-7. Central Lyon George Little Rock over Cooper DeJean's OABCIG 37-14. That's the only damper on Cooper's day. In Class 3A, Harlan rolled over ADM Adel 49-35. Mount Vernon and Humboldt are scoreless in the first quarter. And in our America Rivers Conference involving schools from Iowa, it was Luther over Nebraska Wesleyan 35-28. Buena Vista edged Simpson 26-21. Central top Dubuque 24-21. Wartburg over Coe 19-14. Jack Campbell had his usual stellar performance. The Big Ten's leading tackler had 11 stops today, 6 unassisted tackles, and he's tackling Rob Brooks in the Hawkeye locker room.
Jack, this is November football in the Big Ten, wasn't it? Iowa, Wisconsin, two teams that really love to run the football, some weather. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. I mean, especially if you're a linebacker, you dream of games like this, but there's nothing better than playing in the Midwest, being an Iowa kid, and going out there and getting to compete against some of the best offensive linemen and running backs and receivers in the nation, and tight ends and quarterbacks. But, it's just such a blessing. But we just, right now, we're going to enjoy it, but we got to flip the switch quick because we got to finish the season strong. So.
Kind of a strange game with so many big plays. A block punt, a couple of big-time interceptions. Wisconsin hit one, but was it just about digging deep and focusing on the next play?
Yeah, it's all just about digging deep, doing what you can do to succeed. Wash it. If you make a mistake, wash it, move on. That's kind of what it's all about. So.
How about this defensive front? It's 2 weeks in a row. Boy, just a spectacular play, and probably don't get enough credit, do they?
No, they'll never get enough credit for what they do. They make my job easy. They get to the quarterback at a high rate. So they deserve all the recognition they get. So I'm just super proud of them, the way they fought, the way they battled. and it's just good to have the Bull back in Iowa City. So
yeah, how close was this linebacking core too? It seems like you guys really got something going.
We're all just great friends. I mean, you can just go down with Logan Klimp and Seth Benson kind of leading the way as fifth-year seniors. But then you got me and Justin, the fourth-year guys. And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone, but I'll just do like the third-year, like Jay Higgins. Just such a tight collective group. And it's just such a – it makes it so easy to come into the facility and just be with guys you care about, guys who care about you, and the way they lead. Seth Benson, he's just a tremendous leader, and he deserves everything he's going to get. And I'll just speak on him right now. But, I mean, Jay Higgins, too, and Justin, and Logan Klimp, just great leaders with everything they do. And I'm just proud of them and just great friendships we've made along the way. So,
pretty good celebration in the locker room. Good to have the Bull back.
Always good to have the Bull back.
Jack, thanks very much.
Thank you.
And that's no bull. The Heartland Bowl returns to the Hawkeye Trophy case for the first time in a couple of years. Iowa 24, Wisconsin 10, thanks to Rob Brooks and Jack Campbell, Iowa's all Big Ten, soon to be All-American middle linebacker. We'll wrap it up shortly with our plays of the game. Want to get a couple plugs in here for our basketball coverage tomorrow and this coming week. The Iowa women, fourth-ranked Iowa women with Caitlin Clark and Monica Sonano leading the way, play at Drake tomorrow afternoon, 1:45 for the pregame show with Rob and Jamie Cavey Lang, and then the 2 o'clock tip-off. Our next Hawkeye men's basketball game is Wednesday night, the Gavitt games, Big Ten versus the Big East. Bobby and I will be at Seton Hall, our first of, 3 trips to New Jersey and the Big Apple this winter to call Iowa and Seton Hall basketball. Good luck to Coach Brands and Spencer Lee and Tony Cassiope and the crew. They second-ranked Hawkeye wrestlers open up their season tomorrow afternoon over at Carver Hawkeye Arena against California Baptist. We conclude our U.S. Cellular postgame coverage with the Pioneer Plays of the Game.
Here's today's Plays of the Game, brought to you by Pioneer. What do you call an Enlist E3 soybean with elite germplasm? Introducing Pioneer Brand A Series Enlist E3 soybeans, featuring Pioneer's high-performance genetics like no other. Talk to your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more about these exclusive varieties. Here's today's Pioneer Hawkeye Plays of the Game.
And the punch block. The punt attempt is blocked. The Hawks pick it up. Jay Higgins has it. Iowa will have the football at the 17-yard line of Wisconsin.
The Hawks are first and goal.
Caleb Johnson, touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. Off of left tackle and guard. That Iowa O-line blew it open for him.
Mertz looking into the short side of the field. He's grabbed from behind.
Picked off. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Iowa. Cooper DeJean read the play perfectly. And is that young man headed for stardom or what? He's already reached stardom. Touchdown, Iowa on the pick six. Petrus with the quarterback sneak. He should be over. Looks like it from here. Touchdown, Iowa.
This is Iowa Hawkeye football on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
Cooper DeJean, a pick six for a touchdown. Punt return that set up a touchdown. He tracked down Taylor's punt at the 1-yard line, ran it down, and downed it, and which totally flipped field position. And that doesn't even speak to his play in the secondary today. Cooper DeJean is Cooper de jour in pick an area. He's the best soup on the menu. The guy is some kind of football player, and he's brand new. He's only going to get better. The Hawkeyes defeat Wisconsin 24-10. Bowl eligibility now for the Hawkeyes as they get to 6-4 and 4-3 in the Big Ten. Next week we'll be in Minnesota, up in the Twin Cities. No start time for that game as of yet. It'll be set before the weekend is out, I'm sure. So join us then. Join us for basketball in the coming week. I want to thank Ed Podolak, as always, for his expert commentary. Corey Sheets is our engineer-producer. John Swisher is our stat man and spotter. I'm Gary Dolphin. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And ladies and gentlemen of the United States military, thank you for your service. Good night from Iowa City. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
This has been the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also by Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVdeals.com. Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. Iowa Office of Secretary of State. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game, be a voter. Kubota. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer. Iowa Pork, just like the Hawkeyes. Iowa's pig farmers work every day to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. And by Cenex, powered locally. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.